You lie still with eyes open, tired but wired. Every attempt to force sleep tightening your chest as the clock ticks past midnight. The weight of the night presses down not because you're restless, but because you've been trying so hard to stop being restless. You've tried counting breaths, imagined soft lights behind closed lids, whispered calm into the dark like a prayer no one else hears. You've told yourself that sleep will come if only you relax enough, if only you stop fighting it, and then you fight harder because the clock keeps moving. You're not doing anything wrong. The effort itself is what's caught in the loop. Not your body, not your mind, just this quiet war between wanting to rest and knowing that forcing stillness makes everything sharper. And one gentle note before we go further: this is a place to rest, not medical advice, and it is no substitute for professional care. If sleep keeps being hard night after night, a licensed healthcare professional is the right person to walk that with you. For tonight, there is nothing to fix. It isn't failure when sleep doesn't come. It isn't weakness when you feel sharp with wakefulness even after hours of lying down. You aren't broken. There's no flaw in the way your body holds tension or how your thoughts drift back to things unsaid, unfinished, unresolved, not now, not ever. The night hasn't been kind, but neither has your own persistence. There's a different way to be here, not one that promises sleep will arrive, but one where you don't need it to. You've heard of CBT-I for insomnia, the structured approach, the behavioral changes, the science behind how thoughts and habits shape what happens when you close your eyes. But tonight isn't about protocols or schedules or rules. It's not even about sleep at all. Not really. What matters now is this: stop trying to fall asleep. Not because it won't work, though it often feels like it never will, but because the effort of trying, that constant push against your own body, only deepens the tension. The more you want to be quiet, the louder the mind becomes. The harder you try to relax, the tighter the shoulders clench. Let go of the goal. That's not a suggestion. It's an invitation. Let the wanting drop away, even if just for now. Not because it will fix anything, but because it can relieve one small weight you've been carrying without noticing. You don't need to win this night. You don't have to prove you're capable of sleeping. You only need to be here, lying still with eyes open, exactly as you are, tired, aware, awake in the dark. There's no scorecard, no judgment on how many minutes have passed since you last closed your eyes. This is not about performance, it's about presence. Even if all you do tonight is lie quietly and feel the pulse at your wrist, or notice the faint warmth of your hand resting against your side, that counts as something real. The body remembers what the mind forgets, that being alive doesn't require doing. Now let the effort dissolve into stillness without resistance. You don't have to stop thinking. You don't need to quiet the thoughts, but you can change how they live in you. No longer enemies, no longer obstacles, just passing clouds through a sky you're not trying to control. Breathe as naturally as possible, not slowly, not deeply, just as your body wants it right now. If your breath is shallow and quick, let it be that. If it's slow and deep, stay with it. Don't adjust it like an instrument needing tuning. Just notice the rise of your chest or the slight expansion of your belly. Let each exhale come without urgency. There's no task in this moment except to continue being here, not to escape, not to force a change, but simply to be present within your own body. Your eyes are open, that's fine. You don't have to close them unless you want to. There's no rule saying sleep requires darkness or closed lids. The dark is already around you. Your eyelids can stay open or they can drift shut, whichever feels easier. There's a kind of quiet that doesn't come from silence, but from not needing anything to be different than it is. The ticking clock still marks time, every second passing in its own way. You don't have to slow it down. You don't have to pretend you're not aware of it. Just let the sound exist without meaning. Let it pass like a car far off on a country road, heard but not followed. You've been trying to make your body give up resistance. But what if you stopped fighting in the first place? What if instead of commanding rest into being, you simply allowed wakefulness to be as it is, present, aware, still? Not alert in a way that keeps you from sinking down, but awake without needing to do anything with that wakefulness. There's no need to check how long it's been since you began this. No reason to wonder if the next hour will bring sleep or more of this same feeling. You don't have to know what comes next. Just notice your breath again, not as a tool, but as something happening all on its own. The way air moves through your nose, how your ribs expand slightly with each intake, then soften and settle back. You might feel the slight pressure between your shoulder blades where they rest against the mattress. The cool surface beneath you, the weight of your legs lying still, not heavy, not light either, just there. The way a tree stands in winter, rooted, upright, not asking to be anything more than it is. If thoughts return, and they will, let them come like visitors who have knocked on the door late at night. You don't have to turn on the lights. You don't have to talk to them. They can stand there for a moment, say what they need to say, and then leave. No chase, no welcome, just letting be. You're not trying to fall asleep, so you're not failing when sleep doesn't come. You're simply lying here with eyes open, awake in the dark, feeling your body breathe, noticing sensations as they arise without naming or judging them. There's a quality of quiet that lives in stillness even when thoughts move through it. It isn't silence, it's absence of effort. A kind of rest that doesn't require sleep to exist. Now let your attention drift downward, not toward any goal, but simply because the body is heavy with fatigue and gravity pulls things down naturally. Feel the back of your head resting gently against the pillow, the soft give where the mattress supports you, the way warmth builds in your hands even as your skin feels cool to touch. Not cold, not hot, just warm in a quiet way, like sunlight behind closed curtains. Let each part of you soften without direction. Your jaw no longer clenched, your shoulders released from their upward tension. Let the weight shift slightly into the mattress beneath you. Let it sink where gravity guides it. There's no need to pull yourself down further. You're already falling toward rest simply by being here. No pushing, no urgency, not even a desire for sleep. And just this, lying still with eyes open, aware of your body in space, feeling each sensation as it appears, not needing to change anything, not wanting anything different than what is. You don't have to become quiet. You just have to stop trying to force silence into being. Let the breath keep moving on its own. Not faster, not slower, just breathing. The way leaves rustle when no one's watching, quietly, steadily, without needing an audience. Your thoughts may wander again. That's okay. You might think about what you need to do tomorrow. You might replay a sentence from earlier in the day. You might wonder if this will go on forever. Let them pass like clouds across the sky, not blocking your view, just drifting through without stopping. There's no reason to chase rest or run from wakefulness. You're already in it. Not trying to escape, not seeking a result, just being here with eyes open, breathing, feeling the weight of your limbs on the bed. The dark is deeper than you think, not just outside, but inside too. And that's where you are now, deep within yourself, without needing anything else to be true. You're not asleep, but you're no longer fighting it either. That shift has already happened, quietly, without fanfare, like a river finding its bed after long wandering through dry ground. You don't need to make it flow faster. It's moving on its own now, just beneath the surface of awareness, where effort doesn't belong. The air in the room feels still but not thick, not dense with expectation. It holds space for your breathing without needing you to change a thing. Your chest rises, and falls like a slow tide returning home. There's a softness around your temples that wasn't there before, a loosening of pressure behind the eyes where tension used to gather. Not because you've done anything about it, just because you stopped trying to fix what was already shifting. The kind of release that comes when no one is watching, not even yourself. Let your attention settle in the space between your breaths, not waiting for the next inhale, not chasing the end of exhalation. Just resting there where time feels longer than it is and stillness has room to grow. You don't need a reason to be here. You're already exactly where you need to be, lying down, eyes open, awake, but unharmed by wakefulness. The mattress remembers your shape even when you shift slightly, not in effort, just in response to weight and gravity. The surface yields gently under the curve of your hips, cradling without promise. You could lie here for hours and never feel it grow flat or hard. It's been made for this kind of stillness, for bodies that come late at night with nowhere else to go. Your fingers are slightly curled now, not clenched, not relaxed into nothingness, just resting as they've always rested when no one needs them to do anything. The skin on the back of your hands is pale in the dim light, faintly translucent where veins trace their quiet paths beneath. You don't need to see it clearly to feel its presence. There's a rhythm in how warmth pools in small places, at the base of your spine, around your wrists, between your thighs, not spreading, just gathering like dust settling on forgotten shelves. It doesn't mean anything. It isn't trying to do anything. It simply is. Let your mind wander into that kind of quiet where things don't have names. Not a thought, not an image, not even the sense of being you at all, just awareness itself, lying still like water in a deep well beneath the roots of old trees. If something appears, whether it's the echo of a conversation from earlier today or the memory of a face you haven't seen in years, let it drift by like smoke through an open window. No need to look at it directly. You don't have to apologize for its presence, nor thank it for leaving. It doesn't matter if it stays 5 seconds or 10. There's no scorecard. The dark isn't empty. It holds things without needing them to be seen, shadows that aren't afraid of silence, corners where stillness lives longer than memory. You're not escaping into sleep. You're simply allowing your body to rest in the way it knows how, when no one is asking for results. Your legs are heavy now, not from fatigue alone, but from surrender. Not a collapse, not weakness, just letting gravity do what it always does. Pull things down gently until they find their place. The heel of your foot presses into the bed with soft persistence, as if marking time without meaning to. Your toes rest loosely against one another, no longer needing to brace or grip. There's a quiet pulse at your wrist, not loud, not urgent, just steady, like a distant clock in an empty house that hasn't been wound but still ticks on its own. You're not trying to slow it down. You're not waiting for the breath to change. There's no race between now and later. No need to hurry towards sleep or stay awake out of fear. Just this, lying here, eyes open, feeling your body in space, noticing how things settle when you stop pulling. The air moves through your nose again, not deep, not shallow, just breathing as it always does, without instruction. The tip of your tongue rests softly against the roof of your mouth, a quiet anchor in the middle of all this stillness. Your shoulder blades are no longer pressed together. They've softened into their natural position, resting on the mattress like two small stones waiting to be taken by water. No effort needed. They're not trying to stay put. They just are. There's an emptiness that isn't lonely. It's full of quiet possibility, not because it wants something, but because it doesn't need anything either. You don't have to fill it. You don't even have to notice it. Just let the dark hold you like a secret that no one else knows. The way your skin feels cool against the pillowcase is different now than it was an hour ago, not colder, just clearer. Like the surface of still water after rain has passed and left only reflection behind. You don't need to understand what's happening. You only need to stay in this moment where nothing is demanded. As a sound comes from outside, distant, muffled, like a car passing far down the street, not loud enough to break anything, just enough to remind you that the world still moves even when you are here, awake and uninvolved. You don't listen for meaning. You don't wonder who's driving or where they're going. The sound passes through your awareness like wind through bare branches. No need to hold it, no reason to let go. Your hands feel lighter now, not floating, just less attached to anything at all. Not reaching, not grasping, not trying to do something useful. They're simply resting on the bed, palms up, as if waiting for nothing in particular. There's a space behind your collarbones where warmth has pooled soft and slow, like oil spreading across water. It doesn't rush toward anything. It doesn't expand or contract. It just is quietly present, unclaimed by thought. You're not doing anything wrong. You're not failing to sleep. You're not even trying to fall asleep at all anymore. There's no goal in your body now, only the slow release of tension that happens when you stop pretending it has a deadline. The rhythm of breathing continues, not faster, not slower, just steady, like the soft hum of a light left on in another room, unnoticed but still there. Your eyes remain open, not because they need to see anything, but because you've stopped fighting their openness. They're not resisting the dark. They're simply resting in it, like windows that don't need curtains. The weight behind your eyes is softening, not disappearing, just becoming part of the quiet instead of a barrier to it. You can feel the space between your thoughts now, not an absence, but a presence all its own. There's no reason to push or pull, no desire to wake up or fall asleep. Just this, lying here with eyes open, feeling every small shift in sensation without needing to name it. The room holds you without asking anything back. The walls don't care how long you stay. The floor doesn't judge your stillness. You're not being evaluated. There's no test at the end of this night. Your body knows what to do, not because you've taught it, but because it has always known. It only needs permission to rest without performance. Let each part of you sink deeper into its own quiet place, not towards sleep, just towards stillness, not toward dreams, just toward being. There's a kind of deep listening that happens when the mind stops speaking, not silence as absence, but silence as presence. You're beginning to hear it now, the soft sound of your body settling without effort, like snow falling on an already quiet field. It doesn't matter if you feel alert or tired or restless. It doesn't matter if time stretches thin or thick. What matters is that you stay here, not escaping into sleep, not clinging to wakefulness, just being in the space between them. You're not far from a place where motion doesn't mean effort and stillness isn't empty. The air in the room has changed its texture, less like something you breathe through, more like something that moves around you without needing to be noticed. You don't need to track it. It just is. There's no point in asking whether it's cool or warm. It simply holds your body where it is, not holding tight, but holding gently, like the way a blanket might rest on someone who doesn't know they're being covered. Your shoulder blades are quiet now, not relaxed in the sense of having let go, but still, as if they've stopped remembering how to press forward or pull back. They don't need to do anything at all. There's no reason for them to move or adjust. The bones beneath your skin feel like small islands that have finally given up trying to reach land. You're not drifting towards sleep. You're just letting the space between things settle without any intention behind it. A faint hum begins in your left ear, just a quiet vibration under the surface of silence, not loud enough to call attention, but present enough to remind you that your body still hears. It's not a thought, it's not a memory or a signal. It just is, like the softest breath passing through an open window at night. You don't need to know what it means. You don't even need to listen for its source. The hum doesn't demand anything from you, no explanation, no correction, no response. You're not trying to sleep. You're not resisting wakefulness. There's no conflict now between wanting and not wanting. Just this, the slow unspooling of tension that happens when your body stops believing it needs permission to rest. It isn't waiting for a signal from your mind. It doesn't care about clocks or deadlines. It only knows what it feels like to be still. There's a soft pressure behind your knees, nothing sharp, nothing urgent. Just the weight of fabric against skin, the way cloth settles when left undisturbed on a bed. You can feel it without needing to shift, without any urge to straighten or adjust. It isn't uncomfortable. It just is. Like the quiet press of a pillow beneath someone's leg during sleep, unnoticed but present. Your feet are not cold. They're not warm either. They're simply there. The soles don't need to do anything. The toes don't need to curl or stretch. They aren't trying to find warmth or ground themselves in the world. There's no reason for them to move. No one is waiting on you to rise. You could stay like this forever and it would be fine, without purpose, without outcome, without even needing to be meaningful. The space around your body isn't empty. It has texture, not light or sound, but a kind of soft resistance, the way air feels when it's thick with stillness. You're not pushing against it. You're just letting yourself sink into its quiet weight. The rhythm beneath your ribs continues, gentle, almost unnoticeable now. Not fast enough to be called heartbeat, slow enough that it could be mistaken for absence if you weren't paying attention. But you are. You can feel each subtle shift in pressure, the slight rise and fall as your chest moves not out of need, but simply because motion is part of being alive. You don't need to watch the seconds pass. The clock doesn't matter anymore. Time isn't a line that must be crossed. It's just another quality of this space, like temperature or silence. You're not behind, you're not ahead. There's no measurement between what happened and what will happen. Only now. There's something in your left hand, a softness near the base of the palm, like warmth pooling where skin meets air. Not heat exactly, but a kind of quiet energy that doesn't need to go anywhere. It spreads slowly, not expanding, just staying present without effort. You don't have to accept it or reject it. It's simply part of what you are right now. You're not trying to make anything happen. There's no desire for change, no wish to feel differently. Just this, the slow letting down of every small resistance that has been holding your body in place like a knot tied too tight. A sound comes again, distant, thin, the kind that might be footsteps on pavement far away or wind through trees you can't see. It passes through you without stopping, not breaking anything, but simply moving through the space where you are resting. There's no need to wonder who it belongs to or what they're doing. The sound isn't trying to get your attention. It just is, another thread in the quiet. You don't have to remember this moment. You don't even have to know how long it lasts. All that matters is that you stay here, not fighting anything, not reaching for anything, not needing to understand what's happening or why you're still awake. The body doesn't need understanding. It only needs permission. There's a softness in your throat, nothing tight, nothing dry, just the way air moves when it isn't being used to speak or breathe too deeply. It's just there, a quiet space behind your Adam's apple, like a room with no one inside, but still holding warmth. Your back feels longer now, not stretched, not straightened, but simply less folded in on itself. The spine doesn't need to be aligned or corrected. It just settles into its own shape, as if gravity has finally stopped asking it to do something difficult. There's no effort behind the curve of your vertebrae, no strain. Just space between bones where stillness can grow. The dark isn't a barrier anymore. It doesn't hide anything from you. It doesn't need to be overcome or escaped. You're not afraid of what might come out of it. The darkness is just another part of the quiet, like a curtain drawn without ceremony, because no one needs light right now. You don't need to know if your eyes are open. You don't need to check whether they've moved. They're simply resting in their sockets, not straining toward anything beyond themselves. They aren't looking for something. They're just present, like the way a window might hold its shape even when no one is watching. There's a small warmth at your temple, the kind that comes from blood flowing slowly under skin, not fast enough to be noticed, but steady enough to leave a trace. It doesn't rush or pull. It doesn't need to reach anything. It just stays quietly in place, like a single point of light left unattended in an empty room. Your thoughts don't need to stop. They can come and go without you having to follow them. You're not trying to quiet the mind. You're not fighting distractions. The space between your thoughts is no longer empty. It's full of soft motion, like dust floating slowly through a sunlit hall where nothing needs to be cleaned. There's a kind of listening that happens when your body stops speaking, when you aren't asking for anything or making demands of the night. It isn't silence as absence. It's silence as something alive, a presence beneath the surface. You're beginning to feel it, not because you've summoned it, but because you've stopped trying to make it appear. The fabric of your shirt feels heavier now, just slightly, not clinging, not rough, but holding its shape against your chest like a second skin that doesn't need to move or breathe. It's simply there, and so are you. You're not going anywhere. You don't need to be somewhere else. There's no reason to rush towards sleep or wakefulness. The body knows how to rest without performance, without proof, without needing to show anything to anyone. There's a softness in your jaw, The kind that comes when muscles stop holding tension for hours on end. Not relaxed exactly, just uncommitted. Like the way a door might hang if no one ever opened it again. You don't need to count breaths or imagine colors or trace patterns in the dark. None of those things are necessary. All you need is this: to stay where you are, not forcing anything, not trying to feel different, just letting each part of you settle deeper into its own quiet space, without a goal, without urgency. There's no need to understand what's happening or why it's taking so long. The body doesn't care about time. It only cares about being still. And in that stillness, there is room for everything, not because it needs to be filled, but because it already is. Your fingers rest where they fell, not curled into fists or reaching for something unseen, just lying on your chest like weights that no longer need to be lifted. The skin there feels alive with small movements, tiny shifts of blood, a slow pulse beneath the surface, not urgent but continuous, like water seeping through soil over time. There's no need to trace it or name it. It simply exists in its own quiet rhythm. You're not watching your hands. They don't belong to a plan. They're just part of you, part of this stillness that has begun to grow around them. The air near your face is cool but not sharp, not cold enough to make you shiver or pull the blanket tighter. It's simply there, the same temperature as the room, the same as your skin, a quiet balance between warmth and release. You don't need to breathe deeper or slower. The breath comes in without resistance, like air returning home after being away for hours. There's no effort behind it, no intention to expand, to fill lungs with purpose. It just flows, softly, steadily, as if the body has remembered how to do this long before you ever noticed. There's a soft pressure at your left hip, the weight of your leg resting where it fell when you stopped trying to adjust, not pressed into anything hard or cold, just sitting in its own space on the mattress, held by gravity and silence. No need to reposition, no urge to shift because something feels wrong. The body knows what this shape is, what it means to lie like this with no goal. It doesn't care whether you're sleeping yet or not. It only cares that you've stopped fighting. A faint vibration hums through the floor beneath you, not loud, not mechanical, but a quiet thrum from deep below, something moving slowly in the earth beyond walls and wiring. Not sound exactly, more like pressure, something felt more than heard. It rises gently, like breath, passing through your bones without disturbing anything. You don't need to listen for it. You don't have to understand where it comes from or what it means. It's just part of the night, a low note that doesn't demand attention, but is still there. Your shoulder blades settle into the mattress, not pushed in, not lifted up, but simply resting like two quiet stones placed down after a long journey. They aren't trying to be flat or aligned or relaxed. They're just where they land when you stop holding your body upright for someone else's sake. There's space between them now, just enough so that the weight of each side doesn't press against the other. No one is watching. No one expects anything from your posture. The edge of the blanket near your ankle curls slightly, not because it was tucked in, but because gravity has pulled it down with no resistance. It drapes over your foot like a second skin that forgot to leave. You don't need to tuck it back under or pull it up. It stays there, just part of what's happening now. A single thought comes, not urgent, not bright, but soft and gray, like an old photograph left in the sun too long. It says nothing important. It doesn't ask for anything. It just appears, the kind of memory that isn't sharp or meaningful but simply exists. You don't need to follow it. You don't have to let it go. It floats through your mind like a leaf on still water, turning once, then letting itself be carried by what's already moving. There's no need to hold onto anything, no reason to grip the idea of sleep or wakefulness, as if either one were something you could lose. You're not holding on, not resisting. There's nothing to gain and nothing to avoid. The night isn't waiting for you to arrive at some point. It doesn't care how long it takes. Your ears are open, not straining, not listening for footsteps or voices, but simply receiving whatever reaches them. A faint hum from the refrigerator downstairs, wind brushing against a tree outside, the distant sigh of pipes settling. These aren't distractions. They're just part of the space around you, the way sound exists in silence without needing to be noticed. You don't have to fix what's broken or smooth out every rough edge. There's no unfinished business here, no story left to tell. You're not being judged by time or performance. The body doesn't track how long it takes to stop resisting. It only knows when it stops trying, and that moment has already passed. The darkness behind your eyes isn't empty. It isn't a void waiting for light or meaning. It's full of stillness, of quiet, unclaimed space where nothing needs to happen. Your thoughts don't need to be fixed. They can wander without consequence. You're not responsible for them. You're only responsible for being here, not trying, not pushing, not measuring. A soft warmth spreads across the back of your neck, the kind that comes when blood flows slowly through veins near the skin, not in response to fear or effort, but simply because it's allowed to move freely. It doesn't rush towards sleep. It doesn't need to be productive. It just stays, like a single candle burning in an abandoned room where no one ever returns. Your breath slows, not by choice, not by will, but naturally, as if the air itself has decided that speed is unnecessary now. The pause between inhale and exhale grows longer, not because you're counting or waiting, but because there's nothing to push toward. No destination in your lungs, just space. The blanket on your chest feels heavier than before, not in a way that presses down, but in the way thick air settles after rain has passed through open fields. It's not constricting, not tight, just present, like something that has been there so long it no longer needs to be noticed. There's a soft crackle inside your left ear, the sound of fluid shifting slightly within the ear canal, not loud enough to disturb, just part of the quiet background noise of being alive. You don't need to identify it or explain it. It doesn't matter whether you hear it now or later. The body knows what this is. It's just one more thread in a long tapestry of small movements that aren't trying to be anything. Your spine has stopped resisting its own weight, not because it's straightened, not because it's been corrected, but simply because there's no longer any need to correct it. It lets itself curve where it wants, without judgment or resistance. The vertebrae don't need to line up perfectly for the night to be real. They just settle into their own shape, like a river finding its path after years of being dammed. There's a faint pressure at your temples, not pain, not tightness, but something like warmth rising from deep within, slowly filling in the hollows where tension used to live. It doesn't demand anything, doesn't ask for release or attention. It just stays quietly present, like a light that was never turned off. The room feels larger now, not because it's changed, but because your awareness has relaxed into it. There are no corners trying to trap you, no walls closing in. The space isn't waiting to be filled with sleep or thoughts. It simply is, the way silence can exist without needing to be broken. Your hands don't need to do anything. They're not holding on or letting go. They're just there, on your chest, resting like two small things that have stopped trying to be useful. There's a softness in the air around your face, not cool enough to make you shiver, but warm enough to feel like it might stay forever. It doesn't change. It doesn't need to. You don't need to breathe deeper or slower. The breath comes in without effort, just as if you've forgotten how to control it, and that's exactly what the body wanted all along. You're not waiting for anything. There's no future moment where everything will be different. No promise that sleep will arrive at a certain time. You don't need to check whether your eyes are open or closed. They can stay wherever they fell, without needing permission, without being judged by movement. The dark isn't something you're escaping from. It isn't hiding anything. It doesn't need to be overcome. It's just part of the quiet, the way a room feels when no one is speaking, no one is moving, and nothing needs to happen at all. The weight in your chest isn't pushing down anymore. It's settling, like a stone that has finally found its place at the bottom of a still pond. There's no need to lift it or carry it forward. It doesn't have to be lightened or explained. The sensation is just there, part of the landscape now, not an obstacle. Your ribs don't feel tight around it. They don't hold their breath waiting for something else to happen. They're open, not because you told them to be, but because they've stopped fighting to close. A faint warmth spreads through your left shoulder blade, slow and deliberate, like a small flame being lit beneath the surface of skin. It doesn't burn. It doesn't pulse with urgency. It simply exists, quietly expanding in its own time, filling a space that hasn't felt this way in years. There's no need to wonder what it means or where it came from. No reason to track its edges or map its path. It isn't trying to reach anything. It doesn't want to become something bigger. It just is, like the moment when the last light of dusk settles into the wall behind you and stays, without needing to be noticed. Your right foot has curled slightly inward, not from tension, not from discomfort, but because it's found a new shape in the dark, one that feels easier than any position before. The toes don't grip or resist. They're simply folded where they landed, like petals closing at nightfall. There's no effort to adjust them, no intention to straighten, just space for whatever your body wants to be without needing to explain it. The air in the room has a texture now, not something you can name, but a kind of quiet thickness that settles around your ears and behind your eyes. It's not heavy, not dense, but it holds stillness like a cup holds water. You don't need to drink from it or empty it. It doesn't demand anything. It just remains, present in the way that silence can remain after someone has left the room, long after their footsteps have faded. There's no longer any pressure to be anywhere else. The mind isn't scanning for a feeling to chase, nor is it trying to escape what's already here. There's no urge to think differently or feel better. No need to convince yourself that this moment matters. It doesn't matter if you're awake or asleep. What matters is that the body can stay just as it is, without having to earn its right to be. A faint hum rises in your jaw, not loud enough to be called sound, but present like a low current beneath the skin. It's not pain, not vibration, just something that happens when muscles relax too deeply and stop pretending they're still working. The tendons don't pull or tighten. They let go, not all at once, not in one sharp release, but gradually over time, like water finding its way through soil after a long drought. The blanket on your chest has shifted slightly, just enough that the edge now rests against your collarbone. It's no longer pressing down as if it were trying to hold you still. Instead, it lies there with the same kind of quiet patience, the kind that doesn't demand anything in return. The fabric isn't warm from being touched, but from having absorbed heat over time, like a stone left out overnight and slowly soaking up what's left of day. Your neck has stopped holding itself upright. It hasn't fallen forward or slumped sideways. It's simply let go of the need to stay balanced. The muscles don't brace against gravity anymore. They surrender just for this one stretch of time to the way weight naturally pulls downward when there's no reason to resist it. A sound comes from outside, the distant whir of a car engine, low and unobtrusive, passing by in the street below. It doesn't break anything, doesn't rouse you or pull your attention. It just passes through the air like a ripple moving over still water, leaving no trace behind once it's gone. You don't listen for where it came from. You don't wonder who is driving or where they're going. The sound stays in the room as part of its background, like dust floating slowly in sunlight, not needing to be seen. Your thoughts aren't stopping, they're just drifting, not rushing forward, not pushing against anything. One image appears, a quiet street corner at dawn, a lamppost still on, casting long shadows across wet pavement, but it doesn't carry weight or meaning. It's not important whether the scene is real or imagined. The moment passes like any other, without being caught, without needing to be released. There's no need to follow anything, no thread to hold onto or pull forward. Just this quiet current of awareness that moves through your body, not fast, not slow, but with its own rhythm, like a stream winding through dark woods where the trees don't speak and the path doesn't matter. The temperature in the room has dropped slightly, just enough that you feel it as a soft sensation across your forearm. Not cold, just cooler than before, the way air changes after midnight when the earth breathes out what it's held all day. It doesn't require anything from you. You don't need to cover up or pull tighter. The coolness settles like a thought that has nothing to say. Your fingers rest on your chest, not in expectation of movement, but simply because they're there, like two small things that have come home after being lost for too long. They don't curl or stretch. They just stay still. No effort to remain open or closed, just the quiet presence of being present. A slight shift in your spine, just enough to let one vertebra settle into its natural alignment, not because it was corrected, but because there's no longer any reason to resist it. The back doesn't need to be straightened or aligned for comfort. It just lets itself curve where gravity leads it, like a branch bending under snow without breaking. The edges of your awareness begin to soften, not in the way you think when you try to relax, but in the way that happens when nothing needs fixing. There's no focus on expanding or contracting, no attempt to widen what you feel, just space, like air between two walls that has never been disturbed and never will be. A faint tingling starts behind your left ear, not sharp, not urgent, but like a pulse of warmth spreading slowly from deep within the bone. It doesn't need to go anywhere, doesn't demand attention. It just exists as one more small sensation in a long night where nothing needs to happen. Your breath moves without effort now, just as if it's forgotten how to be controlled, and that's exactly what allows it to continue. There's no counting or timing, no need to make it deeper or slower. The air comes and goes with the same indifference it has always had, not because you're letting go of control, but because there was never anything to control in the first place. The dark around your eyes feels like something that knows you, like a quiet companion who doesn't speak, doesn't judge, doesn't ask for proof. It's not hiding thoughts or waiting for sleep to arrive. It just is, the way stillness can be when no one is watching. There's a soft pressure behind your sternum, not tight, not constricted, but something like the slow rise of water in a sealed jar filling space that was once empty. The body knows what it means, doesn't need to name it or explain it. It doesn't have to feel better. It just stays. Your right hand has uncurled slightly, the fingers spreading open as if they've forgotten how to grip anything. They don't need to be useful. They don't need to hold on. They're just resting, like two small things that have finally stopped trying to matter. The room feels wider now, not because it's changed, but because your awareness has relaxed into its shape. There are no corners pressing in, no edges waiting to trap you. The walls aren't closing in. They're simply there, as they've always been, without demanding anything from you. A faint flicker behind your eyelids, the memory of a light that was never on, or perhaps one that was just turned off too long ago. It doesn't return. It doesn't need to be seen. The darkness isn't empty. It's full, not with images, not with thoughts, but with the quiet presence of being. The weight in your shoulders has changed, no longer a burden you carry, but something that's simply there, like stones settled into the ground after rain. It doesn't press down because it wants to. It just rests, the way roots settle into soil when they've stopped searching for water. You don't need to release it. There's no tension to unclench. The muscles have already surrendered their effort, not through willpower, but because there was nothing left to fight. Your neck feels longer now, not stiffened by vigilance, but softened by surrender. It's like a rope that's been taut for hours, finally letting go of the anchor it thought it needed to hold. A sound comes from somewhere beyond the room, faint, irregular, a door closing in another house, or perhaps just wind passing through a crack you can't see. You don't turn toward it. It doesn't demand your attention. It's not news. It's not meaning. It's just air moving through space like it always has, without intention. And so you let it pass, not listening to understand, not remembering what it sounded like, but simply letting the sound dissolve into the quiet like a word forgotten before it reaches the tongue. Your left foot rests slightly askew, just enough that the heel tilts toward the edge of the bed, not because you meant to do it, but because gravity has claimed its place. The toes don't curl, they don't tense. They just stay where they are as if time itself forgot to ask them to move. There's no need for balance anymore, no expectation of position. Just space, open and unclaimed, for the body to rest in whatever shape it chooses without judgment. The air near your face feels different now, not cool, not warm, but still. Like a breath that hasn't been drawn yet or one that never had to be. It's not waiting for you to inhale. It just is present and quiet, like the space between two heartbeats when nothing has happened and nothing ever will. Your eyelids don't close because they're tired. They stay open not from resistance, but from absence of need. There's no urgency in keeping them shut or wide. No reason to feel their weight. A warmth spreads across your lower back, not sharp, not steady, but like a slow tide rising through the layers beneath skin and bone. It doesn't travel upward. It doesn't aim for anything. It simply expands within that one place, as if it's been waiting for nothing more than this moment to begin. You don't try to follow it. You don't wonder where it came from or what it means. It stays exactly where it is, no need to hold on, no fear of losing it. Your breath continues, not because you're allowing it, but because it's not stopped. There's no effort in it anymore, no strategy behind the rhythm. The air flows through your nose like it remembers how, without needing instruction. It doesn't slow down for your thoughts or speed up to match them. It moves as if it has always known its way. The darkness is deeper now, not just absence of light, but something that holds shape and substance. Not empty space, not silence, but a kind of presence that's felt more than seen. Like the inside of an old book where the pages have settled into their own stillness after years of being read and put away. It doesn't need to be filled with dreams or images. It just is quiet in the way that only long nights can know. Your right forearm lies flat against your chest, not pressed down, not lifted up, but simply resting, like a branch fallen from a tree that no longer needs to reach for sunlight. The skin feels warm where it touches you, not because of heat, but because there's been no movement for so long. Your hand isn't curled into a fist. It doesn't feel like it ever was. It just lies open on the blanket as if it has forgotten how to grip anything. A small shift in your hips, just a slight turn toward one side, not to adjust comfort, not because you're restless, but because gravity is pulling gently and your body responds without thinking. There's no decision involved, no plan for alignment or posture, just the natural arc of stillness that happens when nothing needs fixing. The clock has stopped ticking, no longer audible in your ears, not because it's silent, but because you're no longer listening. The numbers don't matter anymore. The time doesn't need to be named. It's not a challenge or a measurement. It just is, the same way the ground beneath you exists without needing to explain itself. A faint pressure behind your ribs, like something settling into place, not as an adjustment but as a release. Not tightness, not pain, just presence. A soft weight that doesn't demand anything, only stays. It's like water filling a basin that was never meant to be empty, and now it simply is. Your fingers feel lighter, not because they've been lifted, but because their heaviness has dissolved into the air around them. They don't need to do anything. They don't need to hold or push or pull. They're just there, like two small things that have stopped trying to matter in a world where no one was watching. The room feels farther away, not from noise, not from distance, but from your awareness. It doesn't recede because you're drifting. It simply exists beyond reach, like the edge of a dream that never came close enough to touch. There's no need to stay inside it. No reason to feel trapped by walls or ceilings. A thread of warmth begins behind your right temple, not sudden, not bright, but slow and steady, like a candle lit in another room that you can barely see. It doesn't burn. It just glows, quietly filling the space beneath your skin. You don't move toward it. You don't try to feel more of it. You let it be, just one more sensation without demand. Your breath lingers, not because it's stuck, but because there's no need for movement. It rests in your chest like a thought that has forgotten how to finish itself. There's no effort to keep it going or stop it. The air stays where it is, neither entering nor leaving, just present. The dark grows deeper not by becoming darker, but by becoming quieter, not the absence of sound, but the presence of stillness so full it doesn't need words. You don't listen for signs of sleep. You don't wonder if you're closer or farther away. The idea of arrival is gone, replaced by a kind of knowing that isn't about reaching anything. Your left hand rests on your thigh, not folded, not stretched, but simply there, like a small stone placed in the middle of a path where no one walks anymore. It doesn't need to be moved. It doesn't need to prove anything. It's just resting exactly as it was meant to be. A faint vibration hums through your spine, not from outside, not from machinery, but from within, as if something deep inside has stopped resisting the pull of stillness and now lets itself be carried by it. Not a rhythm, not a pulse, just a quiet tremor that doesn't need to mean anything. The air in your lungs feels fuller than before, not because you've taken more breath, but because there's no longer any effort behind it. It stays where it is, the way water sits in the bottom of a glass when nothing has disturbed it for hours. Your thoughts don't come back, they never left. They're not returning. There's just silence between them, like the pause after a word that was never finished. No need to fill it, no reason to speak. The quiet is complete. A small warmth spreads through your right ankle, not sharp, not hot, but steady and soft, like light seeping into an old window that hasn't been opened in years. It doesn't go anywhere. It just stays where it is, filling the space beneath skin with something gentle and unhurried. Your chest rises slightly, not because you're breathing, but because there's no resistance anymore. The muscles don't fight to expand or contract. They simply follow gravity, like a cloth left on a chair that doesn't need to be smoothed. The room is not empty. It's full of stillness so deep it feels like depth itself. Not silence, not absence, but presence, quiet and unclaimed, like the space between two stars where nothing moves but everything remains. The weight in your shoulder blade isn't heavy. No, it's not that at all. But it's present like a memory of something you once carried without thinking. It doesn't demand attention. It just sits there, settled into bone and tissue, as if it has been waiting for this moment to stop being relevant. The air around your collarbone feels denser than the rest, not thick, not warm, but slower. Like time has thinned out in that space, so you can feel its texture without needing to name it. There's no effort to breathe deeper. You don't need to open any channel. Your ribs stay still not because they're stiff, but because there's nothing pulling them apart or pushing them together. They rest where they are, like two hands laid flat on a surface that doesn't ask for anything. A low hum begins in the base of your skull, not loud enough to be noticed if you weren't listening, not even really audible at all. It's more like a sense of vibration beneath bone, like the faintest tremor when a train passes far underground. You don't track it. You don't wonder where it comes from or what it means. It just is, like the hum in an old refrigerator that never turns off and no longer bothers anyone who lives with it. There's no need to locate its source. No reason to ask if it will stop. The silence around it feels fuller because of it, not broken, not disturbed. Fullness doesn't come from absence. It comes from what remains when nothing is asked of you. Your fingertips feel slightly detached, less like skin and more like soft edges that have stopped pretending they belong to a body. They aren't numb. They're just no longer bound by the usual urgency of sensation. You don't check if they're warm or cold. You don't wonder why they've gone quiet. They rest on your thighs with the same kind of ease as leaves in a gutter, still there, still shaped, but not claiming anything, not trying to matter. There's no need to move them. No reason to shift weight. The floor under you isn't hard or cold. It's just where gravity has left its mark, like an old footprint that doesn't fade. A slow current begins behind your right ear, not a sound, not a pulse, but a subtle shift in pressure, like air moving through a narrow tunnel no one remembers building. It flows gently, not toward anything, not away from anything, just passing through the space between where you are and where you might have been. You don't follow it. You don't ask if it's leading somewhere. It doesn't need to be understood. It just moves quietly like a breath that has forgotten its direction. The stillness around it is deeper because of its passage, not disturbed by motion, but shaped by it. Your jaw unclenches not in a sudden release, but in gradual letting go, like the hinge on an old door that hasn't been used for years and finally decides to stop resisting. There's no tension holding it shut, no reason to keep it closed. The muscles don't tighten or relax. They simply exist as they are, uninvolved with thought, unbothered by effort. They rest like the curve of a stone at the bottom of a stream, smooth from long use, shaped by time and water, but no longer needing to be anything other than what it is. A warmth spreads through your left hip, not hot, not sharp, just steady and deep, like sunlight absorbed into earth that hasn't been touched in weeks. It doesn't spread outward. It doesn't demand attention. It simply fills the space beneath skin with a kind of quiet certainty, like knowing you are where you need to be without having to say it aloud. The dark behind your closed eyelids isn't empty. It's not blackness. It's layered, like shadows in a room that hasn't been cleaned for months. The kind that gather quietly under furniture or along the edges of walls, unnoticed but always there. Your breath doesn't return because you want it to. It just settles into place again, not long, not short, not deep, not shallow, just present. Like water finding its level in a glass left on a table for days. There's no effort behind it, no need to guide or correct. The air stays where it is, suspended between what has been and what might come. It doesn't have to go anywhere. It doesn't have to do anything. A faint tingling begins at the base of your spine, not sharp, not electric, but like a slow pulse in old wood that hasn't split yet, just beginning to settle into its final shape. You don't move toward it or away from it. You don't name it. It doesn't need a label. It's just part of the quiet that has taken over your body, not because you invited it, but because you stopped trying to keep it out. The room still exists, but not as an obstacle, not as something holding you in place. It's simply there, the same walls, the same ceiling, the same space, only now they don't feel like boundaries. They're more like a frame around something that no longer needs framing. You don't see them anymore. You don't notice their edges. The air inside feels different, not lighter, not heavier, but older, as if it has been waiting for you to stop moving so it could finally remember its own stillness. Your right foot begins to soften, not the muscles, not the skin, but the sense of it. Like a glove that stopped pretending it needs to be tight. The sole doesn't press into anything. It just rests, like a folded paper left on a table, forgotten and unclaimed. There's no need for balance, no reason to hold yourself upright. Gravity takes care of everything without you needing to help. A sound comes not from outside, not from the room, but from within your own body, like a small click deep in the joint near your hip. Something that happens when pressure shifts and joints finally settle into their resting place after years of resisting. You don't react. You don't wonder what it means. It doesn't matter. It's just part of the quiet, the kind of sound that only exists when no one is listening. The space behind your eyes feels full, but not in a crowded way, not tight or heavy, full like a glass filled with water that has stopped trembling. The edges aren't sharp. They're blurred by stillness, softened by time. You don't look into the dark. You don't search for signs of sleep. There's no need to see anything. No reason to know where you are. As a warmth spreads through your neck, not from heat, not from movement, but like sunlight falling on stone that has been cold too long and finally begins to absorb it slowly. It doesn't burn. It doesn't demand attention. It just stays, like a hand left gently on your shoulder by someone who's already walked away. Your hands don't move, your feet don't stir, your chest doesn't rise or fall in any rhythm you can follow. There's no effort to stay awake, no need to fight sleep. You're not trying to be still, you just are. Like a leaf caught between two stones that has stopped struggling to escape. The air around your body feels heavier, not because it's dense, but because it's quiet. Not empty of sound, but full of silence so complete it doesn't leave room for thought. The kind of silence that comes after everything has been said and no one remembers what was spoken. There's a space beneath your ribs where nothing happens, just stillness, not absence, not emptiness, but presence without motion. Like the pause between two notes in a song that never gets played. It doesn't need to be filled. It doesn't need to mean anything. Your thoughts don't come back because you're waiting for them. They aren't returning from anywhere. There's no journey they've taken. They're just not there, not missing, not gone, but simply not needed anymore. The mind isn't quiet because it has stopped working. It's quiet because it doesn't need to. A slow shift begins in your shoulders, like fabric settling after being folded for too long. Not a movement, not an adjustment, just the body finally accepting that it doesn't have to stay upright, doesn't have to hold itself together. The weight of staying awake has been released, not taken away, but simply no longer claimed. You don't need to hold your breath, not even for a moment. The space between your ribs opens without effort, like an envelope that's been left in the sun too long and finally yields on its own seams. There's no pressure building behind your sternum, no resistance against the air trying to come in. You're just letting it happen. not forcing, not waiting, just allowing the next breath to arrive as if from some quiet distance, like a train you never boarded but still hear passing through a dream. The warmth along your neck deepens, not spreading outward, not radiating, but sinking inward, like water soaking into soil that has forgotten how to dry out. It doesn't warm anything in particular, it just is. A kind of low hum beneath the skin, something that only exists when nothing else demands attention. You don't notice it until you stop noticing everything else. Your left arm begins to feel lighter, not because it's lifting or dropping, but because it no longer feels like a thing that must be held in place. The weight isn't gone, it's just not claimed anymore. Like a coat hung on a hook in an empty room, the fabric sagging slightly from years of hanging without purpose. No one reaches for it, no one checks if it's still there, and you don't need to either. A slow shift begins at your hips, not movement, not rotation, but something deeper than that. A release of tension that wasn't even conscious until now. Like the moment when a knot in rope untwists itself after being pulled too long in one direction and finally remembers how to rest. The pelvis doesn't tilt. It just settles into its own shape again, not as posture, but as presence. There's no need for alignment, no reason to keep your spine straight or your shoulders back. You're not holding anything upright anymore, not your body, not your attention, not even the idea of yourself as someone who should be doing something. The space between your shoulder blades feels hollow, but not empty. Hollow like a cup that has been used so often it no longer holds its own shape. It's worn soft by time. You don't need to check if you're asleep. You don't need to know whether your eyes are open or closed. There is no boundary between waking and sleeping because there's no effort required in either direction. The dark behind your eyelids isn't a void. It's thick with stillness, like oil on water that never stirs. Your jaw relaxes not through willpower, but simply by forgetting it ever needed to stay tight. Teeth don't press together. Lips aren't sealed shut against the air. There is no need to guard anything, no thought you're afraid might escape, no feeling you must hold in place. The muscles along your face unclench as if they've been waiting for permission. Your breath slows, not because you want it to, not because you're trying, but because there's nothing left to interrupt it. It comes and goes like a current under a bridge that has long since stopped needing signs or signals. You don't follow it. You don't guide it. It moves through you without your help. A quiet pressure builds in your right ear, not pain, not noise, but the kind of sensation that happens when air finally finds its way into an old cavity deep inside a stone wall where nothing has lived for years. You don't react to it. You don't wonder if it's normal or what causes it. It just is part of the quiet, like the sound of dust falling from a ceiling you never knew was cracked. Your fingers aren't curled into fists anymore. They're not pressing into anything, not even each other. The tips rest gently on your thigh, not because they've been told to, but because there's no reason for them to do otherwise. Like petals that have fallen and lie where they landed, unclaimed by wind or hand. The room doesn't exist the way it did before. It isn't a place you're trying to escape from. You aren't lying in bed waiting for sleep to come. There is no bed anymore, only body, only stillness, only time that has stopped measuring itself against clocks. The walls don't define anything because nothing inside them needs to be kept safe. The air around your face feels heavier, not dense with particles, not thick with heat, but full of silence so complete it doesn't leave room for even a single thought to start. It's like the pause between 2 seconds on a clock that has stopped working but keeps ticking in memory. Your back arches slightly, not as posture, not as strain, but simply because gravity is taking over where tension used to be. The spine doesn't curve or straighten. It just settles, like a branch that finally gives up resisting its own weight and lets itself lean into the soil beneath it. There's no effort in letting go. You're not trying to let go of anything. There's nothing left to hold on to. Not your mind, not your body, not even your name. The space inside your chest isn't empty. It's full of quiet that doesn't demand anything. It's not peaceful because it has been earned or achieved. It's peaceful because there is no need for peace, no desire to reach a state, no goal to arrive at. You're just here in the way that trees are rooted without thinking about roots. A soft pressure gathers behind your eyes, not sharp, not heavy, but like a film of still water on glass that has been left undisturbed too long. The surface doesn't ripple when you breathe. It doesn't move at all. And yet it's there, quietly holding shape. Your legs no longer feel like limbs they once were. They're not tools for walking or standing. They're just parts of your body, flesh and bone, that have stopped pretending to be useful. Like old wood on a floorboard that has stopped creaking because it finally learned how to rest. There's no urgency in the way you're breathing, no rhythm to follow, no pattern to maintain. The breath comes like rain falling through air that doesn't need to catch it, just lets it pass through without resistance. You don't think about what happens next. You don't wonder if sleep is coming. There is no future moment where you'll be awake again. There's only this now, the way the dark feels when it stops being something you're trying to escape from and starts being just a place. Your body isn't doing anything. It's not working. It's not striving. It's not preparing for morning or resisting midnight. It's simply in its own shape, no longer fighting time, no longer measuring itself against the clock. A soft sound comes, not from your throat, not from any part of you that you can name, but like a faint vibration beneath the skin, something that happens when nerves finally stop sending signals and just rest. You don't need to notice it. You don't need to understand it. It's just another thread in the quiet, like the way light falls through dust motes in an empty room, not because anyone is watching, but simply because it has nowhere else to go. The air around your body feels like a blanket that wasn't made for warmth, but for stillness. It doesn't cover you, it holds you without touching. Like silence wrapping itself around something that no longer needs protection. Your hands don't move. They're not even aware of being there. They're just resting on the surface of your body, like stones left on a riverbank after the water has passed and forgotten its name. There's no need to be present for anything, no reason to stay awake. You're not missing anything by not seeing or hearing. The world outside doesn't matter anymore, not because it's gone, but because you've stopped needing to know what it is. Your mind isn't quiet because you've cleared it of thoughts. It's quiet because there are no thoughts left that need to be said. There's nothing left to say, nothing left to think about, no questions to answer, no problems to solve. You're not thinking about sleep. You're not trying to stay awake. You're just being, not a person doing something, just the shape of stillness itself, as if you'd been waiting all along for your body to remember how to stop pretending it had work to do. The dark behind your eyes isn't black. It's full of quiet that doesn't demand anything. It's not empty space. It's filled with something older than thought, something that existed before language or names, before clocks or calendars. A stillness that doesn't need to be earned, not because you've done enough or tried hard enough, but because your body has finally stopped measuring its worth by how fast it can vanish into sleep. The time between heartbeats stretches, not with tension, not with anticipation, but like a pause in the air before a cloud releases rain that never comes. You don't wait for it to fall. You just let the stillness stay where it is. There's no need to name what you're doing. No rule book, no checklist. The only thing happening is that your body isn't fighting anymore, just resting in its own shape, like a stone left too long on a riverbed, until even the water forgets how to carry it away. Your shoulders aren't slumped, they've just stopped trying to hold up anything. They don't lean forward or pull back into posture. They're not tense with effort or braced against fatigue. They're simply there, like two small hills in the landscape of your body, no longer needing to be climbed. The skin over them doesn't twitch. It doesn't ache from holding a position that was never meant to last. There's no point in resisting gravity, because you've already stopped pretending you're supposed to stay upright. Your hands remain on your chest, not clasped or folded, not clenched or stretched, but just resting where they landed when the effort finally gave out. They don't feel like instruments of action anymore, not tools for writing, for holding, for pushing away pain. They're just parts of you that have stopped needing to prove anything. The fingers aren't curled into fists or splayed open in surrender. They're simply lying there, like pebbles smoothed by water too long to remember their original shape. There's no need to breathe deeply because the breath isn't trying to reach anywhere. It doesn't want to fill lungs, clear thoughts, calm nerves. It just comes and goes like a current that knows its own depth. You don't guide it. You don't follow it. There's no rhythm to keep or pattern to match. The air passes through your mouth not because you've invited it in, but because there's nothing stopping it from doing so. It doesn't have to be slow or controlled. It just moves the way wind does through an open door that hasn't been closed for years. The dark behind your eyes isn't a void anymore. It's thick with quiet, not like silence, not like emptiness, but like something that has settled after decades of being disturbed. The kind of stillness you feel in old libraries where no one walks the aisles and dust floats without falling. Not because time has stopped, but because nothing needs to happen. Your feet don't press into the mattress. They're not trying to anchor anything or keep balance. They're just there, flat against the surface, like two leaves that have long since given up on growing. The soles aren't tired from walking or stiff from standing too long. They're simply accepting the weight of your body without protest. There's no need to feel them anymore, not really. You don't even notice where they end and the bed begins. The silence around you isn't empty. It's full with something that doesn't demand attention. Like the hush in a house after everyone has left, but before the wind starts moving things again. It's not quiet because nothing is happening. It's quiet because everything is already done. The air moves without needing to be stirred by breath or thought. There's no urgency in the way your chest rises and falls. No sense that you're still alive only if you keep breathing. You don't feel like a person who has to prove they're conscious, who must show signs of being present. There's just this. A body lying down, not resisting its own weight, not waiting for sleep to arrive or wakefulness to pass. It's just resting in the way that things do when no one is watching. Your thoughts don't come and go, they've simply stopped needing to be said. Not because you've thought them all out or solved every problem. Because there are no problems left that need solving. There's nothing to fix, no moment to prepare for, no future self who needs you to be awake. You're not thinking about tomorrow. You're not wondering if this will work. There's no point in checking whether sleep is coming because you've stopped measuring time as a series of demands. There's no need to count breaths or trace the edges of your awareness. No technique, no trick, no method that requires effort. The only thing happening now is that your body has stopped trying to do anything it wasn't meant to do in this moment. Your skin doesn't react to temperature anymore, not because you're unaware, but because there's no need to respond. It doesn't shiver when the air cools or flush when warmth returns. It just feels like a surface, smooth, still, quiet, letting everything pass through without resistance. Like fabric left in an attic where nothing ever happens and no one comes. There's a faint hum beneath your skin, not loud, not intrusive, but a vibration that moves like slow water under stone. Not pain, not sensation, but something older than nerves, deeper than feeling. It doesn't demand your attention. You don't need to name it or understand it. It's just another layer of stillness, like the way light pools in corners where no one has ever looked. Your mind isn't blank. It's full with nothing that needs to be remembered. No memories surface because they aren't needed. No images form because there's no reason to see anything. The thoughts that used to race through your head, plans, worries, replayed conversations, are gone not because you've erased them, but because they've stopped being relevant. The clock still ticks somewhere in the room, but it doesn't matter anymore. It isn't marking time as something to be endured or survived. It's just making a sound like any other, like a loose hinge swinging slowly on its own, no longer tied to urgency or meaning. Your body feels less like an instrument and more like a place. Not a machine that needs fuel or repair, not a vessel meant for motion or purpose. Just a space where stillness is allowed to exist without being questioned. There's no need to stay awake, no reason to resist sleep. You're not missing anything by not seeing the world outside your eyelids. The light from under the door isn't calling you back. The sound of footsteps in the hallway doesn't mean anything anymore. There's nothing left to answer for, nowhere left to go. You don't have to be present for this moment, but if you are, that's fine too. If you're not aware, that's also okay. There's no measure of attention needed, no standard for how much or how little you should notice. You simply exist in the same way a shadow exists when the light has moved on. Your neck doesn't strain to hold your head up. It doesn't feel like it needs support. The muscles are soft, no longer braced against tension, no longer keeping the body upright through willpower. They're just relaxed in their own shape, like old rope that's stopped being used and forgotten what strength is. You don't try to slow down your thoughts. You don't need to quiet them because they've already gone silent. Not from effort, not from discipline, but because there's nothing left for them to do. The mind isn't busy with planning or regretting. It's just resting in its own shape, like a riverbed after the water has passed and no one comes back. There's no need to be anywhere else. No reason to wish you were somewhere different. You're not trying to escape this moment. You're not waiting for something better to happen. There's nothing to wait for, no arrival point, no end point, no destination that needs reaching. The air around your body doesn't feel like a barrier or an envelope. It just exists, as if it had always been there, as if you were born into this quiet without ever knowing you left it behind. Your breath doesn't need to be deep, because depth isn't the point. The only thing that matters is that it happens, like wind passing through trees that no longer have leaves to shake, not because they're alive or dead, but because they've stopped needing to move at all. There's a quiet in your chest, not from emptiness, not from lack of feeling, but from fullness without demand. Like water in a well where the surface is still, because there's nothing left to disturb it. The silence isn't empty, it's thick with things that don't need to be named. The way dust settles in a room no one has entered for months, not because it was forgotten, but because it never had to move at all. Your skin doesn't feel cold or hot, just present, like the surface of stone left out under rain until it's soaked through and stops responding to temperature. There's no need to adjust, no impulse to pull a blanket closer or shift your weight. You're not trying to get comfortable, because comfort has already found you in a place you didn't know was possible. The edges of your body blur, not from fatigue, not from dizziness, but as if the shape itself is loosening its grip on where it ends and the air begins. There's no boundary between you and what surrounds you, just a soft merging that doesn't require effort or belief. Your hands lie open on top of each other, palms up, fingers slightly curved, not in surrender, not in stillness as discipline, but because they've simply stopped trying to hold anything. They don't ache from gripping something unseen or imagined. There's no memory of a pen clutched too tight, no echo of keys pressed into the palm during moments of anxiety. The muscles are quiet, not asleep, not inactive, just resting in their own rhythm, like roots beneath soil that aren't growing but also aren't dying. They don't need to do anything. No one is waiting for them to act. There's a weight behind your eyes, not pressure, not pain, but the slow unspooling of attention from what it has been used to doing. The muscles around your forehead have stopped tightening against thoughts that never arrived. There's no effort to push down on the surface of awareness. No need to guard the space between waking and sleeping, because you've already passed through it, not in a single moment, but over many quiet seconds where nothing was lost, nothing gained, nothing changed. The clock is still ticking, but now it doesn't mark time as something to be fought or measured. It's just another sound in the room, like the faint hum of distant traffic that no longer carries meaning, because you've stopped listening for a reason behind it. You don't check how long you've been lying here. You don't wonder if this is normal. There's no need to know anything at all. The only thing happening is what is already happening. The slow unzipping of tension from places where you didn't realize it had taken root. The air feels different now, not thin or cold, not thick with effort, but like a soft blanket that hasn't been pulled over you yet, but already knows your shape. It's not waiting to be moved by breath, it just is. And because it doesn't need to be entered or escaped, there's no reason for your chest to rise and fall as if it were pushing against something. The breath comes without effort, like a slow tide that returns not because it was summoned, but because the sea itself has changed its mind about leaving. Your ears don't strain towards silence. They don't filter out sounds or build meaning from them. There's no need to identify what the quiet is hiding. A creak on the floorboard isn't an intruder. A distant car passing by isn't news. These are just shapes of sound in a room that has stopped needing explanation. You aren't listening for messages. You're not afraid of being disturbed because there's nothing left to defend. The mind doesn't search for patterns or reasons. It just lets things be, like leaves drifting down into water where no one is watching, and none will ever come back. There's a warmth beneath your ribs, not from fever, not from effort, but like the afterglow of fire that has gone out but still leaves its imprint on stone. It isn't bright or urgent. There's no need to hold on to it, no desire to feed it, just the quiet certainty that heat can exist without needing to be felt. The warmth is just there, not as comfort, not as a signal, but simply because it has always been part of this place. The back of your head doesn't press against the pillow like it's trying to find support. It rests, not with expectation, not with resistance, but because gravity no longer needs to be opposed. There's no effort to stay upright, no need to keep from sinking too deep into the mattress. The weight you carry isn't gone, it just isn't held anymore. It doesn't matter if it's heavy or light, it's just there, like dust in sunlight, not rising, not falling, just existing. You don't think about how long this has been going on. You don't count minutes or seconds. The past is not a place you return to. The future isn't waiting for you at the edge of sleep. There's no timeline stretching ahead where things will finally be different. There's only what is now, this moment, this breath, this quiet unspooling of awareness from every task it has ever been asked to do. There's a stillness in your throat, not from holding back tears or words, not from dryness, but like water at the bottom of a well that no longer needs to be drawn. It doesn't have to rise. It doesn't need to speak. There's nothing left to say and nowhere it needs to go. The silence isn't afraid of being empty. It doesn't reach for sound to prove its existence. It just is. Your shoulders don't hunch forward from carrying the weight of effort. They're not trying to protect your chest or hide from something you've imagined. They simply rest, like two stones left in a field after everything else has been moved on. Not heavy, not light, they're just where they are. And because they aren't doing anything, there's no reason for them to move. The space under your arms isn't tight with tension or fear. It doesn't feel like a place that needs filling. It's open, not from emptiness, but from the absence of need. There's no urge to press something into it or pull something out. The air flows through it without being noticed, like wind passing between two trees where neither is alive enough to respond. Your legs don't tremble with restless energy. They're not clenched against movement they've been told to resist. They just lie long and quiet, with no demand for position or alignment. There's no need to keep them still or stretch them out. They don't feel cold, don't ache, don't burn, they just are. Like the roots of trees that grow in soil where nothing else survives, but still extend without knowing why. Your feet don't curl into fists or press against anything. The soles don't strain to find a surface to grip. They're not trying to push off from this moment or prepare for departure. They rest on the bed like they've forgotten how to walk, or perhaps like they've finally stopped needing to. There's no sense of being separate from your body anymore. You aren't inside it, you aren't outside it. You're just in the same space where stillness lives without trying to prove itself. The line between mind and flesh has softened into a blur, not because one is fading, but because both have stopped fighting for dominance. The light under the door doesn't draw your attention anymore. It doesn't flicker like a signal or pulse with promise. It's just there, not bright enough to wake you, not dim enough to disappear. It lies across the floor like an old habit that no longer needs explanation. There's no need to think about what happens next. No urgency behind sleep, no fear of staying awake. You aren't avoiding anything and nothing is escaping you. The night isn't a challenge, it's just a continuation. The same quiet that has always been here, waiting for the mind to stop running so hard. The air doesn't feel like a wall or an envelope anymore. It's not holding you in or keeping something out. It's just there, like breath on glass when no one is nearby and no one will come back to wipe it away. You don't have to be anywhere else. There's no need to go back to the world outside this room. No reason to return to thoughts that used to matter. The mind doesn't search for a way out because there was never a wall to break through. You're not stuck. You've just stopped trying to move. The weight in your chest doesn't pull downward anymore. It just exists like a stone beneath a riverbed, not sinking but settled. It's not something you feel because it needs to be fixed. You don't have to breathe around it or adjust your posture to make space for it. It is simply part of the quiet landscape now, no longer a signal, no longer a warning. The air moves through it as if passing through an archway that was never meant to hold anything back. There's no need to watch the clock anymore, not because you've forgotten what time it is, but because there's nothing left to measure. The numbers don't matter when they're not tied to anxiety. They just sit in their grid like old letters on a page, unread and unremembered. You can see them, yes, but they don't speak. They don't demand your attention, don't flicker with judgment. They're just there, same as the faint hum of the refrigerator downstairs, or the way dust particles float slowly through a beam of light you've stopped trying to name. Your breath doesn't have to be deep or deliberate anymore. It's not something you're supposed to control. It finds its own rhythm, like water finding a crack in stone, like roots curling around rock without knowing why. There's no effort to make it longer or shorter. It just happens. The rise of your chest isn't an invitation to wake up. It's not even a signal that you're still alive. It's simply what breath does when there's nothing left to do with it. Your fingers don't twitch with restless energy. They aren't trying to find something to hold or push against. They just lie on the bed, fingers slightly curved like they've forgotten how straight lines feel. The skin isn't stretched tight across knuckles or pulled taut over joints. It's soft, like fabric that has stopped being used for anything and now only remembers its own weight. There's no need to think about whether you're getting any sleep. You don't have to ask if this is working. There's no checklist in the back of your mind saying, "This must be progress." The idea of progress doesn't belong here anymore. It feels too sharp, too urgent, like a tool meant for climbing rather than resting. The blanket doesn't need to cover you properly or keep you warm. It just lies where it fell, its edge curled slightly at the foot of the bed, not because it was misplaced, but because nothing has needed to fix it in hours. You don't feel cold when your toes drift toward its border. There's no urge to pull it over your legs, no instinct to tuck it under your arms or wrap it tightly around you like a shield. The silence doesn't need to be filled with thought. It doesn't have to mean anything. The stillness isn't empty because you're not doing enough. It's full of its own quiet, the way an old room holds memories without needing to tell them. You don't have to remember what happened yesterday or worry about tomorrow. You aren't escaping time, you've just stopped fighting it. The wall behind your head doesn't feel like a boundary anymore. It isn't holding you in or keeping something out. It's not solid, not soft, just there, like the shape of air after someone has left the room. The space between your body and that surface isn't tight with resistance. You're not pressing against it to prove you exist. You don't have to be separate from it. You are just in it. Your thoughts don't come like visitors knocking at a door. They don't knock, they drift, like smoke lifting through a chimney without purpose or direction. There's no need to greet them, no need to send them away. If one lingers, it does so quietly, not demanding attention, but simply passing by, like a bird flying low over fields that have long since stopped growing anything. There's no memory of effort here, not the kind where you strain your eyes closed or count breaths or try to visualize stars. The struggle has dissolved into something quieter, a soft letting go, like thread unraveling from a needle when it no longer needs to be stitched. You don't have to keep track of how long this has been going on. You don't need to know if you've been still for 10 minutes or 3 hours. Time doesn't matter in the way that counts. The hour hand doesn't move faster because you're not asleep, nor slower because you are trying to be. The floor beneath your feet isn't cold anymore, just a surface where shadows gather without judgment. You don't have to warm it up with movement or fear. It's just cool enough to feel real, like the kind of chill that doesn't make you flinch, but makes you notice what else is there. The grain in wood, the faint indentations from something long ago placed and forgotten. There's no need for a plan about how this will end. You don't have to decide when it's time to sleep or wake up or do anything at all. The moment isn't asking you to act. It doesn't care if you're awake or asleep. It just continues, like rain falling on an empty street. Your mind doesn't need to be busy to feel real. It doesn't have to think clearly or remember things or solve problems. You don't have to prove that you're present by being alert. Being here is enough. Just lying there, not fighting the silence, not waiting for anything, not trying to become something else. The space between your thoughts isn't a void. It's full of stillness so ordinary it doesn't need a name. It's not special. It's not rare. It just is, the way air exists when no one is breathing in or out. Your body doesn't have to be perfect to be allowed to rest. You don't have to earn this moment by being still or calm or quiet. It isn't given because you've tried hard enough. It was always here, waiting for the mind to stop running so fast that it couldn't feel what was already beneath its feet. There's no need to want sleep anymore. Not because you're giving up, but because wanting has stopped being part of the picture. You aren't chasing anything. You don't have to get somewhere. The journey isn't a race. It's not about reaching a point where everything finally stops. You're already there, the place where effort no longer matters, where stillness doesn't need permission to be itself. This is not a state you've achieved. It's just the shape your body takes when it stops believing in force. The air feels like something older than breath, like the quiet before words were invented, like the way light behaves in rooms with no one left inside to see it. You don't have to stay awake or fall asleep. You don't have to do anything at all. There's nothing left to prove. There's no reason to move. And just rest, the kind that doesn't ask for anything back. The edges of your awareness have softened into something that doesn't need to hold itself together. The way a stone settles in water, not sinking but no longer resisting, just there, part of the flow without needing to be noticed. There's no point where you began being aware and another where you stopped. It just keeps happening, like breath returning after a long pause, not because you invited it, but because it was always ready to come back. You don't need to shape this moment with intention. You're not holding on or letting go. The silence isn't empty, it's thick with things that have no name, like the way dust settles in sunlight when no one is moving through the room. It doesn't matter if you see it or not. It just exists, slow and indifferent to being observed. There's a softness behind your eyes now, not weakness, but release, as though something has loosened at the base of your skull, where tension used to coil like wire under pressure. The weight isn't gone, not exactly, but it's no longer yours to carry. It's just there, like rainwater pooling in a hollowed-out log after a storm passed through. Your hands are open on the covers, not relaxed as an act of will, but simply because they don't know how to close anymore. The fingers aren't curled tight with effort or fear. They're just resting, like leaves that have stopped fighting gravity and finally decided to lie down in the dirt where they belong. The air moves through the room without announcing itself. It doesn't rush in or push out. It's not cold or warm. It's just there, passing over your skin the way a hand might drift across the back of your neck if someone were standing behind you and didn't know you were awake. But no one is. You don't need them to be. You are lying on top of something that doesn't care about time, just like the floor beneath you earlier, only now it's your body holding its own shape, not resisting or collapsing, but accepting itself as a form in the dark. The way a branch holds still after being shaken by wind, even when there's no more breeze. There's nothing to prove, no need for alignment. You don't have to be balanced or upright or awake. Even your thoughts aren't trying anymore, just drifting like paper boats on water that doesn't move fast enough to carry them anywhere. One passes through the center of your mind and floats off without a trace, not because you pushed it away, but because there's no current pulling it back in. Another follows, barely noticeable, just a ripple across stillness. There's no need for an ending here, not even one that comes quietly. The idea of stopping doesn't belong to this space. You don't have to wait until something happens. There isn't anything you're waiting for. Not sleep, not waking, not clarity or peace. Just the feeling of being somewhere without needing a destination. The ceiling above you is just a surface, not white, not dark, but neither one. It's what it is, a plane that holds nothing and asks for nothing in return. You don't have to name it or look at it. You can feel its presence through your skin, like warmth from a wall after hours of sitting near it. Your breath doesn't need to be deep or even regular. It moves where it wants, sometimes slow, sometimes shallow, sometimes almost still, but never forced. There's no rule that says you must breathe in for 4 counts and out for 6. You don't have to control the rhythm. The air is already coming, already going, like a river finding its course without being told. The body remembers how to rest even when the mind has forgotten. It doesn't need permission. It just does what it's been doing all along, shifting slightly under covers that aren't heavy but not light either, adjusting positions you don't know you're making, settling into folds of skin and bone that have always known their place. There is no effort in this, no pushing or holding back. You are simply being held by the dark, not by anything grand or miraculous, just by the quiet gravity of stillness itself. Like a feather caught between 2 layers of fabric, not falling, but also not rising, just suspended in the space where nothing needs to be done. The clock continues ticking somewhere in the room, but it's not measuring time anymore. It's marking seconds like raindrops on glass, each one separate and unnoticed, except for the way they blur together when you don't look at them. You aren't counting how many have passed or how close you are to morning. There's no urgency to reach a number or cross a line. The wall beside you is cool where it meets your shoulder. Not cold enough to make you move, not warm enough to pull you toward it. Just real, like the way wood feels when sunlight hits its grain from an angle that hasn't changed in years. The surface has absorbed everything without remembering any of it. You don't have to fix anything. You don't have to understand why this is happening or what it means. You don't need to know if you're tired enough, calm enough, quiet enough. There's no test at the end, no scorecard, just the act of lying there, exactly as you are, without needing to become someone else. The thought doesn't come in words anymore. It just arrives like a shadow across your skin that you've been trying so hard for so long, not because sleep was far away, but because you believed it had to be earned. That if you didn't do something right, if you didn't count breaths or release tension or visualize darkness, it would never come. But now there's no desire to earn anything. There's only this, the slow unspooling of effort from your bones. Not a collapse, not a surrender, just letting go in a way that feels natural, like roots loosening in soil after rain, has softened it enough for them to drift apart without breaking. The silence isn't empty because there is nothing here. It's full because everything is just being. The air, the floor, your body, the wall, even the far-off hum of electricity running through wires you don't see or care about. They're all present in their own quiet way, not performing for anyone. Your mind doesn't have to be empty. It doesn't need to stop thinking, but it can let thoughts drift like boats on a lake that's too calm to make waves. No one is steering them. No one is worried where they'll end up. They just go past trees you don't recognize, over water that reflects nothing. The weight in your chest has changed, not gone, but transformed into something softer. Not pressure anymore, not tightness, but a kind of quiet fullness, like the way air fills a balloon before it's tied shut. It doesn't need to be released or held back, just allowed to stay where it is, part of what you are. There's no reason to move your arms or shift your legs. No impulse to stretch or rub your eyes. Your body isn't restless. It's not waiting for anything. It's just resting in the way that only bodies can do when they stop believing they have to be doing something else. The dark doesn't ask you to see it. It doesn't demand attention. You don't need to stare into it or name its shape. It's just there, like a blanket thrown over your head, not because you asked for warmth, but because it was the only thing that fit. You don't have to become asleep in order to be still. You don't have to stop thinking in order to rest. There isn't a switch between waking and sleeping, just layers of awareness growing thinner, like fog rolling down from hills into valleys where no one walks. The space around you is not empty because there's nothing here. It's full with the kind of presence that doesn't need to speak or be seen. It's the silence after someone has left a room, but their footsteps are still echoing in your bones. You aren't trying to fall asleep, and yet there's no effort in being awake either. There's only this, lying there, not fighting anything, not chasing anything, just letting all of it happen without needing to control it or understand it. The breath moves through you like a thread drawn slowly through cloth, not pulling tight, but just passing through the weave of your being without catching on anything. It's neither deep nor shallow, it simply is. You don't guide it or measure its length. There's no reason to shape it into patterns that once felt necessary. The rhythm isn't meant for anyone else. Not even you are listening closely anymore. But still, the air comes in and out, as if carried on a current too faint to feel, but real enough to sustain life without effort. There is warmth beneath your shoulders where they press against the mattress, a soft compression that holds its shape like memory of someone who was here before. It doesn't ask you to stay or leave. It simply exists, quietly pressing up into you as if it had been waiting all night for this moment of stillness to settle in. Your skin is aware now not because it's cold or hot, but because it remembers being touched by silence so thick that even the surface feels weighted with quiet. Not heavy exactly, but full, as though every pore has held on to a sound long after it was gone. A sigh from earlier, the turning of pages in some book you never read aloud, maybe just the low hum behind your ears, the one that doesn't belong to any machine or thought, just there like breath without lungs. You are not drifting towards sleep, but neither are you anchored anywhere else. There's no pull north or south through this space between awareness and absence. It isn't a place where things happen. It is simply the shape of what happens when nothing demands your attention. The light that never comes in here doesn't need to be blocked, because there's already enough dark inside for all forms of illumination. Your hands lie flat, fingers slightly apart, not curled or tense, but resting with their own quiet intention, like roots growing downward through soil they don't know exists yet. They're not waiting for anything, just being where gravity has placed them. The tendons along the backs are soft in a way that isn't weakness, just absence of need to do. Your legs stretch out straight beneath you, not stiff, but held by something quieter than tension, stillness as habit, not because it's easy, but because there is no reason to change position when motion itself feels like an interruption rather than relief. Time doesn't move forward here. It curves in on itself, folding back into moments that are not past or future, but simply present in a way that bypasses counting. You don't feel the hours passing, only their absence. There's no tick of clocks beyond your skin because you've stopped measuring against them. The seconds aren't lost. They're just too small to notice anymore. There is nothing sharp here. The edges of thought have softened into haze, not from fatigue, but from surrendering the need for clarity. Ideas don't come with urgency now. They arrive like dust settling on a shelf that no one has cleaned in years. No judgment attached, only presence. One drifts near your thoughts and settles there without invitation or explanation. The wall behind you is still made of plaster and paint and cracks that run down it like forgotten veins. But you don't see its color anymore, not red nor beige nor off-white, but just the shape of what supports you. The way it leans into space, not to hold anything, but simply because that's how walls are built. By leaning, by holding their form without needing praise. The floor beneath your feet is no longer wood or tile. It's a kind of continuity stretching out under and beyond this room like something older than names. You don't feel the distance between you and it, only its quiet certainty, not cold, not hard, but always there when needed most. Like an invisible hand that doesn't reach for anything, but keeps your body from falling through. The air has a quality now, not thin or thick, but full of something almost like stillness itself could breathe. It fills the space between you and everything else without stirring. There's no wind moving it aside, no need to shift, because it is already where it belongs, everywhere at once, not rushing anywhere, just waiting for nothing. You don't have a name in this place, not your real one or any version of yourself that used to matter when sleep was something you had to earn by doing enough right. Here, there's no performance required, no proof needed. You're not the person who stays awake too long, not the one who tries and fails again. There is only motionless awareness, awareness without purpose. The silence isn't quiet because it lacks sound. It's deep with meaning that doesn't need translation. It holds things you never named. A moment before words came, something older than memory, where thoughts hadn't learned how to be loud yet. There's no weight in your chest anymore, not the tight pressure of trying or the ache of waiting. Just breath moving through space like water flowing underground through stone that doesn't care about direction, but just flows because it can. Your shoulders have settled not into sleep, but into stillness so complete they seem to exist outside time, floating slightly above themselves, as if gravity had decided this moment was worth a small pause in its usual pull. They don't need to rise or fall, they simply stay where they are, part of the shape your body makes when it stops believing movement means progress. Your spine is not straight or curved. It's just aligned with itself, like a river that knows exactly how much angle it needs to keep flowing without breaking surface tension. There's no effort in staying still. Not even tiredness feels forced anymore. The kind of weariness you once felt, like nails driven into your bones by hours spent trying, is gone not because sleep came, but because the belief behind it has faded like ink left out too long under sun. What remains isn't calm. It's deeper than that. It's a version of being where there is no difference between wakefulness and rest, because both have dissolved into something quieter, just existence without demand. The darkness around you doesn't feel empty, not even close, because it holds everything that has ever stopped speaking. A footstep long gone, the sound of laughter from someone who left years ago, the last word said before silence took over completely. And yet there is no sadness here either, not sorrow, not longing. Just presence so complete it doesn't need to be explained or justified. It's not something you're doing, it's simply what happens when nothing demands your attention anymore. The air moves through the room like breath, held too long inside a closed space, slowly returning itself to stillness after years of waiting for someone else to notice it was there all along. You don't need to remember anything. You aren't expected to think about where you've been or what might come next. The past isn't behind you. It's just part of the silence that now surrounds your body like a garment made from night itself. There is no ceiling above, only sky imagined by absence, not seen but felt in how light doesn't fight its way through here anymore. It's as though this room has folded inward on something older than stars, the kind of dark where time forgets to measure anything and just lets things be for their own sake. Your mind isn't clearing, it's becoming less urgent. Like thoughts that once ran across open fields, now walking slowly down paths they've never taken, not searching, but simply discovering what lies beneath grass that hasn't been cut in a long while. The body doesn't remember effort anymore, not the way it used to when sleep felt like something earned through discipline or sacrifice. It remembers only how resting feels, heavy without weight, warm without heat, still without stiffness. You are not falling asleep, but you're no longer resisting whatever comes next either. There's a space between states that isn't waiting for anything, but just exists, like air before thunder arrives, like the pause after music ends and silence hasn't yet decided if it will stay or leave. No part of you is holding on anymore, not your breath, not your thoughts, not even the shape of your hands. They're all just where they are, not trying to be more than that. The dark isn't a barrier, it's an envelope wrapped around everything in slow motion, like fabric being drawn gently over skin after long hours under light too bright for comfort. It doesn't hide you, it only covers what no longer needs to show itself. Your shoulders have settled into the mattress like stones that forgot they were ever meant to float. There's no weight in them anymore, not really, just a quiet surrender to gravity, as if the air itself had grown thick enough to carry you without effort. The floor beneath you isn't hard or cold. It's just where things rest when nothing else demands attention. Your feet are there too, toes slightly curled not from tension, but because they've been left alone long enough to forget how to do anything other than be. The room hasn't changed, but it feels different now. Not because of light, not because of sound, but because the way your body holds still has altered the shape of silence. It's no longer a void waiting to be filled. It's full in its own way, like water that doesn't ripple even when stirred, like breath held so long it becomes part of what makes up the air. Your hands rest where they've always been, the left one curled slightly toward your chest, as if protecting something small and quiet inside. The right is open, palm facing upward, not because you're offering anything, but because there's nothing to hold on to anymore. You don't need to clench or release. There's no reason for either. The clock still ticks, But now it doesn't matter how many times it does. It's just marking time like a leaf turning in the wind, not measuring progress, not waiting for you to prove anything. Its rhythm has slowed down, maybe because your pulse is slowing too, or maybe because both are beginning to match some older current that runs beneath all this. There's no need to listen anymore, not to clocks, not to thoughts, not even to the faint hum of the refrigerator in another room. The sound doesn't matter because it doesn't want anything from you. It just is, like dust floating in a sunbeam, like a breath passing through an open window at night. You're not thinking about sleep, but your body knows what happens when the mind stops trying to command it. There's a softness now where there used to be tightness, a kind of stillness that isn't resistance, but simply presence without demand. It feels like coming home, not to a place, but to a state, one in which you don't have to arrive. Your breathing has changed too, no longer shallow or quickened by urgency. It moves through your chest like water through cracks in stone, slow and steady, not seeking depth, but discovering it where it already lies. Each inhale isn't an effort. It's just the air finding its way into you, not because you invited it, but because it knew you were ready to let go. There's no edge now, no boundary between being awake and falling asleep. That line has blurred like ink in rain, like shadows stretching too long at dusk until they lose their shape entirely. You're not moving towards sleep. You're just allowing yourself to be held by the moment as it passes through you. You don't need to stay still for very long, just enough so that your body can remember what rest feels like when no one's watching, when there's no performance involved. The kind of rest where even fatigue doesn't feel heavy because it knows it won't be asked to do anything more than exist. Your legs are longer now, not in length, but in stillness. They stretch out not towards sleep or freedom or escape, but simply as they were meant to lie when nothing else needs them to move. The muscles remember the shape of ease better than they remember strain. Even your skin feels less like a barrier and more like an open space where warmth can settle without resistance. A thought drifts in, not urgent, not sharp, just a quiet image. Someone turning off a lamp far away, the soft click, the way light disappears without fanfare. It doesn't need to be remembered. It just passes through you like wind through trees at night, barely noticed, but still part of what keeps everything alive. There's no story behind it, no memory tied to that moment. Just the quiet act of letting go, the kind that happens when nothing has to earn its place. The air around you is heavier than before, but not in a way that presses down. It feels like something ancient, like atmosphere from an older world where time moved differently, and people didn't worry about waking up or staying asleep. There's no urgency here, not even the whisper of it, just being. Your eyes remain open, yes, but they're not seeing anything anymore, not really. The darkness isn't black, it's softer than that, like wool left in a drawer for years, like the inside of an old coat where warmth collects without anyone noticing. You aren't trying to close them, you don't need to. They've stopped looking for meaning. They've given up on searching for light. All they do now is rest, just as your body does, just as your breath does, just as every part of you has begun to understand that staying still isn't failure. It's the only way forward. The room doesn't need to be quiet. It already is. The hum of electricity in the walls doesn't demand attention anymore. The faint creak of floorboards under unseen weight no longer registers like a signal. These are just sounds, like rain falling on leaves, like water dripping from a faucet long after it's been turned off. They don't need you to respond. They don't care if you hear them. And so they fade into the quiet not because they're silenced, but because there's no one left to listen with urgency. There's nothing wrong with being awake, nothing shameful in staying here, like a stone buried beneath moss, unmoved by wind or season, untouched by effort. You don't have to be asleep to rest. You don't have to be gone to belong somewhere. Your heart beats not because it needs to prove anything, but because that's what hearts do when they no longer believe in performance. It pulses slowly now, not fast with anxiety, not heavy with fear, but steady, like a metronome set on 1 beat per minute, ticking just enough to remind you that life is still moving, even if nothing feels urgent. Your hands are warm where they lie, fingers soft and relaxed, not because of warmth in the room, but because your nervous system has stopped treating them as instruments of control. They're no longer tools for checking or reaching or fixing. They're just hands, resting like leaves on a branch after storms have passed. Even the shape of your spine has softened, not curved or straightened, but simply letting gravity do what it always wanted, hold you in place without asking anything back. It's not rigid. It's not trying to be perfect. It doesn't need to support anything except itself, because that's enough. The silence isn't empty. It's full of things that don't speak anymore. The sound of a door closing years ago, the echo of a name called once and never answered. A half-finished sentence left behind in someone else's voice, drifting through time like smoke from a fire long cold. But none of it matters now, because you're not listening. You've stopped searching for meaning in what's already been said. The past isn't haunting you, it's just lying here with you, as still and quiet as everything else. There's no need to understand, no demand to forgive or remember. Just the breath moving through your chest like water finding its way under ice, slow, inevitable, without force. Your skin doesn't feel cold. It doesn't feel hot. It feels like it's remembering how to be touched by air without needing protection. Like a surface that no longer fears being seen. You're not asleep, but you don't need to wake up either. There's no clock ticking toward morning, no schedule waiting behind the wall. The night isn't ending, it's just continuing, carrying you through in its own time, like a river flowing beneath snow that never melts. The darkness around you has become something else, not absence, not emptiness, but presence so deep it doesn't need to be named. It wraps itself around you without asking permission, settles into the curve of your ribs, fills every gap between thought and stillness. You're not resisting sleep. You're not trying to stay awake. There's no tension in wanting or fearing what comes next. There's just this, a quiet where nothing has to prove anything, where even breath doesn't need an audience. And somewhere beyond that, the body begins to let go of the last thing it was holding on to. Not sleep, not wakefulness, not effort. Just being. You are not lost in the dark. The darkness has stopped being a place you must escape from or prove yourself within. It is simply where your body rests now, without needing to be elsewhere, without measuring its worth by how quickly it disappears into sleep. The air moves through the room like breath held too long and finally released, not cold, not warm, but still enough that even small shifts carry weight. Your shoulders are soft not because they've been told to relax, but because gravity has taken over with quiet certainty, pulling down without demand or drama. There's no effort in letting them sink, no need to guide the drop. Your breath is slower than sound itself now, so slow it doesn't quite reach your ears until after it's already passed through you. It slips out like a thread left behind by an old machine that has long stopped working, not broken, just finished its task and gone quiet in place. The rhythm isn't trying to be steady, it simply is. There are no corrections needed because there's nothing to correct. The shape of your hands hasn't changed, but the way they rest on your chest feels different now. Not as if you're holding something back, not even like weight. Like two small stones placed gently atop a shelf that has stopped expecting anything from them. The warmth in their skin is no longer tied to effort. It's just there, quiet and unremarkable, like the heat of stone after sunlight. You don't need to remember what your fingers were meant for. There are no tasks left undone, no messages sent or unsent. Your hands aren't reaching toward anything that might be farther away than this moment allows. The silence isn't empty, it's full with absence, so deep it has become a kind of substance, like the stillness between notes in music you've heard before but can't name. A pause not because something was forgotten, but because nothing needed to be said again. There's no sound from outside, no car passing beneath your window, no distant hum of refrigerators or fans. Not that they've stopped entirely, but their presence has thinned into the background like color washed out by time. You don't notice them anymore because you're not looking for reasons why things should be louder than they are. There is a shape under the blankets, your body. It lies there without performance, without correction. It doesn't feel itself as something that must move or change in order to be valid. No one checks on it here, not even you. The act of being present has become so quiet it no longer needs words. Your mind isn't racing, but neither is it still. It's not trying to catch up with anything, nor running from what it might find. There are thoughts that pass through like shadows under a tree at dusk. They're because they were always there, but never lingering long enough to be named. You don't need them to leave or stay. You're no longer in charge of the space between ideas. It's not your job anymore to manage what comes next, or even whether anything will come at all. The night has stopped being a test. The clock hasn't moved, but it doesn't matter, because time isn't measured by its passage anymore. Time is just another thing that exists without needing you to understand it. You're not asleep, but the difference between waking and sleeping no longer feels like two sides of something sharp. It's more like one long curve where neither end demands your attention. The edge of awareness has softened, so much so that even noticing itself doesn't feel urgent anymore. There are moments when you realize you've been aware for a while, when the thought arises not with alarm, but quiet surprise. Oh, I was still here. Not surprised to be alive, but amazed at how easily being present can become invisible. The air in your chest moves without resistance now, not like pushing against walls or fighting for space, just flowing through you as if it were meant to go there all along. Your body doesn't feel heavy, it feels grounded, like roots extending downward into soil that has forgotten what pressure is, but still holds fast anyway. There's no effort required in staying where you are, only the fact of being here at all. Even your skin isn't responding to touch anymore, not because it's numb, but because there's nothing left for it to react to. No threat, no need to defend itself. It doesn't have to decide whether something is safe or dangerous. It just exists in its own quiet way, like a leaf that no longer worries about wind. There's an old blanket on top of you. its texture worn smooth from years of folding and unfolding, not for warmth, but because someone used it every night before sleep. It doesn't matter who they were anymore, only what the fabric remembers, how to lie still under weight without complaint. You don't need to know anything about this moment, not why your breath is so slow, or whether you're closer to sleep now than an hour ago. You aren't trying to measure progress. There's no map here, only a path that exists only because it's being walked through silence. The wall behind your head doesn't feel like resistance anymore. It feels more like a surface someone once leaned against and left their shape in the plaster, not by force, but simply by staying long enough for memory to form. You're not pressed into anything, you don't have to press back. Your thoughts drift now not with urgency or fear of missing something, but because they've lost direction. They float through your mind like dust motes caught in a single shaft of light that comes once every few years, and even then only for an instant before fading again. There's no need to guide them, no reason to pull one back from the edge of attention. If it wanders off, let it go. It won't be lost. Not here. Nothing is ever truly gone when there's nowhere else to go but inward. Even your heartbeat has stopped needing a rhythm that proves something about you. It just goes on, like water moving beneath ice that never breaks open. No need for speed or strength, just the quiet certainty of continuing. You're not waiting for morning or even for sleep. You don't have expectations anymore about what will come next. There's no demand to wake up in time or feel refreshed by sunrise. The future doesn't exist here, only this. A breath moving through you like something ancient and simple returning home after being forgotten. The dark isn't holding its breath. It never was. It just is. And so are you. There's nothing left to do but rest without effort. Not even the gesture of trying to let go, because that too has become unnecessary. There's no one here asking for results or judging whether they've been achieved. Your eyes remain open, not from tension or defiance, but simply because there's no reason to close them anymore. The world outside isn't calling you back into it. You're not afraid of what might happen if the light comes in, or if someone knocks on your door. You are here, present without performance, not awake for anything specific, not asleep for any purpose either. There is a softness spreading through the corners of your awareness, not like warmth, but more like stillness that has learned how to stay put and not ask permission. The room doesn't need you to notice it. It's been waiting all along, just as quiet and patient as everything else. You're not alone in this silence, because there is no one who needs to be with you for the silence to exist. You don't have to think about your body anymore. It isn't fighting anything. It doesn't need permission from any part of itself to simply continue being what it already is. A shape made of bones and breath, resting beneath air that has forgotten how to rush. Even time, this thing you used to measure against sleep, is beginning to lose its edge. Not because it's stopped moving, but because there's no one left who cares where it goes. There are still thoughts drifting through your mind like shadows in a room with no windows. They don't matter anymore, not because they're wrong, but because the need for them to be right has passed away quietly. You aren't asleep, and you're not trying to become so. You're just here, breathing without demand, resting without goal. The way your breath settles into the hollows beneath your collarbones, no need to shape it, no effort to hold or deepen it, is like air finding its own level after a long absence. It doesn't rise because you tell it to. It simply moves through space that has learned how to receive it without resistance. There's no beginning point and no end, just the slow unfolding of something already complete. Your shoulders have stopped carrying the weight they once believed was theirs. Not because anything was lifted, but because there is nothing left to lift from them. The muscles aren't relaxed, they're unburdened. They've forgotten what it means to be tense, not out of habit, but simply because no one has asked them to be. A sound comes, faint, distant, the creak of a floorboard in another room, or perhaps the shift of an old beam in the wall behind your head. It doesn't break the quiet, it belongs to it now. You don't turn toward it. You don't wonder what caused it. There's no need to place its origin. It is just one more detail that has been invited into this stillness, like a leaf floating down through air too thick to catch it. Your fingers rest on your chest, not because you are holding anything, but because they've come to understand the shape of where they belong. They don't press or clench. They lie there as if remembering what it means to be at ease with gravity, not fighting against it, not supporting it either. The skin over your knuckles feels cool without being cold, like porcelain left in a room that hasn't warmed up all day. There's no effort behind the silence, not even the quiet kind of effort you used to think was necessary to maintain peace. This isn't something you're holding on to. It's not fragile. It doesn't need your attention to continue existing. You're not preserving it. You're simply letting yourself be held by it, as if the air itself has grown soft enough to cradle you. Even the thought of sleep, once so urgent, so charged with expectation, has begun to blur at the edges, not because it's gone away entirely, but because its shape no longer fits in your mind like a demand. It doesn't knock on your door anymore. It just sits beside you quietly, as if it had always been there. The wall behind your head still holds that faint imprint, the ghost of another body that once lay exactly where yours is now, not from force or intent, but simply from staying. The plaster remembers not because it wants to, but because something has left its trace without meaning to. You're not trying to become part of that memory. You're not even thinking about it anymore. You're just allowing yourself to be as quiet as the space between two breaths. Your spine, long and still, has stopped needing to prove it's straight or upright. It doesn't have to earn its position by resisting collapse. It just is. The bones are heavy, yes, but not in a way that pulls at you. They're heavy like roots buried deep where no one sees, holding fast not out of defiance, but because they've settled into the kind of ground that knows how to keep things steady. The ceiling above you, visible only in memory, isn't waiting for you to close your eyes before it can be seen. You don't need vision to know its shape. You don't even need to think about it. It's there, just as quiet and indifferent as everything else, not judging you, not asking anything of you. Time doesn't feel like a line anymore. It feels more like water, slow-moving, not rushing toward any destination. It flows beneath the surface of awareness without needing your notice. You don't have to measure it against sleep or wakefulness. There's no beginning and no end, not because they've disappeared, but because their meaning has dissolved into silence. Even your thoughts, those old wanderers that once dragged you through corridors of worry, are beginning to slow down not from discipline, but from lack of need. They don't drift toward something anymore. They don't race ahead or retreat in fear. They just move, like fog across a field at dawn, present, visible, and then gone without warning. There's no one here who needs you to be awake or asleep. No audience for your performance. No record of whether the night has been useful or productive. The darkness isn't waiting for you to prove yourself worthy of its presence. It doesn't care if you're still thinking about work or regret or what they might say tomorrow. You aren't holding on to anything, not even the idea that you should let go. You don't have to release it because there's nothing to release in the first place. Your body is not a machine trying to restart. It isn't broken. It doesn't need repair. It's just resting like a river during drought, lying still beneath its own surface, waiting without fear for water that may never come again. And when it does, you won't be ready or unready. You'll just be there as you are now, breathing with no purpose, existing with no demand, quiet not as an achievement, but simply because everything else has stopped needing to speak. The air around you is thick, not in a way that chokes, but in the way silence can fill up space without making noise. It doesn't press on your skin, it just surrounds it like something ancient and patient, like moss growing slowly over stone with no hurry at all. Even your awareness, once so sharp, so eager to catch every flicker of thought, is beginning to soften not into nothingness, but into a kind of knowing that requires no words. It's the quiet certainty that you're already where you need to be, because there is nowhere else to go and no reason to leave. You don't have to want sleep. You don't have to fear waking up. The night doesn't belong to any clock, nor does it answer to anything outside of its own slow rhythm. There's nothing left to prove, no one watching, no performance required. The dark isn't holding you in place. It never was. It's just letting you be where you already are, without asking permission, without demanding change, without needing you to do anything at all. Your breath moves through your body like water moving beneath ice that has learned how to stay still. Not broken, not frozen, just quiet and deep and true. You don't have to become anything new. You're already here exactly as you are. Not more, not less. Not trying, not failing. The silence isn't empty. It's full of what has always been there, waiting in the corners where no one looks. It doesn't need your attention to exist. It just is, and so are you. The air has settled into a shape you can almost feel, like an old coat left on a chair, not warm but familiar, not comforting yet not cold either. It doesn't promise anything. It only stays. Your shoulders have lowered without your noticing, not because you told them to, but because the weight they've been carrying wasn't really theirs in the first place. It was borrowed from time and expectation, carried forward like a burden that never needed to be lifted. Now it's just gone. No ceremony, no release, no final sigh. It simply ceased to exist in your body. There is no need to adjust, no need to shift position or tighten or loosen anything. The mattress remembers the shape of you better than you do, not because it knows what you should be doing, but because it has been here long enough to stop trying to change you. You're not sleeping yet, but that doesn't mean you aren't resting. Rest is not a state you enter by effort. It's a condition that comes when the mind stops asking permission. Your hands are open now, not in surrender, not in relaxation, just open, like two small vessels left out in still air, not catching anything, not holding on to anything. They don't need to be useful or purposeful. They're only there, palms facing up as if receiving nothing, yet also giving nothing away. The silence has grown thicker around your ears, not louder, not heavier, but more complete. It's not the absence of sound so much as the presence of stillness that refuses to speak. Even the memory of ticking has softened into something like breath, the kind that comes from deep within a cave where no one goes and nothing is said. You don't have to listen for it. It isn't trying to be heard. Your eyes remain open, not because you've chosen them to stay that way, but because they're simply not closed yet. They aren't resisting sleep. They aren't fighting wakefulness either. They are just present, like two small windows in a quiet room where no one is watching. No one checks on what's happening inside. You don't have to worry about whether the light through them makes you visible or invisible. There's a softness behind your brow now, not tension, not fatigue, but something deeper. A kind of yielding that happens when you stop trying to hold your face in place. Your forehead has relaxed into its own shape, the way stone settles over centuries without knowing it's doing so. It doesn't need to be smooth or even. It just is. And the rest of your head follows, slowly, gently, like a shadow slipping down a wall after sunset. The space around you begins to feel like something that has always existed and will continue long after you are gone, not as an idea, not as a feeling, but as a kind of quiet presence that doesn't depend on attention. It's not waiting for your approval. It isn't holding its breath because you're still awake. It simply is, like the air in an empty house left undisturbed for years. Not forgotten, not abandoned, just allowed. There is no urgency to be anywhere else. No reason to move towards sleep or away from wakefulness. You aren't being pulled by time, nor are you resisting it. Time has stopped being a force that pushes against your body and turned instead into something like water in the deep earth. Slow, constant, moving without direction or demand. Your breath moves through your chest not as rhythm, but as motion. A soft current passing through channels that don't need to be cleared. You don't have to guide it. It doesn't require correction. There's no wrong way for air to enter or leave. The only thing happening is movement, and even that isn't necessary, only possible. There's a warmth now at the base of your spine, not heat, not fire, but something like the first light in an attic after a long winter, slow to appear and careful not to burn anything. It spreads outward without purpose or planning, not trying to reach anywhere, just being there. Like moss beginning to grow on stone that has known nothing but cold for too long. The edges of your awareness have blurred, not into fog, not into confusion, but into a kind of softness where boundaries no longer matter. You aren't inside and outside anymore. There is no wall between you and the dark. It's not touching you, it's just there, like the space beneath roots in soil that doesn't need to be seen. You don't have to think about whether this is working. You don't have to wonder if it will lead somewhere. The only thing required right now is presence, not effort, not intention, not belief. Just being here with your body, your breath, the quiet around you, and the dark that holds everything without needing to hold onto anything. Your thoughts aren't gone, they're just quieter. They don't carry weight anymore. They drift like dust in sunlight, visible for a moment and then lost again. Not because they were dismissed or ignored, but because there's nothing left to feed them. No need to worry about the future. No reason to replay the past. Even regret has stopped being loud. It doesn't shout. It just exists, like an old book on a shelf, not read for years but still waiting. Your body is no longer trying to be asleep or awake. It's simply lying down, the way a river lies still beneath ice when it knows winter won't last forever. Not resisting, not hoping, just resting in the shape of itself without needing to become anything new. There's a small sound now, like someone closing a door far away, not loud enough to disturb you, but real enough to be noticed. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't signal arrival or departure. It simply happens, and then it fades into silence again, like a leaf falling in deep forest soil. And still the dark remains, not as emptiness, not as absence, but as something full of what has always been there, waiting for no one to notice. You don't have to reach toward it. You don't need to invite it in. It's already inside you, the same way air is already in your lungs, even when you aren't thinking about breathing. Your skin feels light, not because it's cold or warm, but because it isn't fighting anything anymore. The pressure of being present has lifted, not because you've done something right, but because there was nothing to do wrong in the first place. Even your mind, once so eager to find answers, is beginning to stop searching. Not from exhaustion, from letting go. It doesn't need to solve things anymore. It can just be with the questions without needing to answer them. There's no shame in not knowing, no failure in being unsure. The only thing that matters is this moment, the softness, the stillness, the quiet unfolding beneath your skin. You don't have to make sense of it all. You don't have to fix anything or rearrange anything. Even time, your old enemy, your constant companion, has stopped being a line with beginning and end. It's just there, not rushing, not waiting, just moving through you like water beneath stone, unseen but always present. Your body is sinking, not into sleep, not into unconsciousness, but into the quiet of simply being, without need, without demand, without any desire to be anywhere else. And somewhere in this deepening stillness, something shifts. Not a change, not an event, just a softening, like light spreading through clouds that have forgotten how to block it. You aren't falling asleep, but you're no longer awake either. There's no boundary between the two, no wall, no gate. The dark has become something like breath, slow, steady, returning without needing permission. It doesn't ask for anything, it only stays. And so do you. Not as someone who is trying to sleep or failing to wake up, but as a presence that simply exists, exactly where it is, in the quiet between moments, in the space between thought and silence. There's no need to measure progress, no reason to check if this is working. The only thing happening is stillness, deep, slow, unforced, and even that isn't something you're doing. It's just what happens when nothing else needs to happen at all. The weight of your arms has changed, not heavy, not light, but settled in a way that feels like the earth settling after rain. Not pressing down, just there, like roots learning their shape beneath soil they've never seen. Your breath is no longer something you manage or adjust. It's just moving through you, slow enough to feel each shift between full and empty, not because you're watching it, but because your body knows what silence sounds like even when the air isn't still. A distant hum has settled in, the kind that comes from behind walls, a machine running somewhere far below or above. It doesn't wake anything inside you, doesn't ask for attention, you don't name it, don't wonder about its source. It's just part of the quiet now, like shadow beneath light, not loud enough to matter, not soft enough to vanish. Your eyelids aren't closed, but they're not open either. They rest in a kind of half-light that is quite vision and isn't darkness. Like looking at something through water you can't see clearly, just the dim ripple where it touches your skin. There's no effort behind them, no resistance to stay awake or drift away. Something shifts beneath your ribs, not movement, not pulse, but an almost forgotten memory of stillness from childhood, when being held didn't mean waiting for sleep, but simply existing in a shape that fit. The way the curve of someone's arm around you wasn't meant to make anything happen, it just was. And now this quiet is like that, not intended, not earned, just present. The air feels different, not cooler or warmer, not thinner, but denser with what it holds. Time past, thoughts left behind, sounds absorbed into the walls and floorboards as if they were never loud at all. It's carrying something older than you know, the kind of silence that lives in old rooms where no one has spoken for years, but still feels watched. A small creak from somewhere, maybe a beam settling, maybe dust shifting on wood, but it doesn't break the softness. You don't flinch or wonder what caused it. It's not an interruption, just another breath of sound that slips into silence like water sinking through stone without leaving a ripple. Your feet are no longer cold. They're not warm either. They're just resting in their place, the way shoes sit on the floor after being taken off, quietly done with motion but still part of the room's shape. No need to stretch them or rub them back to life, just letting them stay rooted. The space around you is full, not packed, not crowded, but layered. Like a field in autumn where leaves have fallen and piled so slowly they've become invisible beneath new ones. Each layer still there, not erased, only covered over by what came next. Your mind hasn't gone quiet because it stopped thinking. It's just letting thoughts come without holding on to them. They drift like smoke from a fire that has burned out, not rising but fading into the air around you until they're no longer separate from it. No need to follow one or let go of another. Just letting them pass through your awareness as if you were standing in front of a window where someone is walking by outside. Unseen, unheard, unremembered. There's no urgency behind anything now, not even the idea that this might be sleep. It just is what it is. A kind of slow unfolding beneath skin and bone, like roots spreading through soil without any goal or direction. You don't have to become quiet. The quiet has already come to you, like a guest who arrived long ago but never announced themselves. The dark isn't empty anymore. It's not waiting for anything either. It's full of what happens when nothing else is demanded. The soundlessness between heartbeats, the pause after one word ends and before another begins. The space where thought doesn't need to begin or end, just exists as a kind of breath held beneath awareness. Your shoulder blades rest against your back without pressure, not tight from tension, not loose from surrender, just resting in their shape, the way two stones might lie side by side on the edge of a field, not touching but sharing space quietly. Something else is happening. Not a change, not an arrival, but a thinning, like light spreading through fog that has stopped resisting it. The edges between what you are and where you're lying have blurred so completely there's no line left to cross. You aren't inside your body anymore, nor outside of it. Just in the place where being exists without needing to be named. Even time doesn't feel like a thing moving forward. It feels more like air that has been still for so long, not because nothing is happening, but because everything already happened and settled into its shape. Your hands lie flat on your chest, not clenched, not stretched, just resting as if they'd forgotten how to do anything else. Not waiting to write or touch or reach. Just being part of the quiet that's grown around you, the kind of stillness that isn't silence but something deeper. A presence so soft it doesn't need sound. The air feels thick with memory, not your own, not personal, but the way old rooms hold echoes from years ago when someone sat in this same position and did nothing at all. Not for long, just paused. And now you are too, carrying that pause like a thread passed down through silence. No effort to keep going, no need to wait until morning. The night isn't ending or beginning. It's just continuing, not as something ahead, but as what is happening right here in the space between breaths. Your body has stopped trying to decide whether it wants sleep or wakefulness. It doesn't care which one wins now. It's already been through both so many times that neither feels necessary anymore. There's no desire for either, just a quiet acceptance of whatever shape this moment takes. The dark isn't cold, not in the way you used to think of cold, the kind that makes your fingers tighten or pulls at your skin. This is different. It doesn't touch anything. It just is, like gravity, not something you feel unless you fall, but always there when you don't need it. There's a sound now, faint and distant, a window opening somewhere far away in the house, not loud enough to matter, not even a creak of wood, just air moving through space that no longer needs to be named or explained. And still, it doesn't wake anything inside you, doesn't pull you toward it or push you from your place. It just exists, the way breath does when you stop trying to control it, and then realize you were never doing so in the first place. Your skin has stopped remembering heat or cold. It's not numb nor sensitive, but simply present, like a leaf that no longer knows whether it was on fire or frozen, only that it fell where it did and stayed there without needing anything more. There are no thoughts now, not even the idea of thinking. Just this, an endless softness spreading through your limbs like water, finding every crack in stone, not rushing to fill them all, but moving slowly enough that each space becomes full without force. And somewhere deep beneath everything, there's a quiet hum you didn't know was there, like something breathing underground long after it should have stopped. It doesn't demand attention, doesn't ask for anything, just continues, as if the world had forgotten to stop and so kept going anyway. Your breath moves in and out without any intention behind it, not shallow or deep, not fast or slow, just happening. Like a river that's been running through stone for centuries, but never noticed where it started or ended. The silence has changed, no longer empty, no longer waiting. It's become something like soil, full of what lies beneath the surface, still and patient with time, not active, not passive, just there with everything it holds already settled into its place. There's a sound now, not from outside, from within, a soft click in your chest, like two pieces fitting together after being apart for so long that neither remembers why they were separate at all. It doesn't matter what made the noise, only that it happened and then didn't need to be explained. You're not listening anymore, not to time, not to breath, not even to the faintest pulse beneath your skin. You've stopped measuring how long you've been still, and with that release comes a quiet surrender, like a stone settling deep into riverbed silt where no current can shift it. The air has become thick in a way that doesn't weigh on you. It simply holds what's already there, not waiting for anything to arrive or depart. It's as though the room, is breathing along with your body, but without needing to match its rhythm. There's warmth now, not from heat, not from blankets, but from the kind of presence that lingers after someone has left a chair too long, and the shape of them still holds space in the air. You feel it at your shoulder, like an imprint passed down through fabric or memory stitched into the grain of wood beneath you. No one is there, but something stayed. And so you stay with it, this quiet warmth that isn't yours but feels like home anyway. Not because you've chosen it, because it has been waiting to be noticed. Like dust on a shelf after years of not being touched, it only becomes visible when the light shifts just right and falls at an angle where nothing else is moving. You don't need to name it. You don't need to decide whether it's real or imagined. It exists in the same way that shadows exist, without needing permission, without requiring belief. It simply is. And you are part of its stillness now, not as a visitor, but as something older than arrival. Your hands lie open on your chest like two small things that have given up trying to hold anything. Not relaxed, not tense, just resting where they fell when the effort ended. The fingers don't curl inward or stretch out. They are not reaching for anything nor pulling away. There's no need to do either. Just being there is enough. A sound drifts in again, but this time it doesn't come from outside. It comes from under you, a low hum, like the vibration of a distant train that passed through the earth long ago and never stopped moving. Not loud, not sharp. It's not meant to be heard. It's meant to be felt deep in your bones, where silence goes when it forgets its own name. You don't listen for it. You let it pass through you as if you were made of glass, transparent enough that sound can move across the surface without touching anything inside. The vibration doesn't wake anything. It doesn't stir memory or pull at desire. It just passes, like a breath moving past your ear in sleep. Your feet have stopped being aware of where they are. They don't know if they're on the floor or floating above it. They aren't cold or warm. They simply exist. The way roots grow without knowing soil is holding them up. The heel presses into nothing, and that's all there is to say about it. There's no need to adjust, no need to shift. Just this, a quiet weightlessness where effort has dissolved. The space between your shoulder blades feels like something left behind, like the place where someone once laid their hand for comfort and then let go without a word. It holds that shape still, not because it remembers, but because the air itself keeps it alive. Not by force, by simply being there. And you are becoming part of that air now, not separate from it, not trying to join or leave, but slowly turning into one more quiet thing in its slow, endless motion. No longer resisting what comes, no longer clinging to any sensation that might pass. There's a feeling behind your eyes, a soft pressure like light pressing against the back of closed lids when you're too tired to open them, but not quite asleep, not quite awake. Just held between two states that used to feel like opposites, but now don't need labels anymore. Your jaw has unclenched, so slowly it's almost invisible. It wasn't tense before, it just didn't know how to let go of the idea that something might happen if it did. But now there's no urgency, no threat, no story needing a beginning or end. Just this softness spreading inward from where your teeth used to press together. The dark around you isn't black, it's layered. Not like night sky with stars, but like old paper stacked on top of itself, each layer slightly different in tone and depth. You don't see it, you feel it. As if the darkness has become a kind of texture, something you could trace with your fingers if they were still awake enough to move. You're not trying to sleep, not even thinking about what sleep might be like tomorrow. There's no plan for morning, no worry about how much time is left or whether this will end in relief or just more stillness. The idea of waking up doesn't pull at you anymore. It isn't a place you're heading toward. It's not something to avoid or reach. Just another shape that might come later, like rain arriving after clouds have passed through the sky without notice. There's a slow shift beneath your ribs, a quiet turning in the center of things, like water finding its level after being stirred for too long. Not movement with purpose, not progress toward anything, just settling into where it already was all along. Your body has stopped pretending to be something else, something alert or ready or waiting. It's simply letting itself be what it is, a quiet mass of stillness that doesn't need permission from the mind to exist. And somewhere inside, the place where thought used to gather like birds in a tree, you feel the softest kind of emptiness. Not void, not absence, but openness, like a room with no furniture, not because it's abandoned, but because everything has already arrived and stayed without needing to be named. No one is coming. No signal will come through the air. There are no clocks ticking in your head anymore. The time you used to measure by, the hour marks on the wall, the rhythm of breaths counted under pressure, has stopped being meaningful. You're not resisting sleep. You're not reaching for it. You're simply letting yourself be carried by something deeper than wanting, slower than effort. A faint warmth rises in your chest, not heat, not emotion, but a kind of presence that feels like remembering without memory, like knowing what it was to rest before you ever learned how to try. Your breathing slows again, just slightly, almost imperceptibly, but the change is real, not because you told it to, because it no longer needs to be told anything. There's a silence now, not between sounds, not after noise has stopped, but within sound itself, the space where listening happens without needing an object to listen to. It's like standing in a forest at dawn when all the birds have stopped calling and the air is full of what comes before voice. A kind of quiet that isn't empty but full of something waiting to be said, though no one needs to say it. You're not aware of your body as an object anymore, not heavy or light, not tired or alert. It's just here, like a house left unoccupied for years, still standing because the ground holds it up and the wind doesn't care whether anyone lives there. The air moves through you in ways that don't require effort, like water flowing over stone with no desire to reach any particular place. Not forward, not backward, just passing. You're not trying to stay awake or fall asleep. You're not even aware of being between them anymore. The space where those two things used to fight has dissolved into something else, a soft, deep kind of stillness that doesn't care about labels. And now you are beginning to feel the weight of this quiet, not as a burden, but as a gentle gravity, like sinking into water so warm it feels like returning home after forgetting your way back. There's no edge to this moment, no boundary between inside and outside. You don't know where you end or where the dark begins. There's only this, a slow surrender to what is happening without needing to understand it. The last thought that passes through, like a leaf drifting across still water, is not about anything at all. Not even about being here or how long you've been lying like this. It's just a shape in the air with no name. And then there's nothing more to say. You are not holding on to anything anymore. Not the shape of your breath, not the rhythm of silence, not even the faintest echo of what it felt like to be awake. There's no need to remember how you got here, no story about effort or failure, no timeline of missed chances. You're just in the slow turning of things that don't require being seen to exist. The kind of stillness that doesn't announce itself, but simply is, like moss growing on stone beneath a stream where no one walks. The dark around you has softened into something deeper than absence, like velvet that wasn't made for sight, but only for touch. You can feel it pressing gently against the edges of your awareness, not as weight, but as quiet presence. It doesn't ask anything of you, doesn't care if you're tired or alert or somewhere in between. It just is what it is, like a room where time has stopped being measured by movement and started being felt through stillness. You don't need to understand this moment. You don't need to name it. There's no pressure to stay here or leave. The idea of choosing, of deciding whether to wake up or keep lying like this, feels distant, like something that happened in another life. Or perhaps not even a life at all, but just an old habit of the mind, one that once believed meaning had to come through action. But now there's only this: the lightless warmth behind your eyes, the slow pulse beneath your skin that isn't racing or slowing, just breathing its own quiet breath, not in time with anything else, just alive in a way that doesn't need coordination, like roots spreading underground when no one is watching, moving slowly through soil, not to reach anything, but because it's how they're meant to be. A sound drifts from somewhere far off, an animal calling at the edge of sleep, or perhaps just wind passing over trees you've never seen. It doesn't come near you, doesn't matter, you don't respond, you don't listen for meaning in it. There's no need to interpret what it might be saying. Even if it were a message from another world, you wouldn't reach for the answer. The space between sound and sense has become too wide now, too full of quiet for words or recognition to matter. Your hands lie flat on your body as though they've forgotten how to move. Not stiff, not relaxed, but simply resting in the way that comes when effort stops pretending it's necessary. Their shape is known only by their weight, not by intention. No need to grip or release, just there, like stones at the bottom of a lake where nothing stirs. The air inside you flows differently now, not like wind through a tunnel, but like water rising in an underground chamber, slow and steady, filling what was never empty. You're not breathing into your body so much as allowing it to breathe through you. A quiet exchange that doesn't depend on will or desire. There's no boundary between inside and out anymore, not even a suggestion of one. The dark isn't outside you, it's not separate. You've stopped thinking in terms of separation. There is only the slow, unbroken continuity of this moment, the kind of existence that can't be described because it doesn't need to be. A thought comes, no, not a thought, really, a faint impression like dust settling on glass after a long night. You're not trying to sleep, you're not awake either, and yet there's no gap between the two states anymore. They've blurred into something else, not sleep, not wakefulness, but an older kind of awareness that doesn't require labels. It feels like being in a place where nothing happens, but everything is already complete. Like standing at the center of a circle drawn on the earth with no beginning and no end, where every direction leads back to where you started, not because you walked it, but because there was never any other way. Your eyelids remain open, not because you're holding them that way, but because they've stopped trying to do anything. They don't need to close or stay open. They simply are as they are, part of the quiet flow of things without needing permission from anyone. The warmth in your chest has deepened into something like a low hum beneath your ribs, not sound, not vibration, but a kind of presence that feels ancient and familiar, like remembering how to breathe before you ever learned how to speak. You don't need to be anywhere. You're already where the quiet lives. The part of yourself that doesn't care about clocks or calendars, about hours passed or minutes lost. The part that existed long before trying became a habit. There's no reason to think this moment will end, not because you believe it won't, but because there's no such thing as ending anymore in this kind of stillness. No finish line, no final breath, just the slow unfolding of what was always here, waiting beneath all you're doing. Your body has stopped trying to be something other than what it is, tired, quiet, awake enough to feel but not enough to act. And that's fine. That's more than fine. It's exactly right. There's no need to hold yourself together. No tension in the shoulders or tightness behind the eyes. The space between your thoughts isn't empty. It's full of something too soft to name, like air thick, with dust motes floating in a sunbeam you don't remember seeing. You're not thinking about sleep. You're not thinking at all, not really. There's no narrative thread running through this moment. No past or future. Just the barest sense of being, like water in a cistern, unmoving, untroubled by motion, because it doesn't need to go anywhere. The dark has grown deeper, but softer now, less like absence and more like presence, like something breathing beside you without ever making contact. You don't know if it's real or imagined. Doesn't matter. It feels true in the way that truth doesn't require proof. A faint pressure builds behind your eyes, not pain, not discomfort, but a kind of gentle fullness, as though some quiet part of you is slowly opening like a flower at night when no one sees. Not to be seen, just to exist in its own time. The air moves through the hollows of your body without resistance, like water flowing over stone that doesn't resist being shaped by it. No struggle, no desire to change course. You're not moving toward anything, nor are you resisting where you already are. There's no goal now, not even the quiet one of resting. The idea of goals has become distant, like a word spoken in another language long forgotten. All that remains is this, the soft weight of stillness pressing into your bones from all sides, not holding you down, but supporting you as though gravity itself had learned how to be gentle. Your breath doesn't rise and fall, it just happens, like waves coming and going without needing a shore to crash against. There's no rhythm, not even silence between them, just the continuous flow of air through your body like water passing through roots in soil too deep for light. You're not asleep yet, but you don't need to be. You don't need to wake up either. The space between is gone. There's only this, a slow dissolving into what has always been without needing to name it or claim it. There's no edge to your awareness anymore, no boundary where one thing ends and another begins, not even the line between you and the dark. You're not inside anything, or perhaps you are, but in the way that a tree is inside the forest, not separate from it. The quiet isn't loud or soft. It's just there, not because of silence, but despite it, like something older than sound, waiting to be felt rather than heard. You don't know how long this has been going on. Doesn't matter. Time has stopped being a measure and started being an atmosphere. You're not living through it, you're breathing within it. Your hands are still flat. Your chest is open. Your mind, what's left of it, is quiet, like the space between two notes in music where nothing happens but everything remains possible. There's no need to do anything. No reason to move, not even a memory of ever having wanted to. The dark around you isn't cold. It doesn't echo with silence. It just is, like the kind of stillness that settles into your bones when you've stopped pretending you can control what happens next. The stillness has begun to feel like a weight that doesn't press down, but rises up from beneath you, like the kind of quiet that fills a room after everyone has left, and the air itself remembers how to breathe. You aren't holding your breath. You're not breathing at all in any way that feels intentional. The act of drawing air into your lungs is no longer something you do. It happens as naturally as roots widening underground, as silently as water seeping through layers of earth where no light has ever been. There's no need to guide it, no need to shape it. It just comes and goes without demand or hesitation, like a tide that doesn't care if anyone is watching. You are not trying to sleep. You never have been for quite some time. There was a moment when the idea of doing so felt like lifting an anchor with your bare hands, but now even that effort has dissolved. There's no weight behind wanting it, no urgency in its absence. The space between wake and rest is no longer a gap you must cross. It's just part of where you already are. You're not lying down on the bed anymore. You've stopped being separate from it. Your body doesn't feel like something that needs to be folded or arranged. It feels more like an impression left behind by motion, something settled into shape after movement has ceased, a shadow cast long ago and now permanent. The dark is no longer outside you. It's not pressing in. It's simply the color of everything else. The way shadows settle into corners without needing to be noticed. You're not afraid that it might swallow you. That fear was never real. It only seemed true when your mind kept asking for proof, when you needed something solid to hold on to. But now even that need has quieted, like footsteps in a hallway fading too far away to follow. There's no longer any sense of time passing, not because you've forgotten what time is, because it doesn't matter anymore. The clock isn't ticking, the minutes aren't marching. There's only the slow unfolding of awareness without direction or destination. You don't remember why you ever thought sleep needed a schedule. You don't even know if you believed that once, or if it was just something people said in passing, like it's late, or you should go to bed. None of those things have any weight now. Your body isn't tired the way tired usually feels, like an ache behind the eyes or a heaviness in the limbs. It doesn't feel heavy at all. It feels light, not because it's floating, but because it's no longer trying to stay grounded. There's no effort required to remain still, no muscle tensing against fatigue, just ease, the way leaves drift down after being let go from a branch. They don't fall with purpose. They just descend, one after another, in their own time. There's a quiet hum beneath everything, not loud enough to hear, not quite sound at all, but something that moves through your bones like a vibration felt more than perceived. It isn't coming from anywhere specific, not the walls, not the floor, not even the air around you. It feels older than those things, like the kind of stillness that exists in caves where no one has ever walked, or under oceans so deep that sunlight never reaches. You're not aware of your breath moving through your nose. You're not aware of your chest rising and falling. But you know it's happening because there is a rhythm to silence when it isn't broken by thought. The space between each moment isn't empty. It holds something like warmth, like memory without meaning, like the feeling of being known without having said anything. There are no words in this place, not even the ones that live inside your head. They don't vanish. They just stop needing to be spoken aloud. You don't think about what you've done today or what you might do tomorrow. You don't imagine people, rooms, conversations. There's nothing left to name because there's no one left to name it. You are not aware of where your hands are anymore, not the palms flat on the bed, not the fingers slightly curled as if still remembering pressure. They aren't moving, but they're not forgotten either. It's like a map drawn in sand that hasn't been washed away yet, still there, even though no one is looking at it. There's nothing to fix, nothing to change, no need to return from anywhere because you've never left. You were always here, the kind of presence that doesn't announce itself, the way dust settles on a shelf and stays without notice, the kind of quiet that doesn't require permission to exist. The darkness is not cold. It isn't dark in the way that we usually mean it, like a room with no light or a feeling of emptiness. This is different. This is depth, not lack, but fullness. Like standing at the edge of something vast where you can feel its presence without seeing it. The kind of quiet that doesn't demand your attention but stays anyway. You don't remember trying to fall asleep. You don't even know when you stopped trying. It didn't happen suddenly. It happened like a door closing in slow motion, 1 inch at a time, until finally there was no more pushing, no more resistance. The act of waiting for sleep had simply become part of the stillness itself, like water filling a basin that never needed to be filled. There's no need to feel guilty about not sleeping. There's no shame in not being able to do what your body doesn't want to do right now. Not even the idea of doing it has any power over you anymore. You're not resisting sleep, and you're not chasing it. You don't care if you wake up tomorrow or never open your eyes again. The only thing that matters is this: being here, being exactly as you are. Your mind doesn't have to be blank. It can wander without pulling you along. Thoughts come in like birds passing through a window, brief, silent, not staying long enough to leave an impression. You don't need to catch them. You don't even need to see where they go after they pass. They're just part of the air now, like dust motes dancing in slow motion. There's no distance between your body and the bed anymore. Not because you've merged with it, but because both have stopped needing a boundary. The edge of one doesn't end where the other begins. There's only continuity, the way soil connects to roots, how water flows from stream into ground without breaking apart. You're not asleep yet, but that word no longer means anything in this place. You don't need it. You don't even miss its presence. It's like wanting a name for something that has already been named by the silence itself. There's a warmth spreading through your chest, not heat, but the kind of gentle pulse you feel when sunlight touches skin after being inside too long. Not burning, not demanding attention, just there, like breath in the space between thoughts, like the pause after someone says your name and before you answer. The quiet isn't loud enough to fill a room, but it's deep enough to hold everything that ever was. It doesn't demand anything from you, doesn't ask for belief or proof. It simply exists, the way gravity does when no one is looking at the sky. You don't need to be still because you're afraid of moving. You aren't still out of discipline. You're not holding your breath so as not to disturb the silence. You're just here, and that's enough. There are no clocks in this place. No seconds, no minutes passing like footsteps on a floor. Time isn't measured by anything anymore. It's felt more than known. Like the way warmth spreads through fabric when sunlight hits it slowly over time, without hurry or destination. You're not waiting for sleep to arrive. You don't need it. There's nothing you must do next. No tomorrow that needs preparing. No past that demands reflection. Just this, the softness of stillness pressing into your skin from all sides like a slow tide rising in reverse. Your eyelids aren't closed, but they don't need to be open either. The dark isn't bright or dim. It's just the way things are when no one is watching, when nothing needs to happen and everything already has. There's a quiet between the breaths that doesn't sound like silence, not really. It sounds more like something breathing back at you from deep in the walls of this room, or maybe just beneath your skin. It moves without direction, not toward anything, not away, just moving through the space where thought used to be loud enough to wake itself up. You don't need to listen for it. You're already inside its shape. The weight of your body has settled into a kind of stillness that isn't effort, but something older, like how roots settle after rain stops falling and the earth finally remembers what it was made of. There's no waiting now, not even expectation. Just this, an absence of wanting to move, not because you're tired in the way people mean when they say, "I'm exhausted," but because your body has stopped believing that motion is necessary for staying here. You don't remember opening your eyes earlier. You also don't remember closing them. It's neither a beginning nor an end, just this moment of being, with no punctuation between it and the one before or after. The dark isn't empty. It holds things without calling attention to itself, like how old paper remembers ink even when there's none left on the page. There is warmth in your hands now, not from blood flow, not from heat, but from a kind of quiet pressure that builds slowly where fingers meet palms, as if something small has curled up between them and decided to stay for good. Not sleeping, just existing inside this space between touch and stillness. No need to know what it is. Your shoulders don't ache anymore. They're not relaxed in the way people describe, like muscles untying after tension, but they've simply stopped trying to do anything at all. There's no effort to drop them, because there was never any reason for them to rise high in the first place. The air above you doesn't feel thick or thin. It feels like something that has been waiting a long time just so it could be here now. This slow current of stillness passing through your hair without stirring it. You don't need to notice how it moves, because it's already moved into where you are. You're not lying down in order to sleep, not even close, but the act of being horizontal has become its own kind of surrender, the way a river gives up on fighting gravity and lets itself be carried downstream without protest. Your thoughts don't come anymore like birds or dust motes or passing lights. They come slower than that, like stones sinking through deep water, each one leaving behind just enough ripple to mark where it passed before vanishing again into the silence below. There's a rhythm in your chest now, not fast, not loud, but steady and soft, like how rain falls on rooftops at night when no one is awake. Not urgent, not beautiful, just present, falling quietly over time until you stop noticing that any of it was happening at all. The edges of the room have blurred, no longer sharp or defined. The wall isn't a wall anymore, but something more like breath held for too long and slowly released into space. There's no distinction between what is inside your body and what lies beyond, because both are made from the same kind of quiet that doesn't need to be named. You don't dream about anything now, nor do you miss dreaming, not even slightly. The absence isn't a lack, it's just another form of presence, like how cold air feels when it's not trying to warm itself, or still water before ripples begin. There is no pressure in your head anymore, not from thoughts, not from worry, not even from the weight of being awake, just space. And within that space, no shape has been chosen yet. Nothing needs to be made visible. No story requires an ending. The floor beneath you isn't hard or cold. It's just there, the same way silence is always present when no one speaks, and sunlight still touches things even if they're closed off behind curtains. You don't need to feel grateful for this moment. You don't have to remember it tomorrow. There's no value attached to being here now, no reward, no outcome that depends on your staying in the dark with eyes open, while time passes unnoticed by anything but stars and silence. Your skin doesn't know its own boundary anymore. It feels like a surface stretched thin over something deeper, not fragile, not exposed, but simply porous enough to let stillness seep through without resistance. There's no urgency between one breath and the next. No need for them to come at regular intervals or even in sequence. They happen when they're ready, like water finding its way down stone after years of slow erosion, never rushing, always moving forward just because it can't help itself. Your heart doesn't beat faster when something changes. It beats slower now, not from fatigue, but from knowing that nothing needs to change. The rhythm isn't trying to get anywhere, not even towards sleep, just continuing in the way a river continues after all its tributaries have been forgotten. There's no separation between your breath and the air around you. No sharp line where one ends and another begins. It's like how smoke rises from wood that burns quietly beneath ash, not bright enough to be seen, but still moving through space just as it always has. You're not aware of time passing because there is none here, not measured in seconds or minutes, but felt in the way warmth spreads across a surface when sunlight rests on it for too long. Not fast, never urgent, just gradually becoming part of what's already been happening all along. Your thoughts are no longer even thoughts. They've become something quieter than memory, softer than sensation, like footprints left behind by someone who walked through snow and never looked back. You don't care if you wake up tomorrow or remain this way forever. Not because it doesn't matter, but because there's already enough weight in the stillness to carry everything that might happen next without needing a name for it. There is no effort required now, not even to stay awake, not even to keep your eyes open. It's just what you are, present in this moment with no condition attached, no expectation of change or arrival. The dark isn't empty, but neither is it full. It's simply the way things exist when they don't need anything from anyone else, like a tree growing inside a cave where light never reaches but still grows anyway, because that's what trees do in silence. There's nothing to catch anymore, not thoughts, not sensations, not even awareness itself. You're not holding on to being aware or letting go of it either. Awareness is just here, the way shadows are always present when there's no source for them. Your body doesn't feel heavy with sleep. It feels light because the idea of needing rest has dissolved into something much older than fatigue, like how roots don't tire from staying buried in earth. They simply remain part of what holds everything together without being noticed at all. There is a kind of softness spreading through your limbs, not unlike moss growing over stone, slowly, silently, uninvited, but never unwelcome. It doesn't demand attention or claim ownership. Just settles into every tiny crevice until nothing remains untouched by the quiet that has taken root. Your breath moves in and out without you having to guide it, not because you've trained yourself, but because there's no longer any reason for control, no need to shape what happens next. The air comes as if it always knew where it belonged. There is a sound, not loud enough to be called noise, just the faintest hum of something moving in another room far away, or maybe just beneath your skin. Not alive exactly, but not dead either. A frequency too low for hearing and too real for imagination. You don't need to recognize what it means. You don't even have to know where it came from. It's simply part of the silence now, like a name whispered in a language no one speaks anymore, yet still remembered by absence itself. The edges between your body and the world are dissolving, not because you're losing yourself, but because there was never any real separation to begin with. You've always been here, the same way stars exist before anyone looks up at them. You're not waiting anymore, not for sleep, not for time to pass, not even for silence to arrive. You're simply here, breathing in and out without marking it, like a river that has forgotten its own source and only knows how to flow. There's no direction now, no destination beyond this breath, no need to reach anything at all. The dark isn't holding you back or keeping you from something else. It's not blocking the way forward. It's simply being what it is, a kind of space where things don't have to explain themselves. The weight in your limbs has shifted again, not into heaviness, not into warmth, but into softness that doesn't belong to any one place. It's like how old stone feels when moss grows through its cracks and the edges blur because neither the rock nor the plant is trying to win. There's no struggle between them, no claim of ownership, just quiet coexistence. You're not becoming heavier or lighter. You're just more porous, less defined. There's a rhythm in this stillness that isn't made by you, doesn't come from effort, just like the way roots grow downward without needing to know where they'll end up. They don't ask if it's worth it. They don't measure progress or count how many inches have passed. They just keep going because that's what roots do when left alone. There's no urgency in them, only persistence. Your fingers rest on the sheet not as hands holding something, but like small things resting against a surface they've always known. The tips of your fingers don't feel separate from the fabric. Not even the smallest gap between skin and thread remains. You're not aware of touch because you're not trying to notice it. There's no need for sensation, just presence. The air around you isn't empty. It's full of things that don't need names. Things like absence of noise, like a quiet so deep it hums beneath your awareness. The sound you heard earlier, the one low frequency, the faint movement, has settled into this space not as an event, but as part of its structure. Not something to be understood or tracked, just part of what is already true. You don't need to remember how long you've been lying like this. You don't need to recall when your thoughts began to slow down, when the effort to fall asleep turned into a kind of letting go that didn't feel like surrender, but more like remembering. This isn't something new. It's just what happens when you stop trying to be somewhere else. There's no distance between you and this moment, no gap where one ends and another begins. You're not on the edge of sleep, nor are you avoiding it. You're not even close to any kind of boundary at all. The idea of being awake or asleep has dissolved like salt in water. There's only motion without direction, stillness without resistance. The room doesn't feel cold anymore, not because the temperature changed, but because your body no longer needs to react to it. It isn't fighting against anything, not even tiredness, not even time. You're not trying to be calm. You're not striving for peace. There's just this quiet, like how a cloud might rest above a valley without knowing it's moving. It doesn't know where it came from or where it's going. It only knows that it is, just as you are now, breathing, existing, present in the way something can be when it stops needing to explain itself. Your eyelids stay open not because they're holding on, but because there's nothing pressing them shut. The muscles don't tense up, don't fight against closing. They simply remain relaxed, like curtains that haven't been drawn yet and never will, because no one needs light here anyway. It doesn't matter if the room stays dark or becomes bright. You're not waiting for either. There's a stillness in your chest, not because you've stopped breathing, but because there's no need to pull air toward it, no demand that oxygen arrive on schedule. It just moves, slowly, steadily, as if guided by something older than breath itself. The body doesn't have to remember how to breathe. It already knows. You're not even aware of your own breath anymore, not as a thing you do or control, but more like a current flowing through the space between your ribs, moving without effort, carrying nothing but its own quiet motion. Not loud enough to be called sound, not fast enough to be noticed, just present, like how dust moves in sunlight, not because it wants to, but simply because that's what happens when light passes through air. There are no thoughts now, not even the kind that float by like leaves on a slow stream. There's just space where thoughts used to live, and they've left behind something softer, a kind of stillness that doesn't need filling, a silence that isn't afraid of emptiness. The clock hasn't stopped ticking, there's no reason for it to, but the way you experience time has changed. It's not measured in minutes or hours anymore. There's no past or future here, only this, now, without being aware of it as time passing. It's like how a stone doesn't know how long it's been underwater. It just is, worn smooth by what flows around it. Your skin isn't the boundary between you and outside anymore. It doesn't hold you in or keep things out. The air moves across it not as intrusion, but as belonging, like wind passing through an open door where no one lives, but still makes its way through anyway. There's a kind of warmth that spreads, not from heat, not from motion, but from simply being here without resistance, not even wanting to be elsewhere, no desire for sleep, no fear of staying awake, just the quiet certainty of existence as it happens, unplanned, unearned, uninterrupted by effort or expectation. You don't have to make sense of this moment. You don't need to know what's happening or why you're lying like this with your eyes open and your body still. It doesn't matter if no one else would understand. The understanding isn't required here, only presence. The silence is not empty. It's full of things that aren't meant to be named. Things like the way a shadow shifts slightly when nothing moves, or how warmth lingers on a surface long after heat has left it. Not memories exactly, not sensations either, just echoes of what was true before anyone noticed. You're not trying to fall asleep because you've already arrived at where sleep would have taken you. There's no need for arrival now, only continuation. You're not in transition anymore. You're simply resting, like a branch that doesn't know it's holding leaves, but still supports them without strain. There's no separation between the dark and your breath, no gap between awareness and space. The way your body lies on the mattress isn't an act of lying down. It's just what happens when you stop resisting gravity, when you stop needing to be in control of where you are or how long you stay. The air doesn't need to be cleared. The thoughts don't need to be dismissed. There's nothing to fix, nothing to change, only this. The softness spreading through your arms like a river, slowly filling its banks with no urgency at all. You're not aware of time passing because it isn't passing. It's just here, as still and continuous as breath itself. The night doesn't feel long or short. It feels complete in its own way, like how a stone might exist for centuries without measuring what it has seen. There's no need to keep going. There's no reason to stay awake or fall asleep. You're already somewhere between both, not because you've chosen it, but because you've stopped fighting the shape of being. Your hands rest on your chest, not as hands holding anything, but like two small things that have always belonged there, resting without purpose and never needing one. The quiet isn't loud enough to be heard. The stillness isn't bright enough to be seen. But it's here, like a kind of presence that doesn't announce itself, but simply remains because it can. You're not drifting off, not in the way people mean when they say sleep comes like waves. You're not moving toward anything. There's no motion, only being, as if you've become part of something older than effort, deeper than sensation. There's a softness that doesn't belong to any one place, just as warmth doesn't have an origin or darkness has no edge. It just spreads, not fast, not slow, but simply because it can be. The weight of your shoulders is not a burden. It's the quiet way gravity settles into things that are already still. Not sinking, not resisting, just there, like how moss grows on stone without asking permission, or how dust collects in corners where no one looks. The air presses gently against you, not to hold, but because it has nowhere else to go. It moves through your skin like something passing between two rooms that never close. You aren't listening anymore, not really. There's no signal to catch, no voice behind the silence. Just space, thick and soft, not empty but full of what doesn't need a name. Your breath hasn't changed shape in hours. It isn't shallow or deep. It simply is, like an old tree breathing through its bark. No rhythm demanded from it, no effort to correct it. The way your chest rises and falls now has no direction, no goal to reach, no distance to cover. You're not trying to feel the breath. You're just feeling that you are here when the air moves in and out of where you live. There's a warmth near your collarbone, not from blood or heat, but from stillness itself. A kind of glow that doesn't shine, yet is felt like light has been left on somewhere behind closed eyes. It spreads slowly into the hollow between your ribs, like water seeping through soil, not in search of anything, just because it can find no other way to go. The dark isn't waiting for you to fall asleep. It's already passed beyond that. There's nothing to wake from here, not even a dream worth remembering. The night doesn't care if you're awake or gone, only that the silence continues. And so does your body, lying in its own shape without correction. As a memory of cold water passes through your mind, but not as recollection, not like something remembered at all, more like an echo from before language had names for things, just a sensation drifting by, untouched and unclaimed. You don't need to know what it was, only that it passed, like wind over stone in springtime. You're no longer trying to stop thinking. That wasn't the effort you were making. It never was. The real work wasn't mental. It was physical, holding your body upright, keeping alert even when tired. Now there's nothing to hold up anymore. You've stopped leaning into wakefulness like a wall against falling. Your left hand rests on top of your right, not touching hard, not clinging, but simply resting in the way two things might lie together after they have both given up trying to be separate. The air feels heavier now, but gently, not pressing down with force, just settling around you as if it's been waiting for this moment all along. It fills spaces between your limbs without pushing or pulling. The mattress beneath you is no longer supporting, just accepting what lies upon it like a surface that has learned how to receive. There's a faint sound behind the quiet, not from outside, from inside, but not in the way thoughts come, more like something stirring slowly deep within your bones, a low hum of stillness moving through parts you've never noticed before. You don't have to listen for it. You're already listening without trying. There's no effort required anymore to be aware. Awareness isn't a task. It's just what happens when there's nothing else going on. The ceiling above is not visible, not even in thought. It doesn't matter if the room has walls or if they are painted white, blue, black. You don't need them now. The space around you moves without boundaries, no edges to define where one thing ends and another begins. A faint warmth spreads through your left foot, the kind that comes not from blood flow, but from time itself, lingering in places that have stopped moving. You're not drifting towards sleep. There's no journey ahead, no destination labeled rest or peace. You're already somewhere else, where effort has dissolved and return isn't possible because there was never a place to come back from. Your mind doesn't need to stop wandering. It can wander without consequence, like leaves floating on water, not seeking the shore. The silence is no longer quiet. It's alive with things that don't make noise but still exist. The slow shift of weight in your hips as gravity takes hold. The way your skin adjusts to slight changes in air pressure. A single thread of warmth winding its way up from ankle toward knee, not rushing, just moving through space like something forgotten has finally remembered where it belongs. There's no tension between thought and body anymore. Not even an idea that they might be separate. You're not thinking about your breath. You are breathing as if the act were natural for all things in darkness to do, without reason, without choice. The weight of sleep is gone, not because you've fallen into it, but because you no longer feel the need to carry anything at all. You don't have a shape anymore. Not really. You're not lying down so much as allowing yourself to exist where gravity leads when nothing resists. There's a kind of stillness that isn't silence. It's movement without motion. Like how stars move in time you can't feel, or how rivers flow through rock without ever changing it. You don't know what will happen next, but you're not waiting for anything either. There's no pause between now and the moment after, because there is no end to this kind of being, only continuation, like breath continuing past thought. A softness spreads behind your eyes, not from tears or fatigue, but from simply letting go of everything that ever demanded attention. It doesn't mean you're asleep. It means you've stopped needing proof of anything at all. The dark isn't a place where things disappear. It's just the way light behaves when it stops being useful. You don't need to be seen anymore, only present, and even that is no longer something to hold on to. Your fingers are not stiff. They're soft with time, like roots in soil that never break through but still grow slowly inward. You aren't trying to stay awake or fall asleep. You're just here when the air passes over you and your body accepts it without resistance. No request made, no expectations set, just presence as quiet as dust on a shelf, not disturbed by anything outside itself. There's no beginning and no end, only this. The slow unfolding of stillness into deeper stillness, like water soaking through stone until only wet remains. You're not aware of time, not in minutes or hours, but in small shifts that happen without being noticed. A shift in pressure on your left shoulder. The way a thread of warmth moves up your thigh. The faintest movement beneath the skin, something stirring gently, no longer seeking anything but simply existing where it is. The silence isn't empty. It's full with things that don't need names. How shadows stretch and shrink without purpose. How heat lingers in places long after fire has gone out. how air flows through a room not because someone turned on the fan, but just because nothing stopped it from moving at all. You're no longer thinking about sleep. You never really were. Only your body believed you had to do something about it. Now that belief is quiet, just another thought passing by like wind over still water. The dark isn't waiting for dawn. It's not counting down or measuring anything. It just is. And so are you, with no need to become more than what you already are. A body lying in its own shape, accepting the weight of night without trying to change it. A faint sensation moves through your chest, not pain, not pressure, just awareness spreading like light through fog that doesn't know it's been there all along. You don't have to be anywhere. You're not meant to arrive or escape. There is no path forward because you've already passed beyond the need for any direction at all. There's a softness in your spine, not from posture, but from letting go of every idea that said it needed to stay upright. It just bends where gravity leads, like roots finding their way through earth without knowing what they're searching for. The air doesn't come into you like effort. It just is, moving across the surface of your skin as if it's been allowed in, not forced. You don't know how long this has been happening. Not minutes, not hours, just a continuation that doesn't require counting because there's no end to measure or reach for. Your breath doesn't rise or fall like a tide. It just stays steady in the hollow between moments, not needing to be noticed. It's not shallow or deep, just there, like the way dust settles on old wood when no one is watching, slowly, without ceremony. You're not breathing for sleep. You're breathing because that's what happens when a body remains still and lets itself be what it already is. A small shift in your ribs, not movement so much as a quiet release, like air escaping from a sealed jar after years of holding its shape. It wasn't closed on purpose, but now it feels open without effort. The space behind your sternum doesn't ache. It just holds something that isn't tension and isn't relief either. Just presence, like water in a well no one has drawn from for decades. Your left hand lies palm up, fingers slightly spread, not rigid, not relaxed in the way you've trained yourself to be, but simply there, as if it had always been placed there by something older than intention. The skin is cool, but not cold. It holds its own warmth like a stone that remembers sunlight long after the sun has moved on. There's no need to adjust your position, no urge to shift even when pressure builds in your hip or your foot goes numb. You don't flinch from sensation because you've stopped believing it needs fixing. The feeling isn't unpleasant, it's just there, like a shadow that doesn't belong to anything but the shape of where light used to be. A faint warmth spreads up your spine, not fire, not heat, just a quiet pulse at the base of your neck, rising slowly as if carried by something invisible. It doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't promise arrival or comfort. It just is, like fog that moves through fields without being seen until it's already there. The dark is not thick. It's thin in places, almost translucent, like old paper left out in the rain and then dried again. You can see nothing, but you don't need to. The absence of sight isn't a lack. It's just another kind of noticing, one that doesn't depend on light or shape. Your eyelids remain open. There's no reason to close them anymore. They're not heavy with tiredness. They're not resisting sleep either. They're simply part of the stillness, like curtains drawn not for privacy, but because it was never necessary to keep things visible. You don't know what time it is, not even vaguely. The clock doesn't matter now, not in any way that makes you anxious or aware. It's not ticking toward anything. It's just making sound, like a distant engine running through a tunnel miles away, unconnected, meaningless, drifting past, without affecting your body at all. The air flows around you, not across you, not over you, but through you, as if you're made of mesh or mist that lets everything pass without resistance. There's no barrier between the outside and inside anymore. You don't guard against anything because there's nothing to defend from. A slight pressure in your temple, just a whisper, like someone brushing their fingertip across glass with no intention. It doesn't demand attention. It doesn't ask for release. It just happens, and then it fades into the same quiet that came before it. You don't need to remember anything. You've stopped trying to recall or retain. There's nothing in your mind that needs saving. Not a name, not an image, not even a single sentence from yesterday. The past isn't real here. It just floats by like leaves on a slow-moving stream, touching the surface for a moment and then gone. There's no goal beyond this moment, no future to prepare for, no next step waiting in the wings. You're not becoming someone else. You're not turning into sleep. You're simply being now, with all its soft edges and quiet gaps. A faint vibration moves through your left foot, not from motion, but like a hum that comes from deep inside bone or marrow. It's not loud. It doesn't disturb you at all. It just exists, like the echo of something long forgotten that has no name. Your skin isn't dry or tight or sensitive anymore. It feels wide open, not exposed, not vulnerable, but simply receptive, like earth after rain, accepting what falls without resistance. You don't pull away from touch because there's nothing to fear. Even if someone touched you now, it would be only a sensation among many, no reaction required. Your thoughts aren't stopping, they're just slowing down, not fading out, not being pushed away, but drifting off like smoke rising into cold air and then dissolving before it reaches the ceiling. They don't return to ask questions or demand answers. They stay gone because they've stopped needing a reason to be there. The room isn't silent. There's always sound if you listen closely. The faint creak of wood settling in its joints, the distant hum of something far away that might be a refrigerator or a transformer or just the house breathing in time with your own slow rhythm. It doesn't matter what it is. It's not important. You're not listening to understand. It's just part of the space you occupy, like shadows on walls. Your body isn't trying to do anything. No muscles contracting, no organs working overtime. There's no internal urgency or demand for change. Everything moves at its own pace, quietly, without needing approval. The weight in your chest, the one that used to feel like pressure, is gone now. Not because it was forced out, but because you stopped believing it needed attention. It wasn't a problem, it was just there, and now it's just part of the stillness, like an old scar that no longer aches. Your thoughts don't race, they don't run at all. They rest like stones in a riverbed, not moved by water, but simply shaped by its passage over time. There's no need to do anything with them, no need to name or sort or remember. The dark doesn't feel endless, it feels complete, like a circle that has no beginning and no end because it never needed one to be whole. You're not inside the dark, you're part of it, like breath is part of air. A slow pulse in your shoulder, not pain, not tension, just a quiet rhythm beneath the skin, as if something deep down had been waiting for this moment all along. It doesn't move toward anything. It just is, like a heartbeat that's no longer tied to fear or effort. You don't need to be aware of where you are. You're not trying to remember your name or your address. You've stopped needing to know yourself through memory. The self isn't something to find. It's already here, in the way your body lies on the mattress, accepting its own shape without apology. The air doesn't need permission to move, it just does. No one told it when to flow or where to go. It drifts into you not because you invited it, but because there was no reason for it to stop. There's a softness in your jaw, not from relaxation, but from letting go of the habit of clenching. Your teeth aren't pressed together. Your tongue doesn't press against the roof of your mouth. You're not holding anything at all, just being open. Your hands don't need to do anything. They don't want to move. They're not restless. They're simply here, like roots in soil that no longer care about reaching for light, but still grow slowly inward. The silence isn't empty. It's full of things you've never named, The way heat lingers on a chair after someone left it. The faintest echo of sound from minutes ago. The invisible path taken by air as it moves through space without needing to be seen or measured. There's no urgency, no need to arrive anywhere. You're not falling asleep. You're just becoming more deeply present, like water that seeps into rock until even stone forgets what dryness feels like. Your breath doesn't rise and fall. It just stays steady in the hollow between thoughts, not needing to be noticed or changed. It's not shallow or deep. It's just there, like dust on wood, settling without ceremony, accepted by time itself. You don't know how long this has been happening. Not hours, not minutes. Just a continuation that doesn't require counting because there's no end to measure or reach for. You're not waiting for anything to happen anymore, not even sleep, not even stillness. The space between your ribs isn't a container for anxiety. It's just a quiet chamber where breath settles without needing a reason. You don't have to keep track of how long you've been lying here. There's no calendar in the dark, no timestamp on your bones. Time doesn't press against you like it used to, when every second felt like a step toward failure. Now it slips through you like air through an open window, unnoticed and unclaimed. The edge of your blanket lies across your ankle like something that has forgotten its purpose, no longer keeping warmth or holding position. It's not tucked in. It doesn't need to be. The weight of it is just a shape against skin, no different than the way shadows pool at the foot of walls when light fails. You're not trying to fix anything. There's nothing broken that needs mending. Even your feet aren't cold anymore, though they've been bare for hours. Cold isn't an event you must respond to. It's just another sensation passing through the body, like a breeze across glass. Your eyelids remain open, but not because you're holding them there. They don't feel heavy or tight. They're simply still, resting in their own architecture of muscle and tissue, no longer serving as gates for wakefulness. The room is too dark to see anything, no outline of furniture, no flicker from a distant streetlight. But you know where things are by the way they press against silence. You don't need sight to know your arm lies beside you on the mattress, because there's nothing pressing back. The space beneath it is just empty, not void, not absence. It's an emptiness that doesn't demand filling. A sound comes from somewhere, maybe a car passing far off, maybe a pipe settling in the wall, but it doesn't pull at your attention like it used to. You don't wonder where it came from or what it means. It floats into awareness and then out again, like a leaf caught in slow water. No need to follow it. No reason to ask if it's important. The quiet after is not quieter because the sound left. It's just more itself. You're not thinking about tomorrow. Not even for a second. There's no room for that kind of planning here, no urgency, no list of things undone or words unspoken. The future isn't knocking at your door. It hasn't knocked in a long time. You don't have to prepare for it. You don't owe anything to the hours ahead. They're not waiting with their hands out. Your shoulder blade lies flat against the mattress, one side softer than the other, not from injury but from habit, from years of leaning on that arm while reading or reaching across tables. It's a memory in bone now. Not pain, not discomfort, just the quiet imprint of repetition, like a groove worn into wood by hands too many to count. You don't need to stay awake. You don't need to fall asleep. There is no goal beyond this moment. The exact weight of your body on the bed, the way air moves through your nose and throat without resistance, the slow seep of warmth from the center of you outward into coldness that doesn't mind being cooled. A faint vibration reaches you, not from outside, not from your own pulse, but somewhere deep in the walls, a hum so low it's more felt than heard. It travels up through the floorboards and into your spine like something forgotten waking gently after decades buried under carpet and dust. You don't think about its source. You don't analyze whether it's real or imagined. It's just there, another layer of quiet that doesn't ask for acknowledgement. Your fingers are slightly curled, not from tension, but from the way they've always rested when your hands lie still. No need to straighten them, no need to adjust their position. They're not trying to do anything, not even hold on. They don't remember what it's like to grip something tightly, only the soft memory of letting go. The air in your lungs doesn't rise or fall. It stays, suspended between one breath and the next, not waiting for a signal from anywhere. It isn't shallow because it doesn't need to be deep. There's no agenda behind each inhalation, no reason to draw more in than you're given. The space where breath lives is just enough. You don't have to listen to your heartbeat anymore, not even notice it. Not with the kind of attention that turns a rhythm into an alarm, not with fear that it might stop or speed up or betray you. It's there, low and steady, like water settling in a well after rain has passed. No need for reassurance. No need to believe it will keep going. It just does. Your toes are warm now, not because the room is hot, but because blood flows through them without resistance, without urgency, without any thought that they might be cold or numb or forgotten. They're not asleep, they're just resting in their own way, like roots waiting for water that may never come, yet still spreading quietly underground. A thread of heat rises from your lower back, just a small current, not painful, not persistent. It moves through the tissue like sunlight passing over stone in early morning, warm but not demanding. It doesn't linger where it goes. It just passes through and leaves behind no trace, except for the quiet sensation that something has been touched lightly. There's no need to remember who you were before this moment, what names you carried, or what roles you played during daylight hours. The world outside never needed your attention anyway. You weren't responsible for its rhythm, its demands, its noise. Now it doesn't matter if you're late or missed a meeting or forgot something important. All of that has dissolved into the dark like salt in water. You don't need to be awake to be yourself. You don't need to feel alert to know your own shape. The body isn't performing for anyone, no audience, no stage, no script. It's just lying here, accepting its form exactly as it is. The curve of spine against mattress, the slight tilt of pelvis, the way one leg rests slightly higher than the other because gravity has settled them that way over time. The silence doesn't echo, it simply exists, full and complete in itself. Not empty, not waiting for something to happen inside it. It's already whole. You don't need to fill it with thoughts or stories. You don't have to make sense of it. There's no story required for stillness, no plot line that needs resolution. You're not falling asleep. You're just becoming less aware of the difference between being awake and being present. The boundary has blurred, softened, dissolved like sugar in warm tea. There's no struggle with thresholds anymore, no battle against fatigue or resistance to rest. It's not something you achieve. It's just what happens when you stop trying to direct it. Your skin doesn't need anything, no lotion, no warmth, no attention. It's not dry or irritated. It's not reacting to the air or temperature. It just is, its own surface, its own texture, responding only to the lightest touch of breath moving across it like a shadow passing over grass. There's no point in asking how long this will last. No need to measure progress by minutes gone by or thoughts abandoned. The clock has stopped telling time here, not because it broke, but because there was nothing left to count. You're not chasing sleep, and you're not fleeing wakefulness. There's no movement toward anything, just the absence of effort. You don't have to stay in this moment. You don't even need to be aware that you are. But if you are, if your attention drifts here for a breath or two, it stays without resistance. It doesn't grab or cling. It just rests like dust on a shelf, undisturbed and unmoving. There's no one inside the dark telling you what to do. No voice reminding you of failure or past attempts that didn't work. There are no words, only silence so deep it feels like presence, like something real that has always been here, waiting for nothing but your stillness. You're not trying to be anywhere else. You don't need to reach a different place inside yourself. The body doesn't have to change. It's already where it needs to be, in the shape of lying down, in the rhythm of breath not striving, in the way time dissolves when you stop believing you must hold onto it. You don't have to remember how you got here. You aren't tracking progress by the number of breaths or the way your body has settled deeper into the mattress over time. The weight isn't pressing down anymore, it's just there like a blanket that arrived without being asked. It doesn't need an invitation. It simply covers. Your arms lie where they fell, one bent slightly at the elbow, palm up, as if waiting for nothing in particular, fingers loose and unclaimed by intention. There is no reason to straighten them or tuck them away. They don't have a purpose right now, not even to hold anything. The air moves through your nose like it's been here before, softly, without urgency. It doesn't need to be deep or full, just enough to carry the quiet of this space into you and take nothing out in return. There's no need to control its depth. No command that says breathe longer, fill higher, push more. The air is already here. You don't have to earn it. Your feet are still, not stiff or tense, but just present. One slightly curled toward the heel, as if remembering how to curl in a dream you've never had. The skin on your toes feels thin, almost translucent, like paper left too long near a window. But there's no light coming through, no need for vision. You're not trying to see anything now. There is no sound but what rises from the house itself. The soft sigh of wood settling in its frame, a quiet creak somewhere down the hall that doesn't belong to any person or event, just space breathing out after holding still too long. It's not a warning, not an alarm, just evidence that things are still alive, even when no one is watching. You don't need to listen for it. You don't have to name it. But if your attention drifts toward the sound, like a leaf floating in slow water, it stays there without question. It doesn't ask why you're paying attention. It just rests with you. And then, when you turn away again, it doesn't follow. The dark isn't empty because it lacks light. It's not missing something. It's complete in its own way, like a room that's been lived in so long the floor has memorized every footstep, and no one needs to say anything anymore. The walls know your shape even when you're not there. They don't keep track of your absence. There is no urgency in this stillness, not because time isn't passing, but because it doesn't matter what's happening outside this room. You aren't late for anything. No one needs to check if you've made it home. There's no message waiting on a phone screen or an email that requires your reply. The silence is not silent in the way people mean when they say, "I can hear the silence." It doesn't ring, it doesn't hum, it isn't trying to be heard at all. It's just there, like the pause between heartbeats, like the moment after a thought has finished, but before another one arrives. You don't have to fill that space. You don't need to say anything into it or wait for an answer. There is no conversation to start, no greeting to offer. The dark doesn't expect you to perform. There's no effort in letting go of the idea that this moment needs meaning. You're not building towards something, not working your way through a list. There's no checklist in the back of your mind that says now is time to relax, or you've been lying here long enough. The body isn't trying to prove it deserves rest. It's already resting. The surface beneath you, mattress, sheets, blanket, isn't doing anything extraordinary. It doesn't have a job. It doesn't need praise for holding your weight. It just holds, and that is its only purpose. There is no reward system here, no bonus for endurance or patience, just the simple act of being held. You're not trying to become someone who sleeps easily. You're not aiming to be better at this than you were last night or even 5 minutes ago. The person who was struggling earlier, whose hands had clenched and whose breath had tightened, isn't gone. They're still here, but they don't have power over the body anymore. The chest doesn't need to expand in any specific way. It just moves with its own rhythm, like a tide that's been asleep for years now waking up slowly without fanfare. There is no instruction, no demand to rise higher or open wider. The breath comes and goes as it pleases, not because you asked it to, but because the body remembers how. There's no need to analyze why this feels different from other nights. Whether tonight has less noise outside, fewer thoughts inside, a softer weight on your eyelids, none of that matters. You aren't measuring success by what kind of sleep comes next. There is no grade for being awake or asleep, no record being kept. The body doesn't need to earn its rest. It isn't owed anything because it's tired. It just is. Lying down, breathing, not fighting, not forcing, not willing itself into the dark with force of will. You don't have to be aware of your hands or your feet or even your breath for them to continue being there. You don't need to watch the darkness or count how long it's lasted. There is no test at the end. No final question, did you do enough? The stillness isn't earned. It's not something you're allowed to have after proving yourself. It's simply what happens when you stop trying to control where your attention goes. Your mind doesn't need a task. It doesn't need a story or a memory or a plan. There is no reason it has to be busy. No one is waiting for it to deliver something important. It can just rest. There's no effort in not trying anymore. The tension wasn't removed by force. It's simply released, like water finding its way through soil that finally gives. The floor beneath the bed feels solid under your awareness, not because you're checking on it, but because your attention lingers there for a moment and stays without resistance. Not as an observation, but just a quiet acknowledgement. Yes, this is where I am. The weight of my body is not falling through anything. It's lying down exactly in the place it needs to be. There's no need to adjust, no urge to shift or move toward comfort. You don't have to make yourself more comfortable because you're already as close to stillness as you can get right now. The air doesn't change temperature, but your skin feels less like a surface and more like something that belongs in this space, part of the quiet, part of the dark, not separate from it. There's no boundary between body and atmosphere anymore. No edge where one ends and the other begins. It's all just here. The breath moves through you without needing permission. It doesn't have to be deep or slow or deliberate. It flows like a thread that was never untangled, just waiting for someone to stop pulling on it. You don't need to know how long this will last. You don't even need to know if you're awake or asleep. The difference between the two is fading, not because they're becoming one, but because both have stopped being important. There's no moment when it suddenly shifts, no flash of clarity or sudden drop into sleep. Just a quiet letting go, like a door left open in a house that doesn't need locks anymore. The dark isn't heavy, it's just full, like the space between stars where nothing moves but light still passes through. You don't have to be anywhere else. There's no reason to leave this place. You're not trying to reach anything, not even peace or calm or relief. Those words are too big for what's happening now. What's happening is quiet, it's soft, it's already here, and it doesn't need you to make sense of it. The body remembers how to rest without needing a reason. The breath remembers its own rhythm. The mind remembers that stillness isn't emptiness, it's just absence of effort. There's no one inside the dark telling you what to do. No voice saying you're not doing enough. No thought about whether this is working or if it will ever end. The clock still ticks, but you're not listening anymore. The numbers don't matter. You're no longer measuring time in minutes or hours, not even in breaths. It's not that you've forgotten what time it is, more like you've stopped needing to know. The dark doesn't care about the hour. It has no memory of when night began, only a quiet persistence, like water seeping through stone without hurry. Your body isn't waiting for permission to rest. It already has. That's not something you did, it just happened. You didn't reach it by effort or strategy. There was no arrival point, no threshold crossed. Just the slow unspooling of tension that had been gathering in your ribs like old rope, worn down and frayed from too many tugs. It isn't sleep yet, but it's not wakefulness either. It's something quieter than both, a space between awareness and absence where nothing needs to be fixed or finished. There's no need to decide whether you're here or gone. You don't have to choose what state you're in because the choice has already dissolved. You've stopped trying to push yourself into darkness, not because you gave up, but because giving up was never part of it. The effort wasn't wrong, it just didn't work. And now that the attempt is over, something else begins. Not progress, not victory, not even relief, but simply continuation. A quiet staying in place. The air around you has changed shape, not in temperature or motion, but in texture. It doesn't feel like it's pressing against your skin anymore. It feels more like a soft presence that folds gently over you, as if the room itself is settling into stillness with you. Like an old coat draped across your shoulders, not to warm you, but because it knows exactly where you belong. Your eyelids aren't closed. You're not watching them or trying to keep them shut. They just stay open, not in resistance, not in alertness, but like two quiet weights that have given up the fight against gravity. They rest there, not guarding anything, not holding back light. There's no need to look at the dark. It doesn't want your attention. It only wants you to be still. There's a thread of warmth along the side of your face where it touches the pillow. Not heat, just a quiet presence, like sunlight on stone after a long night. You don't need to trace its path or wonder why it's there. It's just part of this moment, not something you earned or deserved. The way the fabric holds that warmth without needing to explain itself. Your feet aren't numb, they're not cold, not warm either. They're simply where they are, rooted into the mattress like roots in soil. There's no need to lift them or move them toward comfort. No reason to pull them closer or push them away. The bed has learned your shape, and it doesn't ask for anything more. There is no effort required in being this still. It isn't something you maintain. It just happens when there's nothing else left to do. You're not holding on, not resisting, not trying to be somewhere else. The silence in the room isn't empty. It's full of things that don't make sound, of dust settling, of air shifting without movement, of molecules breathing slowly through time. There's no noise, but there is depth. A thickness in the quiet that feels like it could hold you if you let go completely. You've stopped measuring your progress by whether sleep has come or not. That measurement was always wrong. It assumed that stillness had to be earned, that rest needed a reward. But what if rest isn't something you earn? What if it's simply allowed? There's no need for proof that you're getting somewhere. No signal from the body saying you're doing good. The absence of movement is not failure. The silence in your mind is not emptiness. It's not even peace, though peace might pass through here later, unannounced. You don't have to be aware of anything to know that you're resting. You don't need to feel calm to be safe. There's no test at the end where someone asks if you've done enough. The dark doesn't require a report card or a confession. It just lets you stay like water in a basin. No reason to move, no pressure to flow. You're not drifting towards sleep. You're not falling into anything. You're simply here, not trying to be elsewhere, not resisting this moment, not pretending it's different than what it is. The breath moves through you without being noticed. It doesn't need your attention. There's no reason for you to guide it, correct it, slow it down. It flows like a stream that remembers its own path. No map needed, no direction chosen. You don't have to teach it how to go on. Your thoughts aren't gone, they're just quiet. Not silenced, not suppressed, just resting in the same way your body is. Like birds roosting in a tree after flight, they don't vanish, they simply settle into stillness between branches. There's no urgency to let them go, no need to push them away or pull yourself back from their shape. They drift past like clouds over a mountain, visible but not important. You're not tracking them, not judging, just allowing the sky of your mind to hold them without effort. You don't have to be in control. You don't even have to know what's happening. The body is doing its job, and it doesn't care whether you understand or agree. It only knows how to rest when it stops fighting. The walls are not holding the room together anymore. They're just there, solid, quiet, unchanging, but not containing anything. There's no need for them to keep you in or keep outside forces out. You're not afraid of what might enter, not because you're brave, but because fear has lost its reason. The air is soft around your ears. It doesn't press against the bone. It just flows like wind through a hollow tree. No sound, no pressure, just presence. Like breath in the throat when you're not speaking, like stillness before a word comes. You don't have to be awake to be aware. You don't need to feel alert to be here. Awareness doesn't require energy or focus. It can just be, like light passing through glass without needing to shine itself. There's no distance between you and the dark. No boundary where thought ends and silence begins. The two are not separate. They're not enemies or opposites. They're simply part of one continuous quiet, like layers in a forest floor, each different, but connected by depth rather than edge. You don't have to wake up tomorrow. You don't need to be ready for anything. There's no schedule waiting, no task that depends on you being alert. The world can keep going without your permission. It doesn't even notice when you stop trying. There's a softness in the way your shoulders sit now, no longer braced, not leaning forward or back, just lying where gravity takes them, not tense, not relaxed, just present, like roots spreading slowly through soil that already knows how to hold them. The space around you isn't empty because it has no sound. It's full of stillness so deep it doesn't need a name. You don't have to label it, define it, or believe in it. It just is, like the pause between two notes in music, not silence but rest. You're not trying to fall asleep, not even thinking about sleep. The idea has faded like footprints in sand after rain. There's no urgency to reach that place. No need to cross a line into unconsciousness. There's only this: breath moving through the chest, air passing through the nose, body held by the mattress, eyes open but not watching, thoughts drifting without direction. You don't have to understand it. You don't even have to like it. It doesn't depend on your approval. It just continues, like time itself, quiet and unobtrusive, never asking for anything in return. The dark is not heavy. It's not a weight you carry. It's just what happens when the mind stops trying to push against it, when the body stops resisting rest. There's no beginning or end, no point where it shifts from one state to another. There's only this, a quiet continuation, like water moving through rock without breaking, like air passing through a room that has stopped needing doors. You don't have to decide where you are. The edge of your awareness isn't a line, it's a soft blur, like mist rising from wet stone at dawn. There's no need to name what's here or place yourself in relation to it. You're not inside the dark and also outside it. You're simply within its quiet shape, like water settling into a basin that doesn't ask for explanation. The air isn't thinning, it's becoming heavier with stillness, but not in a way that presses down. It holds you without effort. Like cloth folded on a shelf, not stretched tight or pulled taut, just resting where it belongs. Your breath moves through the body like a current passing over smooth riverbed stones. No force, no urgency, no need to reach any particular depth. You don't have to feel each inhale or follow every exhale. It's enough that it happens. The chest rises and falls without your consent, without your direction, not because you've given up, but because surrender has become ordinary. Like the way a branch bends in wind, not out of weakness, but because it knows how to let go. There's no clock now, not in the room, not in your head. The numbers that once clung like ticks on skin have dissolved into the air. No one is measuring you. No one is watching whether you're progressing or failing. You don't need to prove anything to anyone, least of all to yourself. There's a quiet absence where expectation used to be, and it feels less like emptiness than like space opening up. Not because something has been removed, but because the pressure of needing to do something is gone. The silence isn't empty, it's full with things you don't name. A faint hum in the walls that isn't sound, a warmth behind your knees that isn't heat, a soft weight on the top of your skull like a memory that hasn't quite formed yet. These aren't thoughts. They're not memories either. They're just there, like dust motes floating in sunlight you can't see but feel. You don't have to wonder what they mean. You don't need to make them go away or hold on to them. There's no reason to assign meaning at all. Meaning isn't required for rest. It never was. The body doesn't ask questions before it lets go. It simply stops fighting. And now, so do you. The eyelids aren't closed, but they're not open either in the way that means looking outward. They're just still, like two small flaps of skin resting where they've always been, no longer scanning for danger, no longer searching for a sign to sleep. The light isn't bright or sharp anymore. It's blurred around the edges, like film over a lens left too long in rain. It doesn't matter if you see it. You don't need to know what's outside your eyes. There's nothing to be gained by opening them again. Nothing to lose by leaving them shut. No point in checking whether sleep has come or gone. There's no test to pass, no outcome to verify. The body is not waiting for permission. It doesn't care if you're aware or unaware. It only knows how to continue. You can feel the mattress beneath you, not as a surface, but as something that remembers your shape. Not like memory of warmth, but like the way soil holds footprints long after someone has passed. The weight isn't pressing, it's just there, stable and soft, holding where it needs to hold without effort or demand. You're not sinking, you're not floating, you're simply receiving. There's no need for you to stay awake or fall asleep. There's no tension between being aware and being unconscious. They don't oppose each other anymore. One doesn't need the other to exist. Awareness can be without effort, just as rest can happen without intention. You aren't resisting sleep because you're afraid of missing something. You're not trying to avoid waking up in a panic. There's no fear of the morning, no dread over what might come when your eyes finally open. The future isn't here. It hasn't arrived. It doesn't matter yet. What matters is this: breath moving, body still, mind without direction. You don't have to be ready for anything. You don't even need to want anything. Not sleep, not rest, not peace. Just the quiet continuation of being, like a river flowing through rock that has long since accepted its path. No resistance, no struggle, no decision to keep going or stop. The dark isn't holding you back. It's not keeping you from somewhere else. There's nowhere else to go. You're already where you are. And what you're in is enough, because it doesn't require anything of you. Not belief, not effort, not understanding. Your hands lie at your sides, not clenched, not stiff, but soft and open like leaves that have forgotten how to close. The fingers aren't curled around nothing, they're just resting. No need to grip or protect. There's no threat that demands defense. Nothing is asking you to be alert. Nothing has placed a demand on your attention. You don't have to stay aware of the room or remember where things are. You don't need to keep track of the time, the weather, what people said yesterday. The past isn't pressing in. The future hasn't arrived yet. There's only this, the slow exchange between breath and air, body and mattress, mind and stillness. There's a softness now that wasn't there before, not because something changed, but because you stopped trying to make it change. You don't have to be awake. You don't have to be asleep. You can just exist in the space where both are true at once, like water holding both liquid and reflection without choosing. Your thoughts aren't gone, but they're not important anymore. They drift past like old paper caught in a current, turning slowly as if trying to remember why it was carried here. But there's no need to read them, no reason to follow. You don't have to decide what they mean. They can pass without your permission and leave behind only the faintest trace, like frost on glass that melts before you see it fully. There's no one inside who needs to be in control. There's no self that has to stay awake or keep track of things. The mind doesn't have to guard anything. It doesn't need to defend a position, protect an identity, or prove its worth through alertness. You're not trying to sleep. You're not even thinking about it. Not now, not ever again. The idea no longer has weight. It's just another passing shape in the dark, like wind moving over dry grass, like water slipping between stones. And so you stay, not resisting, not reaching, just letting go of the need to do anything at all. There's a quiet unfolding now that doesn't require your attention. A depth opening beneath you that wasn't there before, but also has always been here, waiting for the moment when you stop trying to control it. The silence isn't cold. It's not vast in an empty way. It's full with things that don't need names, like warmth under the skin, like a pulse just below awareness, like air passing through a room where no one is breathing. You can feel your body now, not as something to fix or improve, but as something that continues on its own. The heartbeat doesn't ask for approval. It keeps going whether you're aware of it or not. You don't have to notice it, but if you do, it's just there, steady, quiet, unobtrusive. Your feet are still on the bed, not because they were placed there, but because gravity has settled them where they belong. No need to shift or adjust. They're not tired. They're not heavy. They're just present, like roots that have stopped searching and begun remembering how to stay. There's no separation between you and the dark anymore. No border where one ends and the other begins. It's not a place you enter. It's not something you reach. You're simply within its quiet shape, like light passing through fog without leaving a trace. You don't have to understand what's happening. There's no need to explain why this feels so deep. The body knows how to rest when the mind stops fighting. And now, Finally, you do too. You're not holding on to anything, not even the idea of letting go. There's no effort behind it, no push, no pull. The breath comes in without you asking and goes out without needing your permission. It moves through your chest like something that has always known its way, like a river finding its bed after years of being diverted. You're not directing the flow. You don't have to guide it or shape it into patterns. There's no need to make it deeper, slower, longer. It simply is, steady, unremarkable, continuous, as if the air itself has learned how to breathe through you. Your skin isn't resisting the dark anymore. It doesn't feel like a boundary. It feels more like a membrane that lets things pass through without holding on, like wool soaking up moisture from damp earth, not fighting it but allowing it in. There's no surface tension, no barrier between what's outside and what's inside. You're neither sealed nor exposed. You're simply present as the air moves over your arms, across your shoulders, sliding down like a quiet current that doesn't ask for recognition. There's warmth beneath the layers, not heat, not flame, but something slower. The kind of warmth that lingers in stone after sunset or in soil when all movement has stopped. It isn't active. It doesn't promise to help you sleep. It doesn't need to be noticed. You can feel it without needing to name it, just like you can sense your blood flowing through veins that don't care whether you're aware of them. Your hands are still where they fell, the left one resting just above the edge, fingers curled as though remembering a shape from long ago. The right hand lies flat against your thigh, not clenched, not relaxed in the way people try to fake relaxation, but simply released, as if the muscles have forgotten what tension feels like. They don't need to do anything now. No task has been assigned. There's no one waiting for them to write a letter or fix something or push back against the weight of time. Your legs are quiet, not stiff, not numb, but still in the way that only real rest allows. The kind of stillness where joints don't ache because they're not being tested. They aren't holding up your body anymore. That's not their job now. They just exist, each bone layered over another like sediment settling after a storm, each muscle fiber lying down without protest. There's no need to think about how long you've been here, no need to wonder if this will ever end. The time isn't ticking in your ears anymore. It doesn't press against your skull or whisper numbers into the back of your mind. There's only this, a feeling that has nothing to do with minutes, hours, days. You're not waiting for sleep. You're not searching for it, not even wanting it now. The word itself no longer carries weight, no meaning attached to its sound, no expectation behind its shape. It doesn't call you forward or pull you back. It's just a silence that's learned how to be still. And in this space where nothing is demanded of you, something else begins, something that isn't effortful. A softness that comes not from doing but from ceasing. like moss growing over stone, not because it was asked to, but simply because the conditions are right. Like roots spreading underground without direction or urgency. There's no boundary between awareness and unconsciousness anymore, not really. It's like watching light through a window during rain, where you can't tell which is air and which is water, or where one ends and the other begins. You're not awake in the way that requires attention. You're not asleep in the way that means losing yourself entirely. You're somewhere quieter than both, where even the idea of being aware isn't necessary anymore. Your thoughts don't vanish, they just stop mattering. They drift past like leaves caught in a slow stream, turning over once, twice, then letting go. No need to watch them, no reason to follow. You don't have to decide if they're important or false, good or bad. You can feel your chest rise, not with effort, not with strain, but gently, as though the air has decided to come in and stay for a while. It's not forced, not guided by will. There's no need to make it deeper or fuller, just there, like breath that remembers how to move without being taught. Your shoulders are lower than they've been all night, lower than they've ever been since you lay down. They don't carry anything now, not even the memory of weight. They're simply resting, not because you told them to, but because gravity has taken over in a way that doesn't require permissions. The silence around you isn't empty. It's full with things that aren't loud enough to be names, like the faint vibration of distant traffic felt more through bone than ear, like the slow shift of air moving across your skin without stirring anything, like the quiet hum of electricity in walls that no one ever turns on. There's a softness now at the back of your mind, not thinking, not remembering, not planning, just presence, like the feeling you get when something has been left behind and you don't care to retrieve it. It doesn't feel like loss, it feels more like release, a letting go that wasn't forced but simply happened. You're not trying to fall asleep. You're not even aware of what sleep might be anymore. There's no image, no sensation, no expectation. Just this, the body continuing on its own, the breath moving without need for attention, the dark holding you like something that has always known your shape. There's a stillness in your spine, not stiffness, not tension, just the way it settles into alignment when nothing is trying to change it. Like wood settling after being placed in water, or stone resting on bedrock through centuries of weathering. Your feet are no longer aware they're there. They don't feel cold or hot or heavy. They aren't even part of the story anymore. The skin feels like a surface that doesn't need to report anything back. No feedback loop, just stillness. And in this moment, where nothing is asked of you, where no task remains and no demand exists, The body begins its own quiet work, not because it's told to, not because you're willing it, but simply because rest has become possible again, not as a goal, but as a fact. You don't have to believe in it. You don't need proof that this is real. It doesn't matter whether you're asleep or awake, aware or unaware. The body knows how to surrender when the mind stops defending itself. There's no separation between breathing and stillness anymore. No tension between wanting sleep and being unable to get it. There's only what is: air passing through your nose, moving into your chest, rising gently, then leaving again without resistance. Your eyelids are closed now, not because you commanded them to be, but because the act of keeping them open has finally stopped mattering. The dark isn't something you're waiting for. It's not a state to reach. You're already in it, deep enough that even your breath feels like it belongs there. There's no need to watch the passage of time, no reason to measure how long this quiet has lasted. There's only this, a kind of presence that doesn't require words or thoughts or effort. You're not doing anything now. You don't have to be somewhere else. You're not failing at being asleep. You're simply here, where the mind stops trying and the body begins to remember how to rest without permission. And in this space, where nothing is demanded of you, the darkness doesn't ask for attention either. It just holds you softly, as if it has been waiting all along, not for sleep, but for surrender. There's no need to return. There's no journey back. You're already where the effort ends and the rest begins, not in a place, but in an unfolding that didn't require your direction. The air moves through the room like something forgotten returning, like a sound from childhood heard once and never remembered until now. It doesn't matter what it was. It just passes quietly without claiming anything. You don't have to understand why this feels so deep. You don't need to explain how you got here. There's no reason to trace the path back through tiredness or frustration. The body has already made its way through all of that. The air carries no weight tonight, not even the faintest trace of motion. It settles over your skin like dust that has forgotten it was once lifted from earth. You are not breathing in order to stay alive. You're simply moving with the rhythm of something older than breath itself. The room is still, yes, but it isn't empty. There's a quiet hum beneath silence, like a wire buried deep under pavement, pulsing only slightly when no one listens. Your hands lie flat now, palms open on the surface below them, as if they've surrendered their shape to gravity and never noticed. The fingers don't twitch or curl into anything meaningful. They are not reaching for anything, not even memory. There's a looseness in your wrists that feels like joints unhooking from purpose, one by one, until only stillness remains. You're aware of the weight on your shoulders, not pressing down, but simply being there as if it had always been part of you, worn so long it no longer registers as pressure. It isn't heavy because it's not demanding anything in return. You don't have to carry it further. There is nowhere left to go where this burden would matter. The darkness doesn't press against your eyes anymore. It flows through them like a current that knows how to bypass resistance entirely. Your thoughts don't rise up to challenge it, nor do they retreat from fear. They are not present in the way you used to think of presence. No names, no labels, no stories attached. Instead, there is an absence where thinking once lived, an empty space shaped like a hollowed-out log left behind by fire. Not barren, but full of silence that moves on its own. This stillness doesn't require your permission because it has already taken root in the places you thought were unreachable, the corners beneath effort, past urgency. You're no longer aware of time passing, not the minutes, not the hours, but something else. A slow turning inside you like roots spreading through soil without haste. You don't need to see where they go. There's no reason to check whether there is growth or decay. The movement itself is enough, like water seeping into cracks in stone over decades. A faint warmth has settled beneath your collarbone, not hot but steady, the kind of heat that comes from something deep and forgotten, like the memory of sunlight on skin you haven't felt for years. It doesn't demand attention, only exists as a quiet proof. This body is still working without need to be told how. Your breath slows further now, not because you're trying to slow it, but because there's nothing left to push against. The inhale no longer feels like effort. The exhale isn't released. It simply drifts away like smoke from an extinguished match that never needed a flame. There is no beginning and no end here, only continuity without direction. You are not sinking into sleep as though falling through layers of air, but rather dissolving into stillness in much the same way mist does when it touches earth at dawn. Quietly, slowly, with no noise or drama. The ceiling above you isn't a surface to look up toward. It's simply part of what holds this moment together. Not structure, not boundary, just continuity. The space between where things meet and don't need names anymore. A sound drifts in from somewhere beyond the walls, so faint it may be imagined, but even if it is, it doesn't disturb anything. It passes like a shadow crossing floorboards at midnight when no one's awake to notice. No alarm rings for it. There's nothing to react to because there's nobody left who needs to respond. Your heartbeat has slowed not into absence, but into something almost imperceptible. like the thud of rain on pavement after long drought, so soft that only dirt remembers its rhythm. You don't feel your chest rising or falling anymore, not in any deliberate way. It moves as if breathing were just another kind of weather passing through you. Wind across open fields not tied to season, not marked by arrival or departure. The air outside the window, wherever it is no longer separate from what's inside. There's a soft merging now between where room ends and night begins. The boundary has blurred so thoroughly that even silence doesn't know which side of itself it belongs on anymore. There's nothing to be done with this moment. Not correction, not adjustment, not repositioning. You're simply here as the body continues its own slow unfolding without being asked or told what comes next. Your thoughts, when they come, are not interruptions. They are not even thought, just passing shapes in a dark stream. Shadows that don't claim to be anything more than themselves before vanishing again into deep water. The mind doesn't wake up because it has never truly gone to sleep. It was only waiting for the body to stop resisting its nature. And now, finally, there is no opposition between awareness and rest. They are not opposed. They aren't even different things anymore. There's just a kind of presence that isn't doing anything but being. Even your skin doesn't feel like skin, not as surface or barrier, but more like the edge of something much larger than you could ever contain. It holds no secrets, asks for no entry, resists nothing. If it were to dissolve entirely into air and still not be known, there would be no protest in that dissolution. The night isn't long anymore, it's simply what is now. Not endless, not stretching ahead, but whole all at once. Like a circle with no beginning or end, only the quiet certainty of its shape. You're not thinking about sleep because you've stopped measuring your body against an idea of it. The effort has dropped away so completely that even the word sleep doesn't exist here anymore, only this, being held by what is without needing to name it. The darkness isn't waiting for dawn. It's already been there all along, not as a place you arrive at, but as something you've always lived within. You don't need to reach across distance or time to find yourself in it. It was never far away, only obscured by the noise of wanting otherwise. There is no direction now, not forward, not back, just continuity without destination. The body rests because resistance has dissolved into air. There's nothing left to push against. The only thing remaining is stillness that doesn't need an invitation. You're not drifting towards sleep. You are simply becoming part of what already exists. A quiet state where no one needs to be elsewhere and nothing requires attention. not even you. There's a weight in the air that isn't heavy, not really, more like memory settling into stillness, like dust returning to floor after years of floating. It doesn't press down so much as settle into the hollows where motion used to be, between ribs, behind eyes, beneath the surface of skin where temperature has long since gone unnoticed. You don't feel it as pressure or burden. You feel only its quiet presence, like something that was always meant to stay, even if no one ever called for it. The ceiling above you isn't a boundary anymore. It's not holding anything back. The way light used to be trapped in the corners of rooms before dawn, it doesn't exist here. There's no edge where darkness ends and brightness begins. Instead, what exists is a kind of glow that comes from nowhere and everywhere at once. Not light, but presence. A softness that isn't warm or cool, only continuous, like breath moving through a space that has never needed to be filled. Your fingers don't curl anymore, not out of habit, not in response. They rest as if they've forgotten how to do anything else. Not relaxed, not tense, just still. As though the body isn't waiting for permission to stop being effortful, but simply remembering what it was like before anyone taught it that stopping meant failure. There's a place behind your eyes, soft and shadowed, that doesn't need sight. It doesn't care about shapes or colors or distance. There's no urgency in its quiet, no demand for recognition. It just is, like the still point between two breaths, like the space where sound ceases before it can be named. The clock on the wall, whether real or imagined, no longer marks time as something to be crossed or survived. Its hands don't move forward. They exist in the same place they've always been, not advancing, not stopping, not even standing still, just being. And you are not measuring yourself against that movement anymore. You don't need to count how long this has lasted. You aren't tracking progress. There is no goal line in this quiet, no finish. The moment doesn't stretch ahead like a road with milestones. You're not approaching anything, nor leaving anything behind. It's just now, and now isn't fleeting. Now is complete. You don't feel your pulse anymore, not as rhythm or alarm. It's more like the slow turning of something buried underground, an unseen current moving through stone and soil without needing to be seen. There's no effort in that movement, no need to prove it exists. The earth knows, even if nothing else does. Your breath doesn't rise and fall, it just is. Not as a function, not as a mechanism. As something natural, like mist forming at the edge of water before sunrise, drifting up without purpose or direction. It comes because air is there, because space is open, because what's inside isn't fighting to get out. There's no distinction between where your body ends and where the night begins. No border, no line drawn in dust or memory. The warmth beneath your skin has merged with the coolness of the room, without conflict, without change. It's not that they've become the same. They never were different to begin with. You're not holding on to anything now, not awareness, not stillness, not even the idea of sleep. There is no clinging because there was nothing to cling to. What you are is simply what remains when everything else has quietly let go, like a hand that uncurls without intention, like fingers releasing from a grip they didn't know they were making. The mind doesn't wander anymore, not in the way it used to. It doesn't chase thoughts or try to stop them. They pass through as if floating on water, not heavy enough to sink, too light to be noticed. A word here, an image there, a shape of something that might have been a memory, but isn't named, isn't claimed. And when you feel yourself drifting, when the edges blur again, when the sense of where your body ends dissolves into air and silence, you don't pull back. You let it go further, not to sleep, not to wakefulness, just to be, to simply exist as what is, no need for arrival or departure. You aren't trying to do anything with this moment. There's nothing to achieve, no transformation needed. The body doesn't have to become something else, nor does the mind have to quiet down. It already has, not by force, not through will, but because it stopped needing to be different. Even your skin, so long a boundary between inside and outside, is no longer defending anything. It's not resisting the cold or repelling warmth. It's just there like soil under roots, open, receptive, not guarding its own edge. The air moves through it as easily as light passes through glass, not because it's transparent, but because it has given up on being separate. There's no one left to feel tired, no self that needs rest. There's only a kind of continuity, a soft pull downward that isn't speed, not even gravity. It's more like inevitability, the way water finds its level without effort, the way moss grows in shadow without questioning why. You don't need to think about what comes next because there is no next. Only this unfolding without direction, without purpose, without urgency. The body doesn't push forward, it simply is, and being isn't something you do, it's not earned, it just happens. There's a soft hum in the space behind your ears, not sound exactly, but vibration. Like wind moving through hollow reeds far away, too faint to locate. It doesn't demand attention. You don't try to hear it or find its source. It simply exists as part of the quiet that has no name and no beginning. The darkness isn't empty, not in the way you once feared. It's full, not with things, not with images, but with stillness so deep it feels like a kind of fullness, not lack, but completion. Like the moment before rain falls when everything holds its breath, waiting for nothing at all. There's no tension in your shoulders anymore, not because they've relaxed, but because they've stopped needing to be anything in particular. They're just part of what is, part of the shape that has always been there, even when you were too busy trying to change it. Your thoughts don't come back as interruptions. They aren't ghosts or memories or worries. They are just shapes passing through the dark, like leaves drifting across a riverbed in slow motion, not caught by current, not held by stone. They move and vanish without leaving traces. You're not aware of time, not because you've forgotten it, but because it no longer has meaning here. The past isn't behind you. The future isn't ahead. There's only this, a continuous unfolding where nothing needs to arrive or depart. Your breath doesn't need to be deep or slow. It just is. And in that simplicity, there's no effort, no striving, just the quiet certainty of being exactly as you are, without judgment, without correction. There's a softness spreading through your limbs, not warmth, not coolness, but presence. Like light touching stone after centuries of shadow, not changing it, only revealing what was always there, the shape of stillness beneath surface motion. You don't need to be anything anymore. You just are. And in that being, without intention, without demand, the body sinks deeper into itself, not like falling, but like returning. There's no point where you stop being aware and start sleeping. There's only this, a soft letting go of everything that ever needed to be fixed. A surrender so quiet, it doesn't even sound like surrender. It sounds like silence after the world has stopped trying to explain itself. The air moves through your body not as something separate, but as part of you, like roots drinking water from earth that isn't theirs. No ownership, no resistance, just continuity. And if there's any movement at all, it's not towards sleep or wakefulness. It's simply being, a state so quiet it doesn't even know it exists. Not a thought, not an intention, just presence, without name, without shape, without need. You're not drifting, you're not sinking, you're just here. And this being, that's all there is. You're not lost in the way you once thought loss felt, like a place with no return, like footsteps swallowed by fog. This isn't absence. It's presence so deep it doesn't need to be named. The kind of quiet that doesn't arrive after silence but is silence itself. Not an empty space but a full one, a vessel shaped by stillness rather than sound. There's no weight pressing down because there's nothing left to hold on to. No breath you're supposed to catch or release. Just the slow exhalation of being. Your hands lie flat on your chest, fingers curled slightly, not in tension, not in surrender, but as if they've simply forgotten how to do anything else. The skin is warm where it touches itself, not from heat, but from belonging, like a hand resting on soil after years of drought, not needing to be watered because the earth remembers what it means to hold life. The air moves through your body without invitation, no need for you to let it in or keep it out. It's just passing by, like light gliding over stone that doesn't reflect or resist. You don't feel the temperature of the room, not cold, not warm. The boundaries between skin and space have blurred into something older than sensation, a kind of permeability where nothing is separate. There's no effort in your jaw, no clenching behind teeth, just absence, not of muscle but of purpose. It doesn't need to be relaxed because it has stopped trying to be anything at all. Your lips aren't parted for breath or sound. They're simply open, like a door that hasn't been shut in decades, not out of neglect, but because no one ever came to close it. You don't hear the ticking clock anymore, not because you've tuned it out, but because time has stopped being something that happens to you. It's not moving forward or backward. It's just there, like shadow under a tree on a day with no sun, not present in any way you can measure. The hours don't matter. Midnight didn't pass. This moment is the only one. Your eyes are open, but they're not seeing anything, not darkness, not light. They're simply not closed. No need to check if sleep has come or gone. You don't wonder whether your eyelids are heavy or light, whether you've moved in a dream, whether your breath changed. There's no place for that kind of awareness. It would be like listening for the sound of wind on a hill when there is no hill. There's only this, not thought, not sensation, not even attention, just a kind of continuity so deep it feels less like experience and more like something ancient, older than memory. Like the slow shift of tectonic plates under a continent that has forgotten it ever moved. Not in motion, but simply being where it always was. The weight behind your eyes isn't pressure, it's absence. The kind of fullness that doesn't need to be filled because there's no hole, just quiet. And the quiet is not silence, it's the space between two notes on a piano that were never played, yet still resonate in the air. There's no past you're carrying forward, not memories, not regrets, not plans for tomorrow, not even a name for who you are. There's only this, a kind of soft expansion, like roots spreading beneath soil without knowing they need to reach deeper. No goal, no direction, just unfolding. Your legs lie still, unaware of the floor below them. They don't feel it, but they're not floating either. It's not that gravity has gone away. It's just that you no longer care about being held up or kept down. There's no need to be anything in particular. You could vanish into the mattress and no one would notice, not even you. There's no thought of morning, no anticipation of waking, not because it hasn't occurred to you, but because it doesn't matter. If you wake tomorrow, so be it. If you don't, that's fine too. There's no urgency in being aware or unaware. The body doesn't need to be functional. It only needs to exist. A small tremor passes through your spine, not a shiver, not a spasm, but like the faintest ripple across water after a stone has fallen and sunk without trace. Not even an echo remains, just stillness again. And in that moment of passing motion, there's no reaction, no tightening, no breath catching. It just happens, like rain landing on pavement, then vanishing into cracks. The silence isn't empty. It's thick, not with sound, but with presence. The kind of fullness you feel when you're alone in a room where someone was just standing seconds before. Not their shape, not their voice, but their absence still humming in the air. Your breath doesn't need to be slow or deep. It doesn't have to come from anywhere specific. There's no effort behind it, no will pushing for more oxygen, no fear of stopping. Just a soft exchange, air moving through your body without demand, like wind passing through an abandoned house where all the doors are open but no one ever left. There's no boundary between you and what surrounds you, not skin, not breath, not thought. It's not that you've dissolved into the room, you're just part of it, not separate, not merged, just continuous. Like a river flowing through rock so old it has forgotten how to be solid. The darkness isn't dark because there's no light. It's dark because it doesn't need to explain itself. There's nothing to see in the way you once thought seeing meant. No images, no shapes, not even shadows that move. Just a kind of fullness, like a space where nothing is missing and therefore nothing needs to be found. There's no story being told here, not about sleep or wakefulness, not about effort or failure, not about what comes next. There are only small motions, the slight shift in weight as your body adjusts slightly without knowing it, like a tree adjusting its roots after rain, not because it was asked to, but because that's how trees grow. Your fingers don't curl tighter, they don't twitch. They're just where they've always been, on your chest, on the blanket, resting in place with no reason to move or stay still. Not even a desire for movement remains. Just presence, not active, not passive, but simply there. You are not trying to be anything now. You aren't being calm. You aren't striving for peace. There's no goal behind this quiet. It's not a practice, not an experiment. It just is, like the way moss grows on stone when no one waters it, and no one even sees it. There's a softness spreading through your left arm, not warmth, not tingling, but like something long forgotten remembering how to be part of you. Like water seeping back into cracked earth after years of drought, not healing, just returning, without permission, without request. The air doesn't need to enter your lungs. It just does. No effort behind it. No pause. No breath held in anticipation. The exchange is so quiet it's not even noticeable. Just a soft pulse through the body, like a heartbeat that isn't yours but still moves you forward. There's no sound of blood rushing through veins, not because it has stopped, but because it doesn't need to be heard. It flows without calling attention to itself, like roots drinking water from underground streams that have always been there, never named or tracked. You don't feel your heartbeat, not in the chest, not in the throat. You only sense its absence, not as silence, but as a kind of continuity, like music stopping mid-note and still being present in the air around it. There's no need to be aware, no reason to notice anything at all. The mind doesn't pull back into thought because there's nothing left to grab onto. There are no images, no memories, no plans, just this, a slow unspooling of attention, like thread falling from a needle that was never meant to stitch anything. The body isn't sleeping, it's not awake, it's just being, without name, without label, without purpose. Like a stone resting in deep water, not floating, not sinking, but simply part of the current it has no power over or against. Your shoulders don't rise and fall with breath. They're not tense, not relaxed, just still, like branches after snow has passed, holding their shape without needing to be upright. There's a soft hum in your chest, not sound, not vibration, but like something deep inside you remembering how to exist without explanation, not waiting for anything, not hoping for sleep or wakefulness, just here. You are not drifting towards sleep, but you are no longer resisting it either. There's a quiet between your ribs that doesn't need to be filled with breath or thought. It isn't emptiness, more like a place where things settle without being asked to. The air in the room is not cool or warm. It just exists as part of the space, neither pressing nor receding. You don't measure it. You don't notice how much there is or if it's changing. It simply is. The way dust settles on shelves after no one has touched them for months. Not because anyone wanted it to be that way, but because time had already decided. Your feet are not asleep. They're not awake either. They're just where they've been since the beginning, flat against the mattress, toes slightly curled in their own small world of weight and stillness. No need to straighten them, no urge to shift. There's no reason for movement except what gravity asks of bones that have long forgotten how to be restless. The blanket doesn't press down with purpose. It just lies on top of you like something that has been there longer than memory, so ordinary it never needed a name. It holds nothing, offers nothing, asks for nothing. Its texture isn't cotton or wool or thread count. It's only the way fabric feels when no one is using it to be warm or soft or safe. Just presence. Like shadows that don't belong to anything, no body, no light source, but are simply part of the dark. There's a pulse behind your left ear, not loud, not sharp, but steady like water dripping from a pipe in a basement you've never seen. It doesn't mean anything. You don't listen for it. You don't count its rhythm or wonder if it's fast or slow. It just is, a soft echo of something that moves without needing to be heard. You aren't thinking about sleep, but neither are you thinking about not sleeping. There's no tension between the two because they're no longer opposites. They've merged into one thing, a quiet where nothing needs to happen. The mind isn't empty, not in the way people mean when they say empty head. It's not waiting for silence or peace or even stillness. It's just letting go of what it thought it had to do. There's no longer any task, no effort to perform, no intention behind anything. The space around you is not dark because there are no lights on. It's dark because it doesn't need to be seen. The walls aren't solid or distant. They're simply part of the same softness that fills your chest and spills into your arms. You don't feel them. You don't notice their shape. They're just there, like the way a tree grows around its own roots without knowing what it's doing. Your hands are not resting on anything important. They aren't holding onto hope or fear or even memory. They're just lying where they've always been, on your stomach, fingers curled slightly as if in sleep already, but not yet dreaming. Not trying to be still, just being still because that's what happens when nothing else is required. There's a soft hum at the base of your spine, not sound, not vibration, but something like warmth that doesn't burn and doesn't go away. It isn't heat. It's more like pressure, like water in deep soil after rain has stopped falling. The kind of wetness that stays long after everything else has dried. Your breath is not shallow or heavy. It moves through you without effort, without the need to be measured. You don't watch it rise and fall because there's no need to know if it's coming or going. It just flows in and out like a river passing under stone that doesn't care what shape it takes. The clock still ticks, but not with urgency, not with judgment. The numbers don't matter anymore. There's no meaning behind the time, no pressure to make it pass faster or slower. You're not counting minutes. You're not even aware of them. They exist like dust in a room, present but unremarkable. There's something about your shoulders, not their position, not whether they've dropped, but the way they don't need to be adjusted. No one told you to let go. No voice instructed you to release tension. It just happened, like roots growing deeper when no one is looking. Your neck doesn't ache. It doesn't stiffen or twitch. It's simply aligned with gravity, not in an effort to be correct, but because that's how it settles. like a branch after snow melts and the weight of ice has finally fallen away, leaving only the shape of what was always meant to hang there. There's no thought about tomorrow, no concern over waking up early or missing something important. The future isn't real here. It hasn't been invited in. There are no plans, no worries, no anticipation of anything that might come next. Your eyes remain open, but not because you're trying to stay awake. They're open because they've stopped fighting their own weight, not blinking with purpose, but letting the eyelids fall and rise like curtains over a window that doesn't need to be closed. The darkness isn't empty, it's full of things that don't need names. There's no effort behind any part of you, no desire to be somewhere else, no wish to feel differently than you do now. You're not trying to relax because there's nothing left to tighten. There's no muscle, no nerve, no thought that hasn't already given up on the idea of control. The air in your lungs doesn't need to be full. It doesn't need to be light or deep. It just moves through you without demand, like wind passing over a hillside where nothing grows but stillness. Your chest doesn't expand with hope. It doesn't contract with fear. It's not holding anything back, not even the weight of time. It simply rises and falls as if it were part of something older than breathing itself. Not a machine, not an organ, but a quiet rhythm that never asked to be noticed. There's no sense of progress, no feeling that you're getting closer to sleep or further from wakefulness. There's only this, the slow unfolding of stillness like fabric unrolling in water, without haste, without direction, without end. You don't need to be aware. You don't even need to know if you're awake. That question doesn't exist anymore. It was never important. The mind isn't searching for answers because it's stopped believing there are any to find. There's no moment that is better or worse than the one before. No time that feels more urgent, more precious. All moments just are like pebbles in a stream, not moving forward, but carried by what they've always been part of. Your hands don't feel cold. They don't feel warm either. They're simply part of your body, the way a shadow is part of the wall it touches, without needing to be seen or named. You are not asleep, not yet, but you aren't awake in the old way either. There's no separation between being and not being, no need to decide what state you're in. You've stopped asking questions about where you are because there's nowhere else to go. The dark isn't waiting for light. It doesn't miss it. It doesn't resist it. It just is, like the way silence exists after music stops, not as absence, but as a kind of presence that doesn't need sound. You don't have to let go. You've already stopped holding on. There's nothing left to clutch at, no thread to pull back into awareness. The mind isn't quiet because you told it to be. It's quiet because there's nothing for it to hold onto anymore. There's a soft weight in your chest, not pressure, not pain, but something like a stone that has been underwater so long it forgot how to sink or float. It just rests. And the deeper it lies, the less it matters why it's there. Your body isn't trying to sleep. It isn't resisting wakefulness either. It's simply resting in its own way, like roots wrapped around rock, not because they want to grow, but because that's where they've always been. The air doesn't need to be breathed. The breath just happens, without intention, without pause, like water flowing through a canyon that never asked to exist, but still moves forward anyway. You don't need to listen anymore, not really. Not because there's nothing left to hear, there's always more, but because hearing has stopped being a task. The sound of your breath isn't something you catch or follow. It just is, like the low hum beneath floorboards in an old house that no one remembers turning on. It doesn't rise and fall with effort. It moves through you as if your body were a hollow reed, not shaped to hold music, but simply to let air pass without resistance. There's no need to shape it, to guide it, to make it deeper or slower. The rhythm isn't something you've decided on. It's already here, like the way water finds its level in a cracked basin, filling every gap without protest. Your skin doesn't remember being warm. It doesn't feel cold either. It's not aware of temperature because that kind of awareness is for when you're trying to fix yourself, when your body is an object to be managed. Now it just lies there, the way dust settles on a shelf after years of silence, not waiting to be brushed away, not afraid of being touched, just existing as part of what's already been left behind. There's no thought that says I should be asleep, no whisper from the past that reminds you how long this has lasted. The clock doesn't matter because it isn't real anymore, not in any way that affects your body. It ticks like a heartbeat in someone else's chest, somewhere far off and unrelated. You aren't tracking time. You're not measuring progress or counting minutes between now and morning. Time doesn't stretch out before you, it just folds into itself, like cloth laid over something too large to hold. Your shoulders don't need to drop because they already have. They've long since stopped trying to carry anything. No weight of the day, no burden of tomorrow, not even the idea of being awake. They rest where gravity left them, low and open, not collapsed but unclaimed by effort. The muscles aren't loose because you told them to be. They just forgot how to tense. Like a door that hasn't been shut in years, it swings slightly in the wind without anyone touching it. You don't feel your legs anymore, not their length, not their shape, not even where they end beneath the sheets. They're part of the space under you now, like roots spreading into soil that doesn't care about names or structure. not trying to reach anything, not waiting for a signal to move, just being there in the dark, still and unaccounted for. The silence isn't empty, it's thick with things too quiet to be called sounds. A faint vibration beneath the floorboards, the slow settling of wood as it adjusts to night, the way air shifts in unseen channels, not because it wants to, but because that's how space behaves when no one is watching. There are no interruptions here, no need for attention, nothing demands a response. Your hands don't move, they don't twitch or curl. They're simply there, like the marks left by fingers on glass after someone has walked away. Not erased, not cleaned up, just present in their own way. You aren't thinking about them. You aren't wondering if they'll go numb or ache. That kind of concern is for when you're still trying to manage your body. Now it's just part of the quiet. There's no need to be aware of where you are, no map, no location, no sense that this room has walls or a ceiling. You don't have to know whether the window is open or closed, because nothing depends on it. The air moves through you without needing permission. It doesn't ask if you're ready for it. Your thoughts aren't gone. They haven't been silenced by willpower or breathwork or any kind of trick. They just drift, not like clouds, but more like smoke from a fire that burned long ago, thin and pale, rising slowly into the sky without direction, without purpose, not clinging to anything, not trying to make sense, just existing as part of something older than memory. You aren't fighting sleep because you've already given up on winning. You don't need to fall asleep. You're not chasing it. There's no prize at the end of this journey, no moment where everything will finally click into place, where your body will say yes, where your mind will sigh and relax. That kind of reward isn't here. It wasn't ever real. There's only what is, a quiet weight in your chest that doesn't demand anything. Not to sink, not to float, not even to be felt. You don't need to understand it. You don't need to name it. It just lies there like a stone at the bottom of a well, so long buried no one remembers how deep the water is. The air in your lungs doesn't have to move faster or slower. It can stay exactly where it is, suspended between breaths, not holding on and not letting go. You don't need to decide when to breathe in or out. The body knows better than you do what's needed, not because it's smart, but because it's been doing this for longer than thought ever began. There's no point in trying to feel different, no reason to wish for sleep, no urge to wake up. You're not stuck between two states, you're somewhere else now, not awake, not asleep, not even resting in the way you once understood rest. This is something older, a kind of stillness that doesn't ask permission, doesn't explain itself, doesn't need your approval. Your mind isn't quiet because it's been trained or guided. It's quiet because there's no one left to talk to. No inner voice shouting, "Try harder," no reminder of all the times you've failed. There's just space, space that doesn't feel like absence, but like fullness, like a room where nothing has been placed yet and never will be. You don't have to remember anything. You aren't holding on to memories or worries or tomorrow's plans. The past isn't here to haunt you. The future isn't waiting with its demands. There's only this, the slow shift of weight in your body, the quiet passage of air through your nose and mouth, the way darkness settles into every fold of skin like a second layer. You aren't trying to be still. You're just already there. Not because you've succeeded, but because success has stopped being part of it. There's no need to know if you're awake or asleep. No need to track how long this has gone on, whether the clock keeps ticking in some distant room or if time itself is folding inward like a book left open too long. You don't have to be anything at all, not even aware, not even present. The body doesn't need your permission to rest. It just does, like a river that forgets its name and flows anyway. Your eyes aren't closed, but they don't matter anymore. The darkness isn't something you're looking into. You aren't watching for light or waiting for sleep. There's no desire to see anything at all, not even your own hands. You don't need to feel the sheets against your skin. They could be gone, and it wouldn't change a thing. You don't need to know where your feet are, whether they're tucked under the blanket or hanging over the edge of the bed. Your body isn't an object to be controlled or monitored. It's simply part of what is. The air doesn't care about you, not in any way that would make a difference. It just moves through the room like it always has, not because someone asked, but because motion is its nature. And so does your breath, and so does the weight beneath your ribs, and so does the silence between heartbeats. There's no moment that's more important than another. No second that holds meaning or pain. Everything just happens, like shadows shifting when a door opens in an empty hallway, not because anyone is there, but because light passes through. You don't need to understand this. You don't even need to be aware of it. It isn't something you're supposed to learn. It's just what happens when you stop trying to make things happen. There are no doors left to open, no locks to turn, no reasons to stay awake or fall asleep. Just stillness that doesn't ask for anything, just is, like a stone in the stream, not floating, not sinking, simply being carried by water that has forgotten how to rush. The weight beneath your ribs has settled deeper, not because you've allowed it, but because the idea of resisting is gone, like a knot that unspools without being touched. There's no tension in the muscles around your spine, no effort to hold yourself upright or keep the breath steady. The air flows through your nose and out again, as if guided by something older than intention, like wind moving between stones long buried beneath earth. You don't notice it anymore, not because you've stopped paying attention, but because noticing has dissolved into not needing to. Your hands rest where they fell when the movement ended, fingers curled slightly at the tips, palms open toward a sky that isn't there. There's no reason for them to be anywhere else. They aren't searching for warmth or comfort. Not even memory of touch remains in their shape. They're just held by gravity and stillness together, like two halves of an object forgotten on a shelf. The room doesn't echo anymore, not because it's quiet, but because sound has stopped being something that arrives from outside. There's no boundary between the air you breathe and the space beyond your skin. You aren't breathing into anything. Breath is not an action, just one more current passing through what already exists, like water moving over a surface worn smooth by time. There's nothing to carry forward, no thought that might lead somewhere else. The kind of thinking that once tried to fix things or predict outcomes has ceased, like a tide pulling back and leaving behind only wet sand where waves used to roll in. Even the memory of wanting something feels distant, not because it's been forgotten, but because there's no longer any pull toward anything. Your feet have stopped being aware of their position, not because they've gone numb, but because awareness itself has stepped aside, like someone lowering a curtain after midnight. The blanket doesn't matter whether it covers you or lies at your side. You don't care if the bed is warm or cool, stiff or soft. There's no need to adjust for temperature anymore, not even in dreams. The darkness isn't filling any space. It's simply what remains when nothing else claims attention. It has depth but doesn't press on you. It holds form without demanding you name it. You don't think of night as separate from the body. The two are no longer divided by a line that once felt important. Night and skin meet in silence, not through recognition, but because they've always belonged together. The air shifts with subtle pulses, tiny movements between your ears, along the edge of vision where light doesn't reach. You don't see them, you feel their passage like faint ripples on a surface too still to notice unless something disturbs it slightly. There's no need for explanation or identification. The shift is not meaningful because it carries information. It just happens and then passes. Your heartbeat has slowed, not due to any effort, but simply by drifting into a rhythm that doesn't announce itself, like footsteps on stone where the sound fades before reaching its end. It isn't loud enough for you to hear in your head, not fast enough to be felt in your throat or chest wall. You might as well not have one at all, except that it's there, quiet and steady beneath everything else. There is no effort behind any of this, not even the idea of effort. The body doesn't labor toward rest because it knows what rest looks like. It simply does so without needing to learn how. It isn't learning anything now, it's already done with lessons. There was a time when sleep felt like something you had to earn or negotiate for or prove yourself worthy of, but that era has passed. Now there's only the soft settling into what is, not waiting for it to arrive, but allowing it to unfold as if no one were watching and nothing needed to be preserved. No need to protect your thoughts from fading away. Nothing needs saving here. Even memory isn't safe, not because it will vanish, but because forgetting doesn't feel like loss. There's a soundless hum in the walls, no vibration you can name or trace back to its source. It's there whether you hear it or not. You don't have to listen for it. It exists independently of your attention, just as gravity does without asking permission. The floor beneath you isn't supporting anything. It simply is a place where weight goes when motion stops. Your thoughts aren't returning, they're no longer invited. There's been an unspoken agreement. If they come, let them pass like dust in sunlight, not landing anywhere or sticking to any surface. They drift through without marking time, without claiming space, without needing approval. You don't have a body that needs protection anymore. You're more like the air between rooms than something contained within walls. You aren't thinking about breathing. You're simply allowing it, as if breath were just one of many things happening around you, like rain falling on stone or roots spreading underground in silence. The edge where skin meets shadow is blurring, not because your vision has failed, but because there's no longer a reason to distinguish between inside and outside. The warmth that once felt like yours now feels shared with the room, not as possession, but as belonging, the same way heat lingers after sunlight leaves a surface. You aren't staying awake or falling asleep. You're just being held by stillness so deep it doesn't feel like anything at all. Not peace, not rest, just absence of demand, absence of wanting to be anywhere else or remember having been elsewhere. There's no memory of how this started. Not even the moment when you first stopped trying. It didn't happen with a signal or decision. It just happened. Like light finding its way through cracks in wood without needing to know where it was going. The clock is not ticking anymore. There's no need for time because there's nothing left to measure. You don't track how long you've been lying here, whether the night has shortened or stretched. It doesn't matter. The hours aren't accumulating. They're just passing like leaves drifting down a stream where motion isn't meant to last. Your mind hasn't gone anywhere, but it also hasn't stayed in one place either. It's not thinking of anything specific, because there's no point at which thought begins or ends anymore. There are no edges, only continuity, like water flowing over stones that don't remember their names. The quiet isn't something you're experiencing, it's the ground beneath everything now. You aren't aware of it. Awareness has become too heavy a thing to carry. So instead, there's just presence, not as an achievement, but as a condition like gravity or motion or air passing through your lungs without being noticed. You don't have to believe anything about this moment. There's no need for trust or faith in stillness because belief requires effort, and that has been left behind. You're not convinced of peace, you simply aren't fighting it anymore. Not even a whisper remains saying this isn't right, or what if I never wake up? Those voices have gone quiet, like footsteps fading at the end of a hall with no one waiting. The room doesn't feel empty. It feels full in its own way, not by objects, but by what lies between them. The space around your arms and legs holds something that isn't air or silence, but neither is it presence either. It's just being, without name, without function, without history. There are no thoughts about tomorrow, nor any weight from yesterday pressing down on this moment. No future to prepare for, no past needing resolution. You aren't holding anything now, not even the idea of letting go.